요새 뭐야 모두 스트레스는 gotta let it go 했어 소개팅 데이팅 어플 다 깔아 또 보았어 반대가 끌린대 opposites attract Don't know about me and you, yeah we fell into the cracks Yeah 갖고 노네 no cap 왜 나는 보여 what's happening 객관적일 수가 없이 이미 game white flag and wave it fast Yeah I'm leaving back but 말은 don't know만 보면 나도 내 맘 I don't know 이건 love a relationship 헷갈리기만 해 girl I'll tell you I'm sorry if you want me back I'll tell you stop trying Yeah, yeah, you got me Let it go 얼어붙어 like whoa 어지러워 I see 한여름에 더 녹여 cold-blooded Yeah, yeah, yeah Girl, you cold-blooded Girl, you cold-blooded Yeah, girl, you cold-blooded Yeah, yeah, yeah Girl, you cold-blooded Girl, you cold-blooded
I've been wasting my time I don't know why I can't get you out my mind And if I find a way to get it when I do it I can live it and forget it Cause I hate how much I love you or I hate how you just put me in my feelings I just wish you understood the gravity but you got low sinners I guess it's better just to live it and forget it than to live it and remember. I've been wasting my time. I don't know why I can't get you out my mind. Yeah, now I'm so lost, where do I go? I was in the chase, caught a flat on road. It was all love, X no O. I was feeling rich, but we turned out broke. North Pole, life so cold. Lukewarm love, should've took it to the stove. You were bad news, all kind, no pro. We grew apart fast. I guess we was reaping what we sowed in. I guess we was unequally yoked in. Guess if we was putting on the shoulder. Guess we should've tried to take it slow then. Guess I let my feelings take control. Guess I let my demon take the wheel. Used to think that we be growing old. Now I can't believe that it was real. It was back in late December when I did it. I just wish I could forget it. Cause I hate how much I love it. Oh, I hate how I just love to catch a feeling. And you told me that you understood the gravity, but now I know you didn't. I guess it's better just to live it and forget it than to live it and remember.
Like glue, the leather stuck on me. I wanna move,
Hello and welcome to another beautiful day of Rainbow Six North American League. I am Doe. With me is Jacob. We're sans Jesse today. It's true. He's a little bit under the weather, but we're gonna struggle on. We're gonna carry on anyway.
We're gonna struggle on. We're gonna flourish.
We're gonna thrive.
Even if we don't have it.
It's gonna be the best day ever.
Yeah.
That's right.
Good job, Jesse.
We didn't need him week 1. We don't need it. No, I'm just kidding. We hope you feel better, man. We hope you're back soon. It's been a rough stage for the desk.
It really has been, yeah. We've run through everything.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if like a caster gets sick and all of a sudden I got to fill in for that,
know,
or
like
we just keep rotating
that.
through. I have no idea what's going on anymore.
That's right. Teamwork makes the dream work, as they say, and we'll have a couple guest analysts a little bit later in the day. But Jacob, we had a pretty amazing day yesterday, didn't we? We had a lot of,
for the most part.
Well, I guess we had a lot of expected results, didn't we?
I don't think we had a single game that was really in upset potential.
I agree.
Like Jesse picked Parabellum over Spacestation yesterday in our very last game, which was like the one time I think we had the desk deviate from everybody else.
True.
Overall, the action still was pretty thick and heavy. I like the fact that we had some matchups that, in spite of still being the expected result, ended up being close. We saw Astralis unfortunately taking advantage of the Mirage situation to just farm an additional 3 points, because that is where we find Mirage right now.
Yeah.
It was kind of the same deal for TSM because of where they find themselves currently, but they also got taken to a new map. Beastcoast have already scouted this thing to a T. They took Bolo out very early. They knew that this was a battleground that they would have a very decided advantage on, so they took TSM to it and got a really, really one-sided win. Same thing happened, or we thought it was going to happen, with DarkZero over XSET at the beginning of the stage, but then it became one of the best games that we've seen so far in Stage 1. This DarkZero XSET matchup was fantastic through and through. We get to Soniqs OXG, and it's kind of more of the same. Soniqs put up an incredible fight, showing that they're not completely out of the running for anything in Stage 1, but OXG still managed to take them to task. It was a very hard-fought border game. It took Newers a while to get into that matchup, but still, OXG came out with a dub. And then last game of the day, we thought Parabellum might be able to correct some of their mistakes from their previous loss on Cafe to OXG last week, but Spacestation definitely took them to task, showing exactly why they are still one of the top touted teams in North America. It was a really good showing all around from the guys who are within the top 5 currently.
Yeah, I think for me, the thing that stands out the most is actually Soniqs' performance, where sure, they're out of the running for going to the major now.
Yeah.
They can still sneak into 8th and maybe grab some SI points, which is always a big deal as well. But I thought they were starting to come together a little bit more as a team yesterday. I feel like we finally started to see a little glimpse of the possibilities that they kind of led us all to believe they'd have this stage based on last year's results.
Soniqs were never going to be a team that would ever lay down and die. Unfortunately, the way that the meta has shifted these days means they can't try the same formula over and over again with very minuscule tweaks on defense.
Right.
And if that ever is something they can adapt to, then yeah, old Soniqs is definitely going to come back into the fray. We'll see this team reinvigorate themselves. But they were never a team that was going to just say, you know what, we don't take this stage seriously. We're just going to pass out and we'll try again in Stage 2. That was never
Exactly. Stage 2, watch for it. It's going to be good. But you know what was really good already? Vertical. Vertical from Team Oxygen has been absolutely crushing at some of the highest stats ever recorded in the North American League. And again, putting on a pretty impressive performance yesterday.
Yeah, he was 18-8 in that matchup from yesterday, and this is with his teammate Newers, who we've touted as being fantastic on Finka and entry. They played border defense first, which meant Newers took a long time to get into it, but Vertical never slowed down. He had as many kills as Forrest did from his own MVP performance last week, and still pulled out one of the single greatest games we've seen in a very long time. 18-8, a 2.25 KD, active in almost every single round, and this just continues to solidify him as one of the highest rated players in NAL history. If the season were to end today, he would have the record for the highest overall Siege GG rating we've seen in any individual split. He still has 2 games to go. He's doing what he can to fight for that Stage 1 MVP honor because he was in the running last year, but he's well on his way to doing so.
I mean, the thing is it's just all good news for Oxygen, right? I mean, Newers, obviously, a little bit of a maybe 1-day slump, a little struggling with a 2-day slump possibly.
If
but
that, yeah.
The great thing is that Oxygen has other players that can step up, right? And we talked about this a little bit on the desk yesterday, where you need more than just one hard carry, as it were, to really make a run at a championship, at a deep international run. You can't just have one person getting all the kills, right? When one person's having a bad day, you need someone else to step up. So Oxygen seems to have that flexibility, which is going to definitely serve them them well as the year goes on. But let's take a look at the stats overall that we've gotten so far here in stage number 1. And there's a lot to talk about here because we do have a very close race yet between a lot of these teams to claim those last couple spots for the major.
Yes, let's just clarify a couple points right off the bat. Right now, Mirage, Soniqs, TSM, Parabellum, all off the field. None of them are capable of qualifying for the Charlotte Major. Their fates were all mathematically sealed yesterday, so if you're fans of any of them, including TSM fans, I'm sorry, they will not be attending the next major. However, every other team is still in the running from DarkZero all the way up to Astralis. The possibility does exist for some teams to qualify for the major today. In fact, I guarantee, even if somehow it doesn't happen, we will see at minimum one of these two teams at the top, Astralis or OXG, is going to qualify for the major today. It just matters based on score and overall results. And then we'll probably end up seeing the rest of them happen like over the course of Playday 9. And then that big running right now, can XSET and SSG hold on to these top 4 spots, or are Beastcoast and DarkZero somehow going to surpass them over the next 2 Playdays?
Now, correct me if I'm wrong too, but there is an outside possibility that we do have all 4 teams locked in for the major today.
Yeah.
It's not likely, but it's possible.
It is there. So the way this works is Astralis and OXG need a regulation victory today. They need all 3 points, which means that puts them around like the 20-point threshold, which is not the minimum threshold that teams usually need in a 10-team format to qualify. The minimum threshold has been anywhere from about 12 to 14, which isn't a guarantee every time because this race has been incredibly tight. But Astralis and OXG qualify if they get a regulation victory. They don't have to worry about results from anybody else. XSET, even if they were to get 3 points in their game against Astralis today, which is kind of a tall task if they were able to do so.
That would be difficult.
If they did, then they're 99.9% qualified. They just need someone else, aka DarkZero or Beastcoast, to then lose to make sure that they can't get pushed out of that spot anymore. SSG are also in a very similar boat, but even if they were to get 3 points today, they can't get themselves in like without additional help from, again, DarkZero and Beastcoast losing. So we could see all 4, Astralis, OXG, XSET, SSG, perhaps in that order, if all of them were to get the maximum amount of points that they could today, and there's a little bit of help from the teams in 5th and 6th dropping the ball.
All right, well, let's look at today's schedule so we can kind of talk about the matchups a bit and see how likely that may be, right? We're going to start things off with DarkZero versus Oxygen. This could be a competitive one. I think a lot of people expecting Oxygen to take it, but DarkZero certainly has the ability, I feel, to do that. I think one of the big ones, too, is Soniqs maybe has the power to play spoiler for Spacestation stage here, too.
I think the Soniqs, we saw sparks of life. We've seen that over the past 2 weeks against the Spacestation team that they have played over and over again, and they know very well. So if somehow Spacestation were to lose to the Soniqs today, obviously unlikely given recent results, it does mean Spacestation have to wait another day and hope that DZ or Beastcoast lose their games. The whole idea for the teams that are within that race from 3rd to 6th place is everyone else needs to lose and you need to win in order to give yourself the best chance. The Soniqs would totally do that. If somehow DZ were to get multiple points over OXG, that doesn't even confirm OXG is like out of the running or anything, but it does mean DarkZero have a better shot. OXG themselves could still be concerned. So the first 2 games, watch out for. See if Beastcoast can farm 3 points off Mirage. Parabellum, TSM, unfortunately, doesn't matter for all that much because both teams are already knocked out. And then main event, Astralis XSET. I've been looking forward to this one all stage.
It's going to be good. I'm really hyped about the first and the last matches today. Like I said, I've been enjoying watching Soniqs kind of start to come up a little bit more lately, but it really is the first and the last ones today. So it's going to be fun. And that leads us to kind of a little bit of what we were talking about before, right? Where it's the possibilities of teams going through. And even if things are all decided today, even if that does happen, there still is a matter of SI points, right? Which we give out to teams that are anywhere from 1 to 8, right? It's only the bottom 2 teams that don't get it. So even if you're eliminated from the major, you still do have something to play for in a lot of cases.
Yeah, we can bring up a recent example. We can talk about the way that Rogue played at the very end of last year. They weren't able to go to the 6th Invitational. They couldn't go to the major in Mexico, but they did manage to qualify for the Sweden major. And they were only capable of squeaking into the 6th Invitational because they made the semifinals of the major in Sweden and had additional points already stored up from placements throughout the rest of the year in spite of not going to any other events. So for some teams like
Specifically
Beastcoast,
these
SSG.
two teams, I think.
Specifically
Yeah.
TSM and Soniqs right now, there still is a chance that you can make the Invitational, but you have to like get really deep in the next like couple of tournaments, or at the very like minimum qualify for both of them for the majors in both August and November. So no one else can get knocked out today, but for DarkZero and Beastcoast, the pressure is now on you. Let's just say you don't get any points today. If you lose 0-3, like if OXG slaps DarkZero 7-5, DZ get no points, that means they get 0 points on the week. It makes it so much more difficult for them to not only get 3 points heading into their last game next week, but your fate's not in your hands at that point. You want to rely on your own performance to get you there, and not whether someone ends up losing it or knocks themselves out of contention. And the same does go for Beastcoast right now. If they were to get 0 points on the day, which I don't think is going to happen because they play Mirage, they would be in a very similar position.
I'm just shocked by these standings. Like, still looking at this is a little bit surreal when you see, TSM and Soniqs all the way at the bottom. You see teams like XSET, obviously different roster, but still, after what happened at the end of the last year, seeing that organization, seeing that logo up that high in the standings is kind of wild. And Astralis as well. I mean, it's cool to see them come up, and I think this is just kind of the beginning of what's going to be a pretty earth-shaking NAL as far as what teams are going to be watching by the end of the year.
100%. And the best part about it is everyone who is finding early success right now can keep on doing it probably for the rest of this stage, but then we're going to get more competition. Hopefully we'll see Soniqs and TSM like kind of rise from the ashes, so to speak, in stage 2.
True enough. Well, guess what?
What?
We've got some tweets to look at. That's right. We were talking about it yesterday. It's time to check out some of what you have sent our way as far as your opinions, your memes, your memes as they were.
Please be sure to tweet at the two of us so we can just throw tweets right at the very top. Just
we can boost it a little bit.
We can chuck it in a Discord channel and hope production sees it and likes it. That's what we can do.
I can't guarantee anything, but let's look at this one here. There you go. Watched Batman yesterday. VOD reviewing the movie to beat Astralis. Oh, that's a good idea. But the thing is like Batman won, right? So
Batman did win. So I think if anything, XSET understands they're trying to take. What villain do you think suffices for XSET? Who are they emulating in this?
I mean, they aren't exactly throwing any like clever riddles at their opponents or anything.
No. I wouldn't mind seeing Bodega in a Penguin cosplay. I think that'd be entertaining. But
I was thinking Two-Face maybe a little bit because they had that really rough week 1, and then week 2 they came back like a totally different person.
I'd be cool with that.
Yeah, that works. What's an obscure Batman villain?
I'm not really a comics nerd. I wish I had a good answer for that.
Me neither.
Killer Croc.
Is that a Batman villain?
That's what I remember.
I don't think so.
I remember old Lego sets would have Batman against Killer Croc.
I don't know. Let's move on.
Oh, for the love of God!
The main character fate must succeed, George.
Who made this meme?
He is the main character.
Bart.
I mean,
did you make this meme?
We're all the main characters in our own parts, aren't we?
No, I don't like this. No, Bart, can we just move to the next tweet? I can't believe you actually made this meme.
All right, sure. Well, let's move on. Why not? Okay, well, thanks, Vertical. Yep, I mean, that's true. He's got the entire Oxygen team in his backpack, and I believe they would all fit in there, too.
I mean,
really.
Fox isn't the biggest guy in the world, but Laxing's super buff, so I don't know if he'd be able to fit in
If you folded everybody up.
Probably,
like really like yoga pretzel style, maybe that would work.
Or just went full Tarantino on everybody and just sliced them all up.
Oh my gosh, you took it to a really dark place.
I'm a film nerd, bro. I got to make a Tarantino reference in here somewhere.
Yikes. All right.
Not saying that this is going to happen every time. Vertical may stop being the hard carry for OXG, but still, we'll see.
It's good he can do it when he needs to, right?
Yeah.
Old friends reunited. Aw.
Yeah, I think this is a reference back to Sweater and Bolo and guys like Yaga and Hyper, I'm pretty sure, used to play on a team called Hat back in like the old T3 days before most of them were actually eligible to play back in Tier 2 competition because the minimum threshold for that was 18. Guys like Sweater played in Challenger League, guys like Hyper also qualified. Bolo was just a straight call-up when he turned 18 right into the big leagues. So whenever you see some of these guys who have been playing or who have played in the trenches of Tier 3 for a very long time, it's cool to come together and be like, hey, we both made it.
True, it's a good feeling. You know what else feels good? Moving on to the next tweet. Let's go ahead and do that. We got another one. Fresh orchard apples.
Wait a second. Images that proceed unfortunate. Oh, no.
Never surrender.
This
Apples.
is the I know I remember this one. This is the one where Benji was trying to literally just this 1v1 scenario. We thought Mirage potentially had a comeback, and then he's got the nade prep. You know what happens at the end of this one.
I remember now. Yeah, it did not end well. Yeah.
Thanks R6 events. Keep making these. I miss this account.
It was a good one. All right, moving on to the next tweet. Jesus to TSM. We win 7-2. Puts us at 13 points. Job's not done. We got a long way to go. Mirage tomorrow. Terrible.
I see it.
Sweater.
I see it.
Hey, I think Canadians still got it. Come on.
I mean, yeah, it's more that Drip and Sweater have actually been doing good to a point where they're now above DarkZero on those standings.
That is true. You can't argue with
all
that.
All that Twitter beef and what they talked about, and Yardy throwing a barb and Troy saying stuff on podcast. It's not going to matter if BC actually somehow qualify or just at least place over DZ this stage.
The graphic designer in me is bothered a little bit that Canadian's neck covers over the S slightly there. I mean, come on.
Something got cropped out a bit.
Just hit E. Bring out the eraser tool. Just kind of, fix it a little bit. You can do better than that.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm a little bit disappointed with that. Let's move on. Let's move on. All right.
Newers, you're not a fraud. Newers, it's
just a bad day.
This happens occasionally. Yes, 2 games back to back where you were like 0-6 at a minimum doesn't look that great, but your team still had a good last couple games overall. That's still 5 points in 2 games where you didn't have impact early on. So Newers, I mean, other than thinking you're a fraud, you're not. It's just it's rookie hazing. This is your first stage. You'll get over it. It's no problem.
That's right. All right, let's move on. Do we have any more? I haven't been keeping track. Have you?
I've not been counting, no.
Oh my gosh. Look at that. Fox Day dancing.
Majin, that's a good one. I want him to dance more. I feel like that makes for one of the best GIFs or one of the most used GIFs on R6 Twitter I've seen of Foxy doing the dance.
That is a good one. I feel like we could Photoshop that into some Zoolander stuff,
Dude, we totally could.
Does anyone remember that movie anymore? It's a great movie.
I do. It depends on whether you're focusing on the first or the second one.
I haven't even seen the second one. I'm not going to do that. Nope. Nope. I refuse to watch it. Let's move on. I'll watch that GIF all day, though. Let's move on. Oh, okay. Here we go. I love this account, by the way, because for someone whose numbers impaired like me, seeing a graph like this helps bring everything into crystal clear perspective.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. So. Yeah. Sparbun has obviously been doing a whole bunch of good work behind the scenes. So if we've shown their work from before, I don't know if we have yet, but it's nice that you get to see the full picture of how everyone can do today in a much more friendly format than just talking about it. So
it helps.
Obviously, Auction and Astralis just need that one regulation win, and if you look at the blue border around any of these, it means that there still is the potential for someone to also qualify or get knocked out in some cases, but it's based upon other results and not just what happens based on the number of points they get in their matchup. So that's what the blue border refers to.
Yep, that is right. Well, there you have it. There's our tweets, some information, some entertainment, some joy, some laughter, some tears, some uncomfortable feelings, but we got through it together. And thanks to you, the fans at home, we have a lot of fun stuff to look at. So again, don't forget to tweet at us and send us a lot more of stuff because it's fun. We enjoy it.
Please do.
Hashtag R6NAL. Send us a lot more stuff. Don't go anywhere. We are going to get the day started in just a moment. When we come back, it is going to be DarkZero taking on Oxygen. It is going to be a great way to start the day. So don't miss it. We'll be back on R6NAL right after this.
Another one up. An easy closeout for Astralis. Flawless. Round 4 goes their way.
DarkZero in full control. Grabs one hell, but Foxy so good. Foxy absolutely popping off right now.
This team is sitting pretty right now.
Great teamwork. Soniqs take the lead again. A big victory for the Spacestation.
XSET.
They play it out perfectly.
And the challenge now, quite simply, is just survive. Congratulations to TSM.
This is the NAL.
And welcome back, everybody, to Rainbow Six North American League. Doey here along with Jacob. And guess what? We've got a special guest on the desk here. We're going to see a couple people pop up, I think, from time to time.
You're not Canadian.
We got Stokes here.
What the heck?
He's not Canadian. Are you not Canadian? You're not Canadian,
I'm
right?
not Canadian.
Oh, okay.
Not
There you
even.
go.
I mean, I'm like the Canada of the States. I'm from Iowa. It's close enough.
This is analyst Stokes. It's a different kind of Stokes than the regular caster Stokes. It's kind of like it's like the same Pokemon, but you're like a shiny version or something.
That's a good way to look at it. I was thinking it was gonna go, more, like a common rarity, not go up in that ladder. So, but if that's the way you see it, though, I mean, I'm happy to be here.
This is what EV could evolve into if you just walked into the forest.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Like I'm one of the worst EV evolutions.
When he's not on broadcast, all he does is say Stokes all the time. It's like, that's how he communicates with everyone. It's true. Well, we're glad to have you here. It's going to be a great day. Let's take a look at the standings here because we've got a lot to talk about, right? Because it's going to be interesting. We've got the potential for all 4 teams to be locked in today. It's possible as we look at the stage schedule overall. We've seen a lot of these done so far. In fact, we've seen all of these on the screen done so far. But looking back on this, what's been kind of the biggest surprise for you, Stokes?
I think the biggest surprise for a lot of people has got to be the new teams that we found this stage, whether it be Astralis, XSET, or Beastcoast. I think any of those names are interchangeable at this point for just how exciting they've made the NAL this stage. We've had a lot of people that have had a lot of tenure with North America, and we haven't got to see too much action from these squads. And the fact that we were finally at this point where the talent has came long enough or far enough in Siege for North America that we have this, it's amazing. I've enjoyed every single week that I've been here.
It's exciting.
To an extent, it also feels as though the guys who are new blood are the ones who are coming in with a different squad composition, different head coach, different player of some kind. The best part about it is for them, this is the best opportunity that they've ever had to win something because we have some heavy hitters that are now out of the equation. But this is kind of the time where if you're going to do anything, do it now while they're not, like, they don't have the possibility to win anything major. Get this placement, get it in, but then use it and build upon it and don't think that this is the only time you'll be able to do it. Like, that XSET squad might be the only time we ever see them in a top 3 position if TSM and Soniqs come back roaring.
I mean, look at XSET's matches today and next week, right? Their last 2 matches are Astralis and Oxygen. It doesn't really get much tougher than that in the NAL right now, but I'm really looking forward to those too because I feel like XSET is at the point where they've been looking better every single time we've seen them. They could actually take them on.
They haven't lost a single game since Spirits took control of the IGL position for that squad.
True.
They've looked so good this entire stage. And the fact that all it took was a simple role swap and now they're looking as good as they are. I mean, if I'm anybody else in North America, I'm terrified for the future.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Yep. We're talking about NAL, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, for them. Yeah, played up against them. Sorry.
All right.
Yeah, again, Analyst Stokes, guys. Analyst Stokes.
All right, exactly. Analyst Stokes gets dark sometimes. Very grim. Let's look at the standings here. Talking about XSET, they are in that 3rd place position right now. Again, 2 tough matches ahead, but still a good chance to go through to the major. But it really is open. Anyone above Parabellum has a chance to go through.
Yep, and still, all 4 teams could get locked in today if we see a couple of things. If Oxygen were to win, kind of regardless of where it happens, if Spacestation win and get all 3 points today, if Mirage were to get a regulation victory over Beastcoast, which again, I don't really think anyone expects to happen, and XSET win their game over Astralis, whether in overtime or not, then we will have all 4 teams locked in that order. Astralis, Oxygen, XSET, SSG would all be going to Charlotte.
Exactly. If you had to pick what teams are not going to make it, Stokes, Are you brave enough to make that call?
I knew you were going to ask that. As soon as that started getting loaded up, guys, I was like, Doe's going to ask me this question. You know,
the best part about being on the desk is you can be opinionated if you want. So if you
That's
wanted to
true.
say who you don't want to go, that's way easier to say.
I thought that's what the bird
and
app
Analyst
was for.
Stokes are different people.
Oh, hey, that's fair. That's fair. I can yell at myself later. You're right. Indeed.
Idiot.
Indeed. What did that guy say over there in the desk? What a moron. Anyways, to answer your question, Doa, I think if anybody is currently under threat from anyone else currently in the top 4, I'd have to say it's Spacestation Gaming. I think XSET looks really, really solid right now. I don't think Astralis and Oxygen are going to be feeling under the weather anytime soon. So for me, I think SSG definitely has a target on their back going into these last couple of days.
Fair enough. All right. Well, let's look at today's schedule. We checked it on the pre-show. Let's check it out again right now. Bangers for our first and our 5th matches today for sure. DarkZero versus Oxygen, and then match 5, Astralis versus XSET. So, excuse me, some ones in the middle that have some implications. Of course, SI points, Soniqs could play spoiler against Spacestation, but good set of things to look forward to today either way.
Yeah, there are some foregone conclusions in the midst of this. Obviously, TSM Parabellum isn't a game that's going to matter for anything aside from overall standings, and like more of those points, like we mentioned in that Rogue scenario from the pre-show, it does still matter if they're able to get something, but that Mirage Beastcoast game, because Razor's no longer on that squad, does very much seem as though Beastcoast are just going to get like another couple points and really catapult themselves up the leaderboards if they want to still qualify for Charlotte. But Soniqs Space Station right there, match number 2. Somehow there is still the possibility that SSG might not be able to knock Soniqs off because they're kind of coming back in a way.
They are a little bit. Soniqs do seem like a little bit more of a threat. I'm curious about that from the perspective of the casting side of things. I know you're Analyst Stokes, but you know Caster Stokes pretty well. So what's your opinion on Soniqs and the status of their? I thought they looked pretty good yesterday, actually.
Yeah, I would definitely have to agree with you. I think that for the Soniqs' sake, they've came a long way from where they started with the initial part of the stage because it looked very bleak. It looked like Super did not deserve to be IGL of the team. Nothing was working out. Any play that they went for, it just simply couldn't do anything up against the opposition. But they've finally gotten back to this point where they're playing better and they're meshing well again. And that's what we saw last year with them when E United came over to the Soniqs. And they had that whole, get together with, Super taking everybody away from the org and everything like that. But I mean, once again, there's always that potential. They can always get back to that point. For a lot of you guys at home, you probably don't think about this that often, but this is a 24/7 job. And when you go off to a huge major like Worlds or the Six Invitational and stuff like that, you're there for so very long, and every day from the time that you wake up to the time that you go to bed, you are working, you are playing, you are scrimming, you are going over VOD. It's so much. So when a big event like that happens, that time period after, a lot of people take that time to decompress, and sometimes it just catches you wrong, and that's exactly what happened with the Soniqs.
Well, we'll see if they can bounce back for stage 2. For now, though, we'll move on to our first matchup of the day. It's going to be DarkZero taking on Oxygen. Let's dive into DarkZero a little bit. This is a team that is, again, we like to say methodical to a fault sometimes. And it's a team that's certainly got a chance to go through for the major, but they need a little something extra, I feel like, to get them over the line. Jacob, what do you think that is?
I mean, their game against XSET on Clubhouse yesterday kind of felt like it was standard fare for Club in a lot of factors because that map has been twisted and turned into something completely different from what we expected because of attacker repick, something that XSET have been using essentially perfectly because of the way they've played so far. Their attacks have been near flawless over the past couple of games. They still haven't lost more than 2 attacks over the course of 1 game in the 5-game win streak that they've been on. So for DarkZero, the counter for that was to try to get, I use the word swifty, but whether it was roaming or it was run out, they wanted to find something to disrupt those attacks, and they had the right idea when Pambazoo especially had, like the couple of plays we highlighted from yesterday where he had those run outs, there was some of that early aggression. Clubhouse isn't necessarily a very roam-favored map in a lot of circumstances. However, they tried it, but the mid-game still wasn't something that they could capitalize on. If Pambazoo was opening something up, they weren't able to follow through all the way to the very end.
So I think something to highlight with that, though, is that for DarkZero, Pambazoo was the only one that was making active plays. Tell me another player from yesterday that was doing anything like what Pambazoo was doing.
Nobody else
or backing
was
him
with
up.
Wasn't
exactly.
much, was there?
He's off on his own island doing these things, and that's so exploitative for XSET because, well, they play extremely well as a team. I mean, even if we look through some of these clips, you can see Spirits holding down Lounge and setting up cuts to make things very difficult on Pambazoo and the rest of DarkZero, and they weren't ready for it. They got taken down in a very decisive manner. It was not very well done from DarkZero in a lot of different senses yesterday because they knew what XSET was more than likely game planning for going into that matchup, and they just didn't adhere to the call. That's the biggest thing. And now going into today, that's going to be the problem with Oxygen.
Well, the thing is, too, is DarkZero finds themselves in a position where if they lose today, that's it. They cannot make the major if they lose today to Oxygen. And in that win or don't go on situation, you probably don't want to be facing Oxygen as your opponent. But that is what it is. At least they've got the veteran in Canadian to try to kind of continue to lead things. Obviously, great IGL, but is it going to be enough to get them through today? I feel like a lot of people would bet on Oxygen. We'll see what the coin says later, of course.
Yeah. That's the real person to ask in the room.
Yeah, I think it would be. Would you call it an upset if DarkZero wins?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Oxygen has been playing incredible this entire stage, and I think they've shown quite a few people that, if you're on the same page as the team, you can really achieve whatever you want to. Very early in the stage, we saw them use Newers very aggressively, and then yesterday, Newers is completely shut down to the point where he's 0-10, but Dream and Vertical are still able to pull a rabbit out of a hat. You don't get that X factor with many teams, and Oxygen have that right now. And I mean, Analyst Stokes here, I don't know how you stop that. I really don't. So, I think it's going to take a Herculean effort from DarkZero to win this.
Seems that way. Well, let's talk about Oxygen a little bit. Yesterday, again, the big story with that team as we finished watching DarkZero here getting ready. But Oxygen, this squad yesterday, they got the win. But again, Newers had a pretty rough day. I believe he ended up 3-11 at the end of the day as far as kills to deaths. Not a position we're used to seeing Newers in based on his results this stage. Again, Oxygen has enough great players on an individual level to make up for that.
Right.
And that might get you through to the major in NAL. But once you get to that major, I think everybody's going to kind of need to be firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, the fact that they still walked away with 2 wins and 5 points in games where Newers was at the very least like 0-6, like for an entire half, he wasn't able to find any kills. That happened in the Parabellum game on Cafe and in the border game against the Soniqs. Now, granted, trying to play defense on border, if you allow the attackers to get into the building, is a completely different beast to deal with. It took OXG a considerable amount of time to knock Soniqs off that pedestal. When they finally did, that was because of Vertical's efforts and because Newers finally woke up at the very back end. It's only a little concerning in Newers' case, Fox. You good, bro? Are you crying or are you vibing? I can't tell what you're doing.
He's getting himself psyched up,
I mean, he should be, because the way that this team has been playing is awesome, but Newers finally having that resurgence at the very, very end of the day is great, but that performance needs to be more consistent. There needs to be something like harkening back to the way that he used to play in the previous couple of games in order for this team to really keep on having the same kind of powerhouse mentality that they had from earlier.
Well, let's talk about the man on the screen right now. Vertical yesterday getting the MVP, putting on an amazing performance as well. And this is going to be another day where, I feel like you're going to need him to perform. But at least he's got the ability.
Yeah, and boy, does he have the ability, Noah. Let's talk about that for a second. If I was to tell you that the difference between the first player and second player in the league is almost 0.2 in rating, what would you think about that? That's pretty crazy, huh?
Right? I mean, isn't he something like 20-plus kills ahead of the second-place person?
He is currently plus 42, and Yaga, who's currently the second best in the league right now, is at plus 24. So
yeah, I was going to say, yeah.
It's absolutely insane. And speaking of his stats, we got him up for you guys on the screen now. This is from his matchup yesterday, and it actually was an incredible game, as you can see. 18 kills, 8 deaths, a cost of 83%, and no opening deaths, only opening kills. That's what you want to see from Vertical. All of this is built up to the point where he's been able to keep this so consistent throughout the entire stage that he's at a rating of a 1.51 for the entirety of the stage. I have never seen anybody have that high of a rating in the entirety that I have consumed Rainbow Six content.
It could be a record-setting stage for Vertical, couldn't it?
Yes.
Very well could be. Right now, if we take a look at individually, he has the single highest NAL rating that we would have seen for any split if the season were to end right now at that 1.51. Like you mentioned, 0.19 over any other competition in the field. That's like Kino, Yaga, Iconic, any of those guys currently in the overall leaderboard, and still the best attacking and defensive player overall if we were to just separate those rounds into what he's doing on both sides of the ball. Actually, believe it or not, he's in contention with Shuttle for the best attacking player currently, just from a ratings perspective. He's right there in the midst of it. He's trying to get that MVP award that he didn't get back in Stage 3 of last year when he was in contention for Hot and Cold. He's trying to put this entire league on his back, and he's doing a pretty good job.
Certainly is. Well, I think it's going to be time soon to check out the map bans. We're not quite there yet, but we'll be able to see where they're going to end up playing. But this, I feel like today the theme is get Newers more involved. find a way to make Newers excel again, right? I mean, he's had a couple rough games. Time to get back on track if you really want to look strong going to the major, you know?
Absolutely, and I'm happy that you brought that up as well because his last 2 weeks haven't been the brightest. I mean, Newers is still an incredible player. Every time that we see him play, even if he doesn't get a kill, the mechanics still look crispy. Let's be honest, right? It's a fun watch, but we'd much rather.
Is good, but.
Exactly. But we'd much rather see him being active, getting kills, being a part of the team instead of having a 6-6 scoreline or something like that. We want to see him, punch with the best like he was initially. But the big thing is that they're still winning games, and that's what matters at the end of the day. The stats, we can talk about those all we want to, but if whatever he is doing is helping them be successful, just keep on keeping on.
Yep, that's right. Well, the maps are ready, so let's find out where we're going to go. As we get started here, any predictions you want to make, Jacob? Any assumptions you want to throw out there? Obviously not bank, but what do you think?
Nothing necessarily comes to mind. I feel like both teams have faced each other often enough that they could take each other to a myriad of maps and it probably would still meet with the same result. I don't think we're going to see a new map in this contest given how both teams have. It's not that Auction have necessarily avoided it, but they've not tried Border, they've not tried Skyscraper. I'm pretty sure we'll stick to something that both teams at this point already know and love. So no bank, obviously, no Sky. We'll see how this keeps on progressing. No more Villa. DarkZero have already decided because of their recent results, they're 1-1 on that bad boy. They'd rather not try it again against the Titans that are OXG at the minute. So in OXG's case, it probably would have been a half decent one because it's not one that they've played thus far, but they do have a 100% ban rate on it. So it now means that OXG can figure out other things in the pool that they'd like to try as well. Chalet out of the mix is something that, I mean, for OXG, I genuinely think that they're probably one of the best Chalet teams that we've got in the NAL at the minute, but they're going to save that one for a rainy day. They don't want to take it out against DarkZero, especially if OXG is touted to go to the major. They'd rather save that for better competition. No Cafe in the mix. That's a map OXG have played so far twice. They beat Parabellum on it in overtime and just barely lost it to SSG to Pocket Strats last week, so probably not something that they're pretty relieved to no longer have that one in the pool. No Club, which also now looks towards only 2 maps remaining. We're looking at Oregon, and we are still looking at, which one do we still have left? Theme Park. So we're either going new map or we're going ones that we've seen these 2 teams play on in the past. In fact, both teams would have played Oregon previously, and Theme Park is genuinely an unknown because neither DarkZero nor Auction so far have played it in this stage. It's been like the most played map this stage from the entirety of the league, but we've not seen
mostly
either
TSM
of these
though.
ones. I mean, it still is, but every other team that they faced was able to get some chops on it. But OXG don't like it. They'd rather take Oregon. So here's a bit of the stake for it then. OXG won 5-1 on their defensive half last time they played Oregon, which was in this stage, which is fantastic for Oregon because sometimes that does actually have a bit of an attacker split because of attacker repick. And in DarkZero's case, they're not quite so lucky. They played it one time and they lost it one time. So just from a map point of view, OXG already have a bit of an advantage here.
All right, Stokes, what's your opinion on the map?
I think it could really go either way just because of how Oregon plays. It's a very, very weird one, but I mean, when it comes down to it, I think that DarkZero is going to have a pretty good shot at this, but I still got to give it to Oxygen. They've just
wait a second. We're not to predictions quite yet.
I know
dare
you,
Analyst Stokes wants to get out ahead of it.
Sorry, I got sidetracked. Look at my stats. I don't know if you guys know this. This job is kind of hard. It's a little difficult.
Casting's pretty tough too.
It can be, but you just kind of talk about stuff.
Yeah.
Well, a multi-talented person, or 2 different people. I've never seen Caster Stokes and Analyst Stokes in the same place.
That is true.
Yeah.
In fact, if we were to cut over to the desk right now, we would in fact see Caster Stokes sitting right next to Blue. But
I believe so. Yeah. Let's go over to our casters and see what they've got. I believe it's Blue and Stokes over there, just getting ready. Wait a second.
Stokes
Blue. Where's Stokes?
John, are you solo casting today?
Caster Stokes is invisible today. He'll be joining us via audio feed only. So
wait, you don't think?
Okay, got it.
You don't think this guy's the same?
No, absolutely not. Completely different person.
All right.
I've never met that man in my life.
They have different tattoos.
I thought so.
It's true. And first things first, I'm from Nebraska, so I can't possibly be the same person.
Yeah,
what's it like out there?
Caster Stokes is from Ohio, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's like the same thing as Iowa, I guess. But I wouldn't know about that guy anyway, so.
All right, well, there you have it. Making people in the Midwest mad by saying their states are the same. It's always something that you have to watch out for. Trust me, I'm from Wisconsin. Blue, who's going to win this match?
For me, it's going to be leaning towards Oxygen. Actually, I think this match is fairly similar to the game that DarkZero played versus XSET yesterday, and that XSET is playing a very similar style to Oxygen right now. I think Oxygen is a little bit more put together in their capability to use that strategy, though, and since the map is going to be fairly similar, I think it's going to be very close. I think DarkZero has a very good chance of taking it, but in my personal opinion, I think Oxygen is just barely going to be able to squeak this one out in their own favor.
All right, so 1 for Oxygen. I think that's the way a lot of us are going to go. I'll go ahead and go to you first because you have trouble waiting for this kind of thing apparently. So who do you think is going to win?
It's the anticipation, the excitement, you know. It's got to be Oxygen Doa. Same reasoning. I think that they play a very similar style to XSET, and it's something that DarkZero have always struggled to wrap their head around. Sure. And I think it's once again going to be their fault today.
All right, another one for Oxygen. Jacob, you gonna rock the boat? Or you
No. I'll keep the boat afloat. We'll have the same one going over and over again. And my main reason is just looking at attack versus defensive stats. Oxygen are still one of the best attacking teams in the league right now. Sure. We saw what XSET have been able to do. Obviously, like their win rate is phenomenal. But OXG have kind of written the book. I feel like XSET are kind of utilizing the things that OXG have done historically in the past, and I think that's going to carry them to a win today. OXG on a map like this, in spite of DarkZero starting on the attacking side, still even once we make that shift, I still think DZ's attacks overall look slow to a point. I don't know if OXG are going to have a counter for it, though.
All right, well, I just received word from somewhere out there in the universe. Jesse has contacted me, and he says he also picks Oxygen.
Shocker.
That's right.
He's alive?
Yep. He is. He's out there somewhere. Yeah.
I should have done a better job.
There you go. I don't know. He's with us right now in spirit. But he spoke to me. Jesse speaks to, I'm not going crazy. Jesse spoke to me, and he said that he picked Oxygen. There you go. So that's his prediction.
He has to find a way to dig that 50% prediction rate out of the gutter somehow. So
it's true, and we still have the coin. We still have the coin here. Heads will be DarkZero. Of course, they are on the left side of the graphic, and tails is going to be Oxygen. So let's go ahead and flip it. Oh, that was a high one.
Heads.
It is tails.
No, tails never fails.
Says Oxygen. All right, the coin had a couple wrong ones last
the coin
day.
was grouchy
yesterday is what they call it as well. And it got a couple wrong. So I think the coin's coming back today. Again, I'm only the vessel. So, we'll see what happens. But let's check out our community poll, see what you have to mull over as we get ready for our first map of the day. Will Vertical get his 100th kill today? Yes or no? He would need a lot of kills to get to 100 today.
He actually wouldn't need that many.
I don't think so. He's at 87 right now. So he needs 13.
It's actually really possible.
So it'd just be a casual 13 bomb from Vertical. That would never happen. Oh no.
Oh yeah, easy.
Usually, I would hate every second of that person.
Usually, if we have some player get to 100 kills, it happens on the very last day because you have to split. If we only have 9 games played, it means that you have to have essentially dropped the equivalent of like 12 to 13 kills or more per game to cross that 100 kill threshold. But Vertical again had 18 yesterday, so maybe he could do it.
It's pretty incredible stuff. So we'll watch Vertical. We'll see if he can get it done. In the meantime, go ahead and let us know. Vote in the community poll. R6 Esports NA is Twitter and Instagram, so you can engage with us on those platforms. That sounded very corporate what I just said. You can engage with us on those platforms. I just tweeted it.
Are you in a boardroom right now?
I don't know. I sure look like it.
You have a PowerPoint behind you and everything?
It's Stokes' blazer. It's just making me feel so formal right now. Look at that. The shorts as well he's got going on, like very formal.
You didn't have
to even know.
You just exposed
guys,
bro.
Look at, wow. I have legs. It's crazy. This
stream is now rated R.
It's getting hot in here, so we better send it to a break. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be DarkZero versus Oxygen when we come back here at R6 NAL.
Be nothing. Maybe I should take that advice, go get a life, or maybe get a job or something. Pack it up and head back home, tell everybody I was bluffing. Or maybe I'll just get out my head and focus on what I know's coming. Yeah. Cause I can't fall asleep at night without seeing my dreams. Delusion and reality, I'm somewhere in between. These voices in my head get loud and they keep telling me that I'm a fool for trusting in these wings. But maybe, baby, this what flying feels like. making themselves crazy tonight. Maybe I should call and say, told you I'd be right. Wondering how long it was before you realized the biggest mistake of your life, and now you're paying the price. Oh, is it confidence or confusion? Either way, I feel like I ain't never losing. Your opinion of mine.
And welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the North American League. Getting ready to jump into our first matchup of the day. I've got Caster Stokes back with me now. He's made his long journey from the phone call he was on earlier, and now he's arrived. How are you feeling? And first of all, how's it meeting your twin?
Well, first things first, it was fantastic. Yeah, I've never met him before. He's kind of a weird guy. I think it's because he's mostly from Nebraska, but like, at the end of the day, he's a pretty genuine dude.
Yeah.
I think he said some stuff, some smart stuff, some dumb stuff. It's to be expected, right? First time.
All right, well, let's focus up now on this matchup here, as it's bound to be quite a good one if it's anything close to the caliber of the XSET game that DarkZero played yesterday. A lot of the stakes going to be fairly similar, in my opinion. The map style as well going to align quite well. We saw that game yesterday played on Clubhouse. This one is going to go to Oregon, and of course, we saw their opponent being XSET. Today, they're facing off against Oxygen, who plays that very similar style, but with some slight differences, more so in how it all comes together towards the end of the round. Expect a much more explosive ending to the attacks on Oxygen's side of things, and that could be a problem for DarkZero as they struggled to deal with that on quite a few rounds in yesterday's game.
Yeah, I don't know if Oxygen are going to give DarkZero as many windows of opportunity like we saw with XSET yesterday, because they struggled in quite a few different capacities. But for instance, Pambazoo still had a pretty strong game, able to catch XSET off guard time and time again. But the way that you're talking about, Oxygen, they build things up in a completely different way with their rounds. So there's a lot of ways that this could all go wrong for DarkZero. But the beauty of that is, John, the map is starting now. So we'll be finding things out quite soon here as DarkZero and Oxygen get into the lobby.
And despite the fact they ultimately lost yesterday's game, I don't think DarkZero brought a terrible performance to the table. I thought they played very well. It's just XSET was able to get away with quite a few rounds that they had no business doing so was able to ultimately win the victory out of that. We'll start with the bans. Not going to be too surprising considering that we are on Oregon. Ying is knocked out. She's oftentimes that go-to operator for basement attacks and occasionally a large window hop upstairs as well. Knock is an interesting one too, because we started to see her used more and more on maps like this one as well as Cafe to have that late insertion from the attacking side and potentially sneak in and catch one or two defenders there. So everything aligning pretty well as we continue on the defensive side with the first ban there being Cade.
It's a little awkward with the Kaid ban coming in, I'll be honest with you, mostly because we didn't have anything.
It doesn't match the attacker.
Yeah, we didn't have anything line up with the offense, but there's more than likely that, something that DarkZero is concerned about, and that's exactly why they've gotten rid of him. But past that, Mir will be removed on the defense. A big thing to talk past Nook, though, is got to be the Ying being removed. One of her best maps is indeed Oregon, and past that, she recently got a buff to where she has 4, yes indeed, 4 Candelas now. So she has so much utility in order to burn with, and she still has that secondary hard breach as well, so she can still get hatches.
I would argue the Cade ban is more to just simplify the hatch play mode than anything for DarkZero, considering they're starting on the attacking side as well, so they don't want to be forced into potentially playing Maverick and have to work around their hard breach plan, which seems to be relying pretty heavily on Hibana, at least off of this first pick. Keep in mind, of course, we do have a repick in play, so we could see that get changed up, but I believe it does align with their style.
That's great that you're saying that, because that's exactly what it is. That Kaid ban is just making it to where they're allowed to play the lineup that they've scrimped with and that they're comfortable with on this map. With Kaid in play, they would have to bring Thatcher, or Maverick, obviously, in order to get these hatches open. So now they're allowed to play more of a free-flowing offense. They can kind of move pieces around and hopefully find something that can deal some damage to Oxygen.
Another big focus here is going to be this player on your screen now, Newers, who unfortunately faltered a little bit yesterday after so many consistent play days starting off on this OXG roster. We're going to see if he's able to rebound himself today. The good news is things still ended up quite well for the OXG rosters. Other players were able to step up, most notably Vertical, who once again, just like Stage 3 at the end of last year, is playing lights out here inside of domestic play, absolutely thrashing through every single opponent he's gone up against for so far.
All Newers with an early engagement, showing face towards Showers hallway, but only be for the contact. No damage going either way. DarkZero sticking to their guns and strategy from what we've seen from the last handful of play days. Slow beginning, but still the clear coming through, especially for NJR on the top floor currently. DarkZero still doing their best to try and figure out where these extended players from Oxygen are. There is indeed a Prisma outside that is kind of a nuisance on the screen in the HUD for all of the offensive players, but they'll more than likely get rid of that momentarily.
Vertical continuing to wait for any potential opportunity to catch members of DZ clearing out from that hatch, but more than likely won't bear much fruit from that position here. Foxay as well trying to be a little cautious. He crosses back downstairs. Was the possibility he would have been sussed out there, but thankfully not going to be the case. DZ still a little bit too far behind to potentially catch him roaming in that part of the map here. Panda, however, will be working on opening things up a little bit further downstairs as he is going to throw a few of these Rotero drones down, looking to probably deal with what would have been any barbed wire, anything on that back staircase, but not a whole lot to be found. So we'll go hunting for an ADS or something near the pillar room, which there certainly should be one of those or a very similar piece of utility nearby. Aside from that, though, it's all slow here from DarkZero. Now that they've seen that the back stairs is clear, Canadian is going to move in and put this first shield down from the Osa, giving him an entry point, but at the same time, he's got to back immediately up due to the usage of the Toxic Babe from the defense.
This is a huge problem now for Oxygen. These positions in which the Osa shields can be laid down, there's no way that they can do anything up against it. No impacts have been brought, no explosives, except for the Nitro Cell on Laxane. So they'll at least be able to damage one position if it comes down to it. But with this last-minute building now, Oxygen are sticking to their guns. They've made it all back down into sight, and now they're trying to fight the access points. DarkZero have done a bang-up job, though, of gaining control. It looks to be a construction attack, especially with that Osa shield on Big Tower Stairs for the counter angle. Frag Grenade out for Pillar here, but only does a little bit of damage to Vertical as things start to pop off. Bambazoo will push in. Dream is completely stunned. He'll be taken down, but it's a trade easily for Vertical inside of Pillar.
Vert ready for that fight. Now it's Foxay's time to be tested here, and he'll drop the case as Hyper and Vert trade out more blows against each other here. Down to a 3v3 with neither team having a massive advantage inside of this particular engagement, but obviously DZ need to be the one to push this forward, and they're going to succeed, at least at the start of the new fight, with NJR claiming that first pickup for himself. What a find from Laxing, though, as he takes out not only one with the Nitro, but goes into the hallway and pumps out NJR also, leaving just Canadian alive in this 1v2. He's lost the plot. He's been spotted out by that camera. They'll know exactly where he is. What a shot regardless. On to Laxing to trade him out, but time's getting low. 8 seconds left. The pre-fire's there, and it sinks its shot as Newers shuts down the round for OXG.
Well, if there was a kill that Newers needed, it had to be the last one. It will be his first, but it's a round-deciding kill. And yeah, I mean, you know, you gotta hit it every once in a while. Just drop it to the floor.
I was just like, bro, it's a first round.
I mean, John, when the vibes are high, the vibes are high. Okay, like you can't get down on these guys. They're 6-1 in the NAL. They're number one in the whole league.
True.
And that's with Newers as well, not playing too hot over the last 4 play days. He's been playing pretty mid in comparison to what he did initially. So, but we talked about that at nauseum on the desk, and not only that, but initially when we got in here, Oxygen don't even need Newers to win games. In fact, really not at all. The team overall plays so well that anybody can step up to the plate. The one that we've seen the most this entire season, it's just been the biggest shining star of consistency in the entirety of the NAL, has to be Vertical. He has been so strong this entire stage, constantly making impactful frags for Oxygen. And the biggest thing is it always seems like he's alive. His KPR is insane at a 1.13. He's almost got a 2.0 KD just flat out. I mean, the guy is such an incredible player. Oxygen have a stellar team right now. Like, there's no way that you can possibly knock them at the current moment.
We'll have to see, of course, how things continue to go for this squad, as they'll almost certainly be heading to the major. In fact, I think that if I remember reading the statistics correctly this morning, I'm pretty sure they are fully locked in at this point. So going to be seeing them hopefully heading to the major relatively soon, where they'll get that first big test as a team against some of the other regions in terms of the skill that they have to offer, especially LATAM, who, as you guys who at home who follow International Siege will know, they've been kind of dominating the circuit for the past couple of months now, taking nearly every event in the 2021 season except for SI.
Well, I mean, Uno and EUL might have something to say about that soon. We'll see if Heroic pulls any rabbits out of some hats at the LAN. I'm excited to see them, man. Haven't got to see Uno play on LAN in so long. But back into the matchup now, ladies and gents, as it is Oregon, so these rounds tend to take a little while longer just to start ramping up. But still a lot of info bases to work through for DarkZero. It'll be a small tower take yet again here. They're more than likely aware that there will be an Oxygen member playing downstairs inside of the kitchen, trying to prevent any nade play or verticality that DarkZero could possibly muster, and then happens to be Vertical in this situation.
Yeah, they also saw, or rather heard him at the very beginning.
Well, they definitely know he's there now.
Phase. Yeah, well, they've seen him with a drone, but even at the start of this phase, they had drones sitting directly next to the drone hole inside a small tower, and they should have been able to hear him running past it. So they were very well aware of the fact that someone was upstairs, even from the very start of this phase, and you could see them proceeding justly, with DarkZero taking a very slow clear, focusing mainly on the big window play at this point. Obviously, they want to get access to that area at the bottom of White Stairs, where Vertical Vertical's currently holding, and Foxay as well at the bottom of Freezer stairs needs to be accounted for also. But with it just being Hyper, this could be a bit dodgy. Nade, I believe, thrown in by Hyper, but not to a lot of success here. Might have ended up going down towards Foxay instead if he's the primary target. And meanwhile, of course, thank you to our observer for pointing this out, we've got Canadian at least attempting to lurk up onto Foxay. Vertical, though, jumping down. He's going to get caught down by Canadian through the wall. Beautifully found. But was he expecting a second player? Yes, he is! And he shuts out Foxay as well. Great play from DarkZero. And they're ahead now with a minute to go.
This is what we've needed to see from DarkZero. This is the gameplay that you want. Make some plays. Make some things happen that the opposing team aren't exactly ready for. Huge kills coming out from DarkZero and Pambazoo. He's adding insult to injury. He'll get two. He's trying to hip fire the last guy. Laxing will finally take him down. But what's Laxing worth inside of a 1 versus 4? Eclipse, he's trying to put the case down, but it's quickly ended from DarkZero as Laxing tries to peek back out of the attic. He'll lose his life, and DarkZero will gain the round.
Beautiful play from DarkZero. Knew exactly what the setup was looking like from the very start of their action phase, and took quite a while to do it. That's kind of a DarkZero trademark, obviously, but had no problem executing upon it when they finally got to the positions they needed to follow through. Canadian, especially inside of the basement, they were coming out huge to deny both of the first floor roamers. And then aside from that, just a clean play into the site due to the fact that OXG no longer had the numbers to sustain out in the open.
Yeah, and right there, that is just a hallmark Canadian play overall for his shot call on that. Knowing very well how Oxygen are going to look at that site and try and play things out. He recognized so early on that they more than likely had somebody playing downstairs to try and support what was going on in kitchen for like a late flank or something like that. And also the fact that more than likely Vertical's escape hatch was security. It makes the most sense, and that's what a lot of teams do with that setup. So why wouldn't he be playing that? And well, he was right. Not only once, but twice. And past that, I mean, there's really not anything that Oxygen can do in that situation. Really, your only hope is that you shut down the entries that are going to be pushing your site pretty quickly, because there's that little grace period as well in between, right? Like, all that action happens downstairs, everybody's freaking out trying to get comms through, and then all of a sudden you're also getting hit right in the face on site. There's too many cooks in the kitchen at that point trying to get information across, and it just makes things really difficult. So very well done from DarkZero there to really stretch out Oxygen and force him into a bad situation.
Yeah, DZ, unfortunately, for Oxygen having full access to both the white stairs and big window entry points too, that gave them a very safe route to get into the site from the get-go of the round after they picked up those 2 kills. And then it was fairly easy to collapse at that point with the amount of control they had. Gonna need to go for an upstairs clear again here for DarkZero, but it's gonna be much earlier on in the round, as this time the upstairs play is the extended play for Oxygen, as we got Vertical and at least one other player trying to hold on to this position with quite a few reinforcements considered on this one as well. You can see at least that closet wall getting fully blasted, as well as the one leading towards attic, but the hold itself, of course, is going to be downstairs on the first floor. The members of Oxygen choosing not to replay the second floor site due to the one-sided nature of it and trying their tertiary site instead.
And DarkZero will be working the Thatcher in, so that kind of goes back to the question of what really happened with the Kaid ban, but I'm sure that's for another day. Drones now for DarkZero will be clearing out and meeting, or actually I believe downstairs. They could potentially run into Foxay, who's currently prone inside of, I believe, Freezer hallway, if I know my maps correctly from looking at the top floor. Frag grenades in for security. Dream's not going to take too much damage. Hyper is looking further past, though. He's looking for the upstairs play instead. That nade just locking down that door for the time being for him to make it across. EE1D out for Canadian. No movement from Oxygen, all except for the far player over near stage. Pambazoo might be going for the pinch soon here as the breaching charge comes out. Hyper has the angle and Vertical will walk right into it. Still have one more upstairs, but Newers will drop and cover his fall with some bullets. Shoot those off, make sure that nobody knows that he's made that adjustment, but they'll more than likely have dorms under their control very quickly.
Clips waiting for a top-down opportunity here, but not going to find anyone exposed from the Oxygen side of things. There's the other end of it right there from Nur's point of view. Once again, denying the drone intel as more of them flood in, but at the same time, he'll also be revealed. NJR will try to knock him out with a nade, and it'll land perfectly to destroy him in this round. That's the first kill, or second kill, excuse me, coming in with just under a minute to go. Foxay trying to resist some of this dissentment now as he throws an impact out and tries to get some damage going on to one of the DZ attackers, but fairly minimal impact being found from that. The plant now going down for Eclipse. There was a Toxic Babe thrown in, but no more are going to bleed out as now Canadian has isolated out Dream and taken him down. Plant confirmed by Eclipse. The Toxic Babe stems nothing back, and it's only Laxing and Foxay left alive here with really no positioning to play this retake for, let alone stop the strength of the post-plant positions that DarkZero have upstairs.
This has been so well done from DarkZero. Almost an impossible 2v5 situation. Make it a 2v1. Make it a, well, there you go. It's going to end as DarkZero quickly grasp the flawless round past the plant, and very well done round from them overall. Quickly into taking top control. That's what I like about that. They recognized that there was more than likely only going to be, you know, that defensive standpoint upstairs around the dorms area, and as quickly as they were able to get their players into attic, as well as hyper up white stairs in the situation that he had with the security door, it just made things so easy for that clear. Once they have that top control, I mean, there's really nothing that Oxygen can do trying to fight from that mid floor. They actually have to try and go upstairs and try and fight the players that now have that verticality, especially as that plant goes down, and Canadians got the you know, oversight for that in the position that they had it, as well as the verticality on top of that from upstairs. So there's just way too much for Oxygen to try and deal with past those initial frags.
The good news for the Oxygen fans that may be watching at home is they have finally run their rotation and can return to the basement site, which is the only one they've successfully defended so far. So a chance to tie this game up at 2-2 is very much alive and well here, but they will have to make corrections on their second floor hold or the first floor one that we just saw played out on round number 3 if they want to outright be able to take the lead here by claiming not only this round itself in the basement hold, but one of the other remaining 2 after this as well to try and at least get a 3-3 scoreline. Otherwise, DarkZero more than likely will end up in the lead, and we'll have to see how this follows through. Vertical very late on this rotate to get himself to the top of small tower. He will make it here, but what kind of position will he be able to maintain between himself and yours now, as both Panba and Hyper are coming in for the clear?
Vertical, if you live in this position, you listen to me, if you live in this position in the current moment, you better count your lucky stars, because DarkZero was on a drone inside of small tower right before he entered the room, and nobody got back on it at the beginning of action phase.
And he's lost yours now too.
Yeah, they have no idea that he's here because they didn't drone things out. Hyper's drone was inside of the like stacks at the center of the room, but this is going to be freebies. There it is. Pambazoo goes down. Nobody's droning things out properly because Hyper got off of his drone too early.
So Hyper will have to back away from this after taking a bit of damage and unfortunately losing his teammate, Pambazoo, now knocked out. And that is going to be the removal of the buck, which of course would have been fairly useful for trying to open up some of these soft breaches. That is also going to be, I believe, never mind, they still do Habana, so we still have some hard breach to be brought to the table here. And so more of a question of how they get into the building and properly clear this out now, is they're going to have to waste another 30-40 seconds re-droning everything, as Nears more than likely reactivated himself after the vertical play, so they have to be watching out for that now too.
Yeah, absolutely. For DarkZero now as well, with how slow-moving they've tended to be on their offenses, this is looking like the dagger that could possibly be ending this round quite early. Nade in, actually going to end up missing the mark, as Hyper believed that he could have been close there. He re-droned things earlier just to confirm that Vertical's still in the same position, and, well, yeah, he's still there. There's not really an easy means in order to get out of that, so DarkZero is going to try and circumnavigate him and just leave him inside of small tower. Hopefully he doesn't get too much action on the back end, because once again, this could be the play that ends round 4.
Where, as you can see, they're backing up, is going to pretty much just be waiting and ready to drop down the freezer hatch in the event he gets challenged over here. And Vertical's like...
He's even lost. He's like, they just left me?
Are they gone? Are they just going to let me flank for free? Okay. So he'll have full access to the yellow hallway leading up to those freezer stairs, and we can see a few members of DarkZero still working their way into the basement. Canadian most prominently here, trying to force his way in through construction. He's probably not alone. I would expect 1 or 2 players to be with him as he tries to make this push forward. He's going to press himself right up against the electrical wall. Foxay ready for the challenge. He's going to be able to shut down NJR. Picks up a second one against Hyper 2, just as he trades out the still rotating Nears from upstairs, leaving only Canadian and Eclipse in the fight with just a measly 30 seconds to play it out. Each player needs to get 2 kills here. Already seen Canadian get taken down, though, with the shotgun. Eclipse will find a nice trade as he finally catches Vertical with only 20 seconds to go in the round, but where does he go from here? That was the easy one. In terms of pushing it any further than this, it's going to be nigh impossible for Eclipse to make the impact necessary. He knows the exact position of that player, and he gets a response to it as well. A bit of love from the M590 as his health gets chipped down that much further. And unfortunately, yeah, this is looking futile for him. No time left, and Laxing just slowly bleeds his health count away from range with that shotgun.
And that's the kind of calls that we expected for Oxygen to be making throughout this game up against DarkZero. It's what we saw work with XSET yesterday. If you're able to catch them off guard early on in their offensive rounds, they shut down. There was really nothing there that DarkZero did that was considerable, where they looked like they pulled themselves back across the line. And all it simply was a missed drone early, and Vertical gets a singular kill. And then so much time is wasted. DarkZero doesn't necessarily know how they want to push anything past that point, and they're not able to make a decisive enough play down low to actually shut down, you know, important players like Foxay inside of Freezer Hallway. It just did not come together.
Solid minute on the clock wasted out specifically because of that Vertical play, and them basically thinking to themselves how they would potentially work around that, and the solution was unfortunately not the best one because they tried to just ignore it, which meant meant they had a permanent flank watch, so not only were they down a player, they were down a second player because of the fact that that player could not be involved immediately, at least, in any fight they tried to take.
Yeah, like, even though Vertical just rotated out and got shot for the end there by Eclipse,
he still forced someone to hold an angle.
He was the MVP of that round, like, through and through. There's no way that you can look at it any differently, not only from the kill, but the amount of time wasted in that position. So for Oxygen, they have to be extremely happy about that. And again, it all comes down to one little thing, John, and this is what we say all the time about Siege. It's the little things that get you in trouble. A simple misplacement of the drone. A simple, oh, well, I got off a camera a little bit too fast.
Yeah, literally like a second too early off the camera.
That was it.
You would have seen him.
Yeah, if he spawns and immediately gets back on camera, he knows Vertical's in small tower. But it never happened. And nobody re-droned upstairs. Pambazoo drone just goes right into kitchen and tries to find some more info, and where Vert played the last time. Well, now he's in your small tower, so kind of a problem there.
So an unfortunate mistake from DarkZero cost them another basement attack. The good news is they've had good results on both of the upstairs plays so far. We can see this drone working itself into T3. Should have been able to see Laxing's position by now. I'm going to assume that it did, especially with this hop-in coming in. Oh no, but the Nitro didn't get him though. And JR pre-firing, but Laxing just barely wins the fight with about 30 HP remaining. That's a chaotic start to this round, but once again, it falls into the hands of OXG.
Laxing's so lucky that he had the Vector there. I don't know if another gun wins that situation. That was so terrifying. I thought that Nitro
back away from this situation.
I thought the Nitro had it for sure. I'm like, oh, this is Rap. Super easy pickup for him onto NJR. But once again, DarkZero, lack of information, and they're punished for it. They'll be able to get rid of this Goyo shield right on the inside of the door and get rid of the deployable shield in there as well. So, not Goyo shield. He doesn't have those anymore. It's Goyo canister, rather. But either way, frag grenades out into Laxing's new position as he's inside of Attic on a little bit less HP than when he initially had that fight, but he's going to be able to at least stay gun up and assist Oxygen with the potential DarkZero execute that's building soon.
Yeah, both frags now used by Hyper, so no way they can throw a second one against Laxing. Unfortunately, that ADS literally saved his life under these circumstances, so good utility usage coming in from the OXG side of things. That'll keep them at a full 5-player strength for probably the foreseeable future until DarkZero is ready to go for their execute, and unfortunately, even there, things continue to go further into OXG's favor. Newer's shutting down a second member of this DarkZero roster. They have no further access point except for that connecting doorway. I don't believe they've even gotten walk-in open for themselves just yet here. So at the moment, it is a huge struggle for DZ to get anything done. Canadian, though, quickly changes this team's fate, and it's going to continue to go on. 2 additional players getting more kills, and Canadian just launching the heads off of the members of OXG. They somehow win that round after a terrible start, and the win comes absolutely out of nowhere.
Vertical just got put through like the Samsung spin cycle right there. That was ridiculous. Stun in, bounces off the door, gets to the centerpiece of cover, able to play off of that. Vertical doesn't even know that he's made the move inside because he's staying quiet. He's not sprinting. There's so many strong mechanical things that Troy did there that were so very impressive. Listen, this guy might have some age on some of you young guns, but man, can he get down with the best of them. That was a heck of a round.
Canadian continuing to lead the charge, topping out the scoreboard at the moment here for DarkZero at a 7-2 scoreline with Hyper right behind him at 6-2. Great performances from those two players, but it's not just the two of them. Fairly solid plays, have been coming out with both Panba and NJR, and even Eclipse as well throughout the course of this map. So a very well-played game once again coming out here for DZ, as they seem to be truly finding their strength at the later part of this first stage of the NAL. Meanwhile, for Oxygen, it's now a question of whether they're starting to falter a bit or if it's just the other team's general improvements that are starting to make these matches a bit closer.
It's such a hard call, John, because, you know, we're at round 6 right now. This is about to be the end of the half for both of these teams, and honestly, what it seems like is both of these teams at the current moment have a player that is able to enact themselves upon a lot of, like, more of these sentry-based players, where they're just sitting inside of a certain part of the map, and, like, that's their main job, right? Like, that's all they're supposed to be doing, because think about the last play that we just saw from Canadian. Vertical has to be holding down Shower, and then the very next player in line is the person that's supposed to be holding down things in security and things along those lines. So both of them are finding these players are a little bit more stagnant the way that they have to play, just given the circumstances, and they're able to punish them so severely every single time. I mean, we saw the same thing with Oxygen, right? And what they were able to do to DarkZero. A simple miss drone, and all of a sudden you've lost the round.
Fox are going to try to go for a bit of an intel play there as he hops out, looking hopefully for a member of DZ, but won't be able to find them, so quickly hops himself back in, and we'll get a little bit closer to the site here. XG, of course, back on their final defense, now onto another first floor hold. Fox's position will get scouted out again here, but he'll also find 2 drones for his trouble, so bleeding out a good amount of the count there for DarkZero. Still 6 remaining, however, so they're not going to be stressed for some time, as there's only a minute used up in the round as well here. Hyper seems to be proceeding according to plan, has found a player and nearly loses his life in doing so here. Vertical going to come on top of the hatch here to make sure that position is supported, and that Hyper will have to think twice about potentially reinserting himself into that angle. Foxay, though, a very unfortunate turn of events. I'm unsure if it was the impact that ended up downing him, but it looks like it might have been the case, and that will be very unfortunate if that ends up being true, but there also might have been a bullet or 2 that snuck into him there to do the final blow.
It actually wasn't Canadian. It was Hyper from behind. The wall's not reinforced for shower.
Oh, so it bled through the damage.
Yeah, Hyper just tagged him to the wall, and that's why you saw the spam come through once he got down.
Yeah, I saw the
like,
tracers.
okay.
I just didn't know if the impact was too close, and maybe he got unlucky there, but...
Yeah, for sure. Especially with, fragmentation and how that tends to go sometimes in Siege. You can just be really random. Either you're carrying a nuclear device or you're carrying a rock. Like, there's really no difference. Oh, my goodness. But past that, Oxygen, I mean, they've lost Foxay, but it seems like they might have the potential to still take this round if Newer's late flank through Attic can go off without a hitch. Quite a few DarkZero members lying in wait here, but does anybody adhere the call? Are they aware that there is somebody lurking up behind them currently? Newers crossing across Attic. So many targets in the area, target-rich environment, and they'll be holding down Attic door. The cross here from the fink of Pambazoo. Newers, can he win it out on the timing? Oh my goodness, it's back and forth, and he looks down. Pambazoo catches him as he'll hop onto the couch, but Canadians traded out for it as Dream will find him.
Dream keeping the hopes alive here. Eclipse, what are you doing, my man? In the meanwhile here, trying to hold a hard angle in the middle of a Toxic Babe. He loses 90% of his HP by doing that, and he now goes down. That's the case. Drop. Dream gets a follow-up kill as well. Things are looking bleak for DarkZero. The Nitro, hook, line, and sinker. Bye-bye to NJR. And as well, we'll see the time expire as the last attacker goes down. She tries to save herself, but it's all futile at the end of the day, as this round is going to OXG, and they confirm the tied scoreline here at 3-3.
For Oxygen, the site play in that round was just incredible. The utility management, the time that they were able to waste early that made it to where the execute went down at such a low time frame where the utility could just pull them across the line. Because even think about this, they down Hyper at the end of that, but they didn't even kill him. That's a little amount of time that they had inside of that moment. I mean, for Oxygen, that's exactly what needed to go down in that situation. The take up top doesn't work, Foxay's down, you just have to play some of those longer angles and try and trust your utility in the setup that your team have devised. And that's exactly what Oxygen did. They trusted each other. They were able to hit some really critical shots, especially for Laxing on the kitchen door. And for DarkZero, it was just a little bit too hot initially on the entry, especially for Eclipse's sake. Standing inside of a Toxic Babe just trying to wait for somebody to peek you, not going to be the best decision at the end of the day.
So very closely fought rounds between both teams so far in the first half. Now we get to test them on the other side. However, obviously DarkZero now on the defensive end and OXG on the attack. No repicks for OXG as they two will be locked into their opening lineup they showed us in the pick phase there, and are going to carry it forward into this first round here. As far as the defense is concerned, no real surprises there in terms of what they're bringing to the table. Healthy amount of mitigation, healthy amount of delay, and Hyper is the kind of mid-fight fragger if they need to use the smart glasses here to mitigate flashes or any type of potential smoke execute, the latter of which they won't have to worry about, obviously, since Oxygen doesn't have any.
Yes, indeed. And now Oxygen out for the very first time on their Oregon offense. And man, are they fast moving. Vertical and Newers already practically through small tower. Have a drone inside a kitchen with Foxay. Laxing on. Thank you guys so much for this camera angle really quickly. I'll explain. Laxing over inside of Garage. The counter angle here. They're clearing across. If anybody had to cross into lobby, Laxing had them dead to rights. That's what you want from your team. That's a very, very strong clear. Quick, concise. And look at that, guys. Not even a minute off the board. And Oxygen are already in control of the areas that they need in order to get these hatches open.
Great control being exercised by the attackers. Still need to be able to work it down and onto the site, however, and that will take some time as only a minute has gone off the clock. Still a pretty healthy amount of drones available for OXG, with 7 being on the board for them, so they'll definitely want to try and use those as much as possible to suss out the exact setup from DarkZero downstairs in the basement, and they'll probably use this next 45 seconds or so to make sure they gather all of that. Waxing, meanwhile, still going to be committed to that. The rest of the team going to start probably getting themselves in execute positions, however, as we are getting a little bit closer to the end point on the timer. But for DarkZero, it's all being held back right now. They're keeping everything close to the chest. They want to play this entirely into their basement hold and only start to challenge on that descent point, whether it be the stairs or the hatch from OXG.
Yeah, DarkZero's entire setup is leading to bleed Oxygen's utility and try and take them out on their execute, especially for Hyper's sake. That's the entire reason they brought Warden along for the ride. Pambazoo with a potential big play here. The drone will go down, but he's not going to check it. It could have been it. Vertical's life could have been ended, but kind of a hard ask from the player downstairs in Pillar. Pambazoo will reposition towards Boiler Door and hold this position down for the time being. Hyper's going to hit an insane shot, actually. He actually has the M590 as his primary, so hits it with the pistol instead, and he's able to take down Foxay.
Foxy, a bit of a rough go of it these past few rounds.
Upstairs.
Like always the first.
Oh, no!
How did he even get here? Hyper rotating up like a bandit here. Now taking down Vertical as well. A bit low here, so getting a third kill might be a bit too much to ask, but still wasting a massive amount of time. And only just now have we seen Nurs make up the difference here with his pickup. A little bit of a flub on the nade, of course, is going to hold him back even further. It might not sound like a lot of wasted time, but keep in mind how low the timer already is. He needs to move forward with conviction here. They can't afford to hold back and wait for things anymore, but unfortunately, to some extent, they have to due to the power position that Hyper's maintaining up on the first floor. Laxing, he'll swing in pretty much solo here, attempt to take control, but it goes pretty much as you'd expect. NJR in the corner going unchecked. He'll get a freebie pickup for himself. Nurs the next to fall, and finally Dream finishes it out as it's a DZ successful hold off of the back, off a great push upstairs in the middle of the round.
Yeah, Hyper finding an exit from the basement. We saw him down there initially. I don't know exactly where he skimpered off to, though. I feel like I'm doing a disservice.
I guess I'm going to guess like Freezer stairs.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Like,
was Freezer? It seemed like
because I know that there was like two people like leaning into that area, like the freezer itself, and they were pretty close to the stairs. So it's not completely out of the question that one of them just snuck up there at one point.
Also, would make a lot of sense given the kit that he brought. That he brought the M590 to play the freezer staircase. You know, because like they're more than likely just going to stun bomb that, and he's able to look through all of that. So they throw all the stuns in. Oh, I'm going to peek the guy. He's oh, I'm dead. Yeah, so it more than likely was around freezer. I would definitely say so myself as well. But past that point, DarkZero, they've gathered the lead for the very first time here, and they're looking quite strong in doing so. They'll Mile come in for the Jaeger here. I want to see how that one works out. It's going to make it to where he can capture a couple more things, but also at the same time is going to be at the mercy of the timer in order to get all of those discs.
No repicks on the attacking side. Okay, never mind. Laxing is going to switch over towards a
How dare you, John? You gotta
it's
wait.
like, it's always when I bring it up that someone does it when they don't do it. So he'll end up with that little bit of extra anti-roam capability in contrast to the additional soft breach they were originally planning to bring. Would have been some extra potential hard breach coming into the lineup as well, but no longer needed, apparently. Instead, we're going to be happy with the 6 nades and the sledge and play it out from there. Panba gonna try to set himself up here. Just that one extra bullet is all he needs to make the hole. Was hoping there'd be someone on the other side, but not at least in his immediate vision. Everyone else from the side of Oxygen going to be a little bit too well secured there. Where's in the meanwhile here? Getting himself into a bit of an early skirmish potentially as he hops directly in towards White. Nearest player would be Eclipse, but he's going to be well secured inside of security.
Somebody better play Eclipse double for playing this position. This is a actual hell in a cell. They have locked him in with mute jammers.
All reinforced.
Like, hey, good luck on not dying. This is now the big thing is that this is going to require a lot of effort from Oxygen to clear out this position, because also they more than likely know, and well they've confirmed now that Canadian is downstairs assisting his player inside of security with the hatch. So he'll be able to assist with this cross every once in a while if Oxygen really aren't paying too much attention. Could be a strong thing. Nurs
or Canadian can just walk right out of freezer stairs and kill someone. That works too.
I mean, you know, pick your poison, John. This is how Siege is. You can sit here and say the craziest strat ever, but everything tends to go your way when you just start shooting people in the face.
So some great stuff from Canadian. Really finding an aggressive, play style today, it seems, for himself here. And it's been really cool to see happen. He's just taking duels. Like, obviously a little dangerous from time to time, like that big push we just saw making freezer stairs. We can't fault it too much because it worked under that circumstance at least. So looking pretty good. The nade's out. It nearly gets NJR. In fact, the follow-up could still come from Vertical. Look like he might have missed the plot a little bit though, but NJR also potentially creeping a bit too close. We'll have to come back to that in a second and see if he can potentially line up that frag. Unfortunately, he's going to be a little bit too far away from it there with the nade. Air jab goes out though. Foxay a little bit too slow to catch it, and Eclipse! full speed out the doorway, catches Foxy after the air jab is already impacted onto him. He's ready to take the challenge from topside, but okay, there we go. Finally, there's the two-player pinch coming from big window as well as the security doorway to finally isolate him out, but Canadian is still in play. They're going to know this, but he is still a factor here, and he's going to continue to slow down OXG's clear.
Canadian's game sense on time management and just timing in general and when he is supposed to do things has gotten him so many fantastic opportunities throughout this game so far. Vertical's going to get shut down on his push from White Stairs after he'll pick up NJR, but this is still looking like a DarkZero round. Lacting trying to push in from White Stairs. He has the assistance from Double Window. Can he win the initial fight? He can. The second one, it matters so much. Pambazoo, he'll lock it on. 2 headshots for him. Oxygen go down, and DarkZero pull ahead by 2 rounds.
Very, very tense round, even considering how much this looked like it was already under the control of DarkZero from the very beginning due to the good extended play they had down onto the first floor. But despite that, once again, and this is such an impressive part of Auction, they continue to struggle forward and nearly take the round regardless. Just not enough at the end of the day. The hold mainly from Panba inside of the site, just way too strong on top of the massive time and player count that was wasted with the downstairs hold.
Oxygen calling in the TAC timeout now as well, and this is going to give us some time, John, to talk about this matchup because DarkZero have done their homework.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And once again, this goes back to the point we were making at the beginning of the game. They were kind of expecting to play a very similar game here today. I think they obviously wouldn't have known the map, I don't believe, before they directly went into it, so wouldn't have been able to prepare in that extent. But they ended up kind of lucky on that, going to Oregon, which in a lot of ways has some similarities to Clubhouse. So kind of like rerunning things from yesterday, making improvements on the smaller mistakes they were making inside of the gunfights. And it seems like all that has really shown through here is they're taking Auction to class to an extent right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have like the standout players for DarkZero right now in the likes of Pambazoo and Canadian. But the other people across the board are getting quite a bit done as well. But they're kind of more of the shadow figures, right? They're off in the background just doing all the nitty-gritty stuff. But they've still found their mark time and time again. I mean, even Eclipse, the person that has to put the case down whenever they're on the offensive side, is 4-4 at the current moment. So they're all finding their mark, which is something that we could not say about, the last couple of their games. They just haven't been on the same page, but it seems like it's finally starting to sync up, and they're taking it to Oxygen at the current moment. Now, the real question is, what is the adjustment for Oxygen at this current moment?
Yeah, we can see that the usual go-to stars of this team are not necessarily there at the moment. Vertical at 4-7. You're struggling again today as well at 2-7. Brightest Star has been laxing at 8-6, but the impact has been fairly muted in most rounds there. So still looking for this team to come together and lock in on a winning strategy to clear out these holds from DZ. Not only that, but come back into this game and still allow them to potentially take a win, as things are looking very bright right now for DZ and not so much for the Oxygen side. Pam going to try to take this early fight outside of the master balcony as well. Once again, though, not looking like the timing is really going to work out in his favor. He's got a player nearby, but it all depends on what he potentially hears and how he reacts to this. You can see he's already pre-shot this, so one more shot, and it's going to open it wide there. No, man, he didn't hear anything, so the time is not going to work out, and way too late there for Panva, obviously, as he pops it open when Dream has well crossed the divide already.
That'd have been a heck of a duel as well, as they were both seemingly aware of the other's position, but just nobody having the gall to actually do anything about it. Oxygen will start the clear from small tower yet again, just like we'd seen from a multitude of other Oregon offenses. The drones ahead, well, it'll at least be laxing for the time being. So look into security and see if he can find himself at NJR, who's currently lying in wait inside of Kitchen.
We're going to see that opponent detected outdoor spam coming in. That is more than likely just one of Hyper's clones that was chucked out there to annoy Oxygen by
putting so troll.
Big red text in your face until you can shoot it. I don't know if there's like a position on this map where you can throw it where like can't be shot to permanently annoy them.
You can get on all of the roofs on this
is it?
map.
Okay.
So the one that was super annoying for the longest time is there's a Prisma that you can throw on border that gets on top of the top part of the roof that you weren't able to shoot. So it would literally be on your screen constantly. But yeah, as you said, I'm pretty sure they patched that out.
So things continuing to devolve here inside of our 9th round. Oxygen ready to execute on DZ. You can see they are literally a wall away from fighting them. Oh, Eclipse's position is going to become so crucial here, though, as the members of Oxygen have already cleared out the front lobby, and you can see them taking that control. Eclipse, he needs to wait for the right timing to engage upon this, but there we go. Nurse a freebie. Thankfully, Dream immediately trades it out, so we don't go too crazy with the pickups there, but still, now OXG needs to make up the difference, and they failed to do so in the following second, so looking to see if they can maybe find that somewhere else, whether it be by finishing off Canadian, who's already been brought down to 50 HP, or some other avenue.
Oh, what?
Hyper, the timing is awful. He goes for the wide swing, but apparently NJR wanted to on the other end of the hallway as well, so he ends up chopping his teammate's head off and then immediately going down himself. Canadian, though, will try to make up for this as he swings back towards the back door and knocks out Foxay, somewhat restoring the balance, but unfortunately getting a tad too greedy as he goes out for one more pick, and Dream will finally finish him off. Panba's been flashed as well. He can't see a darn thing. Second time hitting him as well here inside of security. They seem to have a good lock on where he is. This should be an Oxygen round unless Panba goes absolutely massive over these next few seconds. That Prisma as well going to catch him. He tries to take out Laxing, but it's not going to be seen. And OXG picks up this round.
I mean, talk about being a detriment. That round right there was no way, shape, or form going the way of DarkZero, especially after the debacle, you could say, inside of Split that went down with Hyper and NJR. Canadian doing his damnedest to try and pull it back from the depths as well. He wins out that initial engagement, but I mean, there's really no snowball's chance in hell that he's going to be able to try and take out another person in Split with that amount of HP. And I mean, just randomly blind firing, hoping somebody walks into the bullets.
Yeah.
So it was hard fought for DarkZero, but definitely not the round that they were looking for coming off of that tactical timeout.
Yeah, the team kill really sent things in another direction, unfortunately. It looked like they might have been able to sustain in a longer fight had they kept the trades relatively even, but after that point, things devolved pretty quickly. So DarkZero now at risk of losing the lead that they've only just now attained for themselves. 5-4 lead. OXG, of course, coming in for another basement assault. However, that could be problematic for them, as we've seen DarkZero hold on to this one already earlier on in the half, and they're going to look to pull off the same exact thing once again to lock down a sixth and potentially second to final round here. They're looking to get the opportune closeout inside of regulation to get those full 3 points, and it's important to remember, of course, that matters much more for DarkZero than it does for OXG at this point in the stage here. You can see the current standings at the top of your screen. OXG is number 1, so they are pretty much secured already for the major. Don't necessarily have to fight for that. Meanwhile, for DZ, they need to fight with every inch they have here if they still want a chance to go to the major, as they are currently sitting at number 6, and there's only a few play days left.
Yeah, it's a little comical that Oxygen are the gatekeepers of a major event for DarkZero, especially with how they've played so far in this stage. Early damage dealt back and forth, but Newers will win out the initial engagement. Pambazoo trades back onto Vertical. The potential to pick up Newers as well, but he's not going to re-challenge. DarkZero, they're feeling pretty good about this. Canadian's utility didn't really mean too much overall in that situation, as his Banshees are already down, so he's just another man with a gun. But when it comes down to Vertical, he's had so much impact in the past, and past that, he's Sledge and he has frag grenades. That could have been extremely useful for trying to get rid of quite a few of these pivotal positions, but fortunately enough for Oxygen, they made the adjustment after recognizing that it was the basement site over to Flores for Foxay.
So already a minute gone from this round here, but just like the previous few, a relatively even exchange between both of the teams, neither one getting a massive advantage out of that initial fight here. The time wasted obviously favors DarkZero, but we've seen Oxygen execute with much, much less to work with previously, so that's not going to be a huge obstacle for them, especially now that they seemingly have most of the first floor under their control. That would apply to the second floor too. Rest of DZ just sitting back in the bunker now that they've got a one-to-one trade, and they're going to wait for the play to come in. You can see they've got this kind of like almost like diamond-shaped defense going on. One player watching the laundry side, another for the stairs, another for the hallway, and one for construction here. As we have a very tense near fight going on by those back stairs. Another player is able to deal any significant damage to each other.
Terror drone out. Let's see if Eclipse can potentially get rid of this. He will. Dream will swing it though, and he'll take down Eclipse. The Rotero bait, as you said, works out in spades for Oxygen. And now they've got the man advantage. Pambazoo doing his damnedest though to try and bring it back from the depths, but it'll be NJR to assist. It's a 3-2 in favor of DarkZero at the moment. Foxay, he has to hightail it into sight because Laxing needs help, but he's already dead. He's out in construction. There's a deployable shield here, and they know exactly where Foxay is for the future, but DarkZero do not want to give him an inch. It's a nice angle here from Pillar, but it won't be the killing blow to Foxay just yet. He'll re-challenge a deployable shield, swing back for the door, and he'll actually take down the Jaeger. Pambazoo to die, and he continues to bounce back and forth with a lot of time in order to continue this motion.
Still has an extra Terror drone, so he's going to use this, maybe try to block off the access point so he can go in and play. This is so risky, though, because as soon as they hear this, they should have pushed onto it, but no, they don't commit to it. That should have taken out the shield, so he's going to remove the reinforcement around the corner. Fox has got a 50-50 shot! And JR from the grave with an impact. I've never seen it, but now I have. Shuts out the round, and an incredible incredibly comical fashion, but this one goes to DZ, and they push it up onto map and match point.
Might have been one of the craziest games of catch I've ever seen, John. That impact will remove Fox's last bit of HP, send him to the afterlife, and give DarkZero a round that was looking a little bleak just for a split second, but
that back pillar hold.
Yeah, that back pillar hold especially, and the resurgence there as well. I mean, initially really only having Pamba around that, then the Wamai comes into play, NJR starts holding down that position as well, and they're able to shut down most of Oxygen's take, especially for Newer's sake. Newer's couldn't do a dang thing when it came to that tower's position.
So after a fairly successful push already through construction, seemed like OXG had that avenue secured for themselves, just needed the second access point, either through electrical or back pillar room itself, but couldn't get it. As you were saying, Pamba as well as NJR, the dynamic duo there, a fantastic job fending off the play from OXG. And now is going to be able to secure a 6th and potentially second to final round, the penultimate round for DZ, if you will, here.
Well, I'm sorry, 82% yes, but you're wrong.
yeah, it's only about 33% of the way there right now, so it's looking bleak.
Vertical would, I mean, if he got 2 aces right now, he'd get it. There you go. That's something to go for, Vert.
When's the last time that happened?
Never. Actually, no, that's
I'm pretty sure I've seen a player ace 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, the problem is
it's really uncommon.
I don't remember who did it. I can't remember right now. I want to say it was an APAC player for some reason. But either way, we're about 20 seconds in now to the action phase here, and potentially our last round as DarkZero have chosen to go to kids' dorms for potentially the last site. Eclipse will be playing back inside of the kill box that we talked about earlier. This time, though, Canadian will not be along for the ride downstairs. So Eclipse is off on his own island. Let's see how long he can exist on these supplies.
Very slow opener here from Oxygen. You can tell they're giving DarkZero a lot of extra respect now due to the kind of chaotic play they've thrown at Oxygen on at least more than one round here throughout the half that's been played so far. Eclipse's position going to be found out. Not that they can necessarily do anything about it just yet. Man, you got to be careful with these nades, Oxygen. I don't know what's going on today.
I'm sorry, viewers. I'm sorry. Oh, he just caught me so
Not even the first one either. I think he threw another one earlier, like banked off a corner weirdly too or something. So
the bounces in Siege sometimes just hit you with the weirdest things ever. Like, I'm pretty sure he threw that off the server and it came back at him. I don't think that one's supposed to happen, but either way, DarkZero starting to look worse for wear now after finally the initial engagement will go the way of Oxygen. Wouldn't you know it, it's Vertical who's found his mark. That ace might be on the way, John.
They have like reverse jinxed it, but we'll see here now as the rest of the round transpires. Eclipse still needs to be cleared out of his security position. Yours will make that initial ascent over toward the top of White Stairs. They'll burn out that canister. And on top of that, Pamba will nearly find himself eliminated here, down to just a sliver of HP, as I'm pretty sure nade damage brings him that low, but unable to follow through once again. Another time that we've seen that happen as well. So we saw something fairly similar happening much earlier on in this game. A little over a minute to go, and Oxygen still has a lot of clearing to do, especially Eclipse's position, mind you, who's now going to rotate it back over towards the front laundry stairs. OXG doesn't seem to be paying too much mind to that currently. They'll worry about it later as they're focused on getting themselves upstairs and into the site.
And they have to. With only 45 seconds remaining, Oxygen have got to hightail it towards the site and try and take some duels with these site players. Pambazoo very close to that nade, but no shrapnel will go his way that would end his life. This is actually a great setup for DarkZero, all things considered at the current moment. Oxygen's really going to need to try and find another counter angle to try and assist them with clearing out these positions. They're just going to be too hard fought as they try to enter the actual site. Laxing, speaking of which, is looking for that right now as he starts to push up main stairs. Hyper will take down Dream, but with 10 seconds remaining, something's got to give, and it looks like it's going to be Oxygen, Laxing, and Vertical. They can't find anything. They can't even get the damn case, and that's going to be the game as DarkZero upset Oxygen.
DarkZero with a massive win here today, and they truly earn it too. We talked about it in their game versus XSET yesterday, about how we saw them play very, very close to the chest and very close on quite a few rounds overall, but just had a few in-the-moment mistakes that ended up costing them the game. It seems they showed up today versus Oxygen, fixing the large majority of those and ready to play as they finish off and give OXG only their second loss of the stage, their second loss of the year overall here at a 7-5 scoreline.
One of the best looking forums of DarkZero that we've seen this entire stage is what it takes to take down the Titan that is Oxygen at the current moment. And not only that, but they did it in regulation. When they talked about it on the desk with analyst Stokes, they were talking a lot about how much DarkZero needed those 3 points. When, well, John, they got bottom.
Their hopes are still alive to go to the major now. They have approximately a 47% chance of making it pending the results of their other games. And I know we talked about it earlier about how Oxygen should have been secure, but that's actually not true, especially with this loss. They actually only have an 89% chance of going through themselves, so they still have to work a little bit harder to make sure they go to the major as well. That'll do it for the two of us for right now, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have your analysts ready to break this very exciting match down.
Welcome back to R6 NAL, Doa, Jacob, and Stokes here with you on the desk. Welcome back.
Clarify.
Analyst Stokes.
Analyst Stokes.
Yeah, that's right. Analyst Stokes.
Gotta get the name right.
Are two different Stokes in the building today. Both of them
right.
decided to clock in at the same time. What are you, twins or something? Would you? How'd that happen?
You know, it was at birth. We just kind of got swapped around, and you know, it's something to do with like the shape of the head. My brain was just so big. They're just like,
Oh, did one of you come out like head first, and the other one had to get?
So you're
like,
saying Caster Stokes has a smaller brain?
Yeah, of course. That's
There we go.
exactly what I'm saying.
I was wondering. I needed that clarified.
As far as we can tell, this is the one that didn't get dropped on its head as a child.
Oh my gosh.
As far as I can tell as well. I mean, like, it feels like all my doohickeys work, so.
That's great news. That's great news. And great news for DarkZero as well, as they got the win over Oxygen. A bit of an upset. We talked about this going into it. But man, DarkZero played, I think, probably the best game they played all stage.
I completely agree with you. They looked so dynamic in their playstyle, especially for Canadian. He looked like he just had a breath of fresh air. It looked so good from him. A lot of the plays that he was calling as well, they just worked so well for DarkZero. I really liked a lot of the counter plays that he had on their offensive side as well, where he would, you know, find those holes and what the defense was doing, pick up 1-2 kills that are super critical, and end up getting DarkZero around.
Sure enough. Well, speak of the man himself, we've got him standing by over in Vegas. Canadian is there to chat with us a little bit after that match. Canadian, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How you doing?
All right. Hey, welcome back. Congrats on the win today. So yesterday was a little bit of a rough loss versus XSET, but you know you needed to dig deep as a squad. You know it was a must-win situation today. How do you sort of like get the team ready going into a game like that?
I mean, more than anything, I think it was just resetting from yesterday. I think throughout the season, we've actually been playing pretty well overall. We have 3 losses, Parabellum, XSET, and Astralis, and honestly, the XSET and Astralis match, both of them we felt very in control. It was just a matter of making some small mistakes to kind of give rounds back and whatnot. And yeah, just resetting and playing our same kind of game from those games. And then just, I personally was trying to be very on top of the man advantages and late round and all that, just making sure that, you know, we were playing out all our situations as best we could.
All right.
All right, well, I only got one question for you, Troy. And you, like you were just talking about, you guys have been playing some pretty aggressive teams, some teams that are kind of playing the newer style of North America. Going into these matches, what do you feel like is the X factor for you guys when it comes to trying to exploit what the opposing team is doing when they're playing a style like this?
I think it just depends on the team. It varies from team to team. I don't think all teams play like that. I think Astralis plays very different than all these other teams. I think XSET plays quite a bit different. OXG has their own. I don't know. Everyone kind of has their own style. So I don't think there's just a, you know, kind of one size fits all answer to that. I think it just varies from team to team.
Yeah, I do think XSET style kind of at this point, because of their success, has been telegraphed to a degree. But if you came into this game knowing that you had to do one thing against OXG, and then now having come out of it with a victory, if you had to narrow down one thing that you know you had to do coming into this matchup, do you think you did a good job?
I definitely think so. I think the big thing was just the discipline in our man advantages more than anything. I think they got a couple rounds where we were undisciplined, and because of it, you know, they got an early round advantage, mostly like them overextending for drones and stuff and us being like sloppy, not capitalizing on it and whatnot. But yeah, I think we did a good job of kind of tracking most of the plays they like to make and just kind of keeping the round in our control.
So on the topic of discipline then, final question before we let you go. Discipline, execution, very big kind of hallmarks, I think, for DZ's play style. How do you kind of strike a balance between making everything or insisting everything goes to plan versus sometimes getting caught in situations where things are starting to play out a little bit too slowly?
I think it's just being mindful of the situation and recognizing, you know, when the round is stalling out, and just starting to ask questions of like, what are we droning? What are we looking for? Can we take this control? Do we have this? You know, asking the right questions, making sure we're on track, that kind of stuff. But I also do think that we're probably a lot less scripted and super structured than teams think. I think the iteration of DZ with me is a lot different than past iterations of DZ, and I think teams that play against us know that as well.
All right, interesting. All right, fascinating. Well, thanks for the words. Congratulations again on the win today. Another step in the right direction for DZ, and good luck next week.
Thank you very much. Have a good night, guys.
Thanks.
Good morning.
You too. It's both.
You really just said good night.
It's like, well, the thing is, it's esports
12:30, bro. Come on.
What people need to understand, and what I'm sure Canadian understands, is that esports doesn't operate on the same clock that the rest of the world does, right? Nope. We are right now, what it's like almost noon now or something like that. That's still like esports early morning. We're talking like 3 a.m., 4 a.m. for esports.
The fact that North American players are up this early to play games when
I
they
know.
stream at 7
The fact that
p.m.
we're up early enough.
Come on, man.
Esports morning doesn't end until like 3 p.m. normal people time, right?
True.
So Canadian's absolutely right. Like he's looking forward to the evening already.
Look at this, man. Laxing is up there in spite of losing this badly with the same number of kills as both Canadian and Hyper. I loved how fluid Canadian was getting in this game. It wasn't just, okay, a couple nasty Nomad flicks. It still felt like it was moving into the same rhythm that Oxygen themselves were moving into. And throughout this game, that just continued to persist. I have a problem with Newers being down this low on the scoreboard yet again for the third straight match. That to me is more of a concern. Probably not really in a long-term thing. This seems like some kind of short-term gap in the way that OXG are playing, but overall, this is the kind of thing that does make you question Oxygen's status as like the bastion of North America for sure.
Like, where do you go from this if you're Oxygen? I mean, is the Newers thing starting to become a pretty significant problem at this point?
I don't think so. I think if anything, Newers is more than likely, you know, just now getting to the point where the honeymoon phase inside of pro play is over. He completely skipped over Challenger League. That's the one thing that you have to notate. You know, he doesn't have that same experience. Yes, he has competitive experience, but it's not the same as coming to play with some of the best of the best. And now he's getting punished for that. People know his play style. They know the decisions that he's tending to make. And they're like, all right, Newers, we'll see how you play now. And it's not been as strong since.
He's hit the first kind of hurdle as a new pro, and so we'll have to see how easily he can vault over that. But in the meantime, we're going to take a look at round 5 from this map. It was a very entertaining one. I think it was a good indication of DZ kind of having a great handle on this match, both at a team and individual level, because this was a round where, if I remember right, the team situation, things kind of fell apart at first, but Canadian was able to come up clutch anyway.
Yeah, Laxing has already killed NJR up top in Big Tower with a Nitro Cell, and Laxing's already down on low HP, but this is a case where DarkZero are on the back foot to start this matchup and then find a way to surge back into things. There still is the roam presence from OXG. They use this pretty consistently. It was something DarkZero actually did a pretty good job reading into on the attack, and they ended up with a 3-3-half as a result. But if we look at like all of these different spots right now for OXG, they're all still congested a little bit west side right now, whereas DZ are still trying to push from Armory side of things. Newers is going to open up this hole even bigger, but it's down to the way the Canadian and the rest of DZ drone from west side over through Bathroom, because Canadian is about to find 2 massive kills. This one right here, when we saw it on POV, was a huge one. He'll clear vert when they play like a ring around the rosy with one another inside lockers, and then that entire pressure from everyone on DarkZero surges back over from Armory side as they make a successful push back toward the site. The timing is there. They pull back a 3v5, and it's all down to excellent gunplay and timing.
Yeah, I mean, you see rounds like that, and then you think back to people talking at the early part of the stage, like, oh, Canadian, you know, maybe it's time to retire. It's like, no.
Nah.
This guy has still got it. You know, he may never have even lost that. I don't think he ever really did. You know, so still a huge threat in this league. I think that talk, in my mind, has been very put to rest. But we're going to start looking at to our next match. But before we do, any final thoughts about this one? Stokes, does DZ have what it takes to go to the major?
I think they most definitely do, yeah. There's some very, very talented players on that team. I mean, you can bring up any name, and you have a talented player on your hands. I mean, the one that we don't talk about enough that I think should be talked about more for DarkZero, Eclipse. He is such an incredible player, especially because he does a lot of the heavy lifting for the team. He does a lot of the things that nobody else wants to do, and somebody has to do it at the end of the day. It just so happens to be Eclipse, and past that, there's still these moments of brilliance that you get from him, whether it be a 1vx situation or, you know, there's this critical moment that he's able to overcome. It's always fantastic getting to watch him play.
Best part about this for DarkZero is that they can breathe a little bit easier. Obviously, 3 points. That's a nice boon. But because the team that they're competing with to get to the major in Beastcoast essentially has a free 3 points against Mirage later in the day, they now know, because they beat a team like OXG, that there's an even better chance that they can stay in contention if Beastcoast is about to vault up and maybe still challenge them in that 4th, 5th spot. So this is nice. Obviously, they're still waiting on the result from next week to determine if they're going to go, but this is what you need for DarkZero. Your fate needs to be in your hands and not like decided by someone else winning or losing.
Yeah, they've done what they needed to do today. They got the win over Oxygen, which is huge. Really excited to see what they can do next week to close things out, maybe get to that major. We are nowhere close to closing things out today here at the R6 NAL. We have Soniqs versus Spacestation Gaming coming up next, so do not miss it. NAL returns in just a few.
I live in, we back, man, you never gonna like us. Get them on sight now, let them on like that way, they know we're more righteous. Look at my life, I'm living alright, I'm nice, you know I'm alright, cuz looking like Christ, no need for the hype or fight or telephone vipers. No need for the telephone vipers. No need for the liars, I don't watch your moves or priors. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence, watch it. No need for the liars, I don't watch your moves or priors. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence, yeah, me, I'm moving quiet. Ask me, I'm leading an island. Knew what just perfect timing. No need for the surface shining. Ask me, I need me a few. I need me an island, I'm keeping it true. The man, I'm a wild, I'm keeping it cool. No need for the telephone hacks from you. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, nah.
You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. Won't stop. Won't stop. Won't stop. You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. Lions, tigers, bears are my king of the jungle, I stand for the pride. Beat on my chest, that's the rhythm inside. I got so much heart, I'm burning with fire. Can't stop, won't stop till I drop. Keep climbing for the top. Simmer down, you too loud, people around. You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. Won't stop. Won't stop. Won't stop. You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. No more sleep till I rest in peace. No excuse till I die. No to all negativity. This is how we will live in free. Dumb to anyone who wants to celebrate from where they came to the outcome. Then from now, what a change. Pick at the pace, no way I can slow it down. Give me a minute of your time, I can guarantee all things work for who believe. All it takes is the faith of a mustard seed. Who can stop what was meant for me? For me, yeah, this for me. For me, and I ain't for free. For me, yeah, this for me. For me, and I ain't for free. Pick your head up, no more defeat. Get up off the ground, move your feet. Get up, get up. It's time to get up, get up. Can't stop, won't stop till I drop. Keep climbing for the top. Simmer down, you too loud, people around. You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. Won't stop. Won't stop. Won't stop. You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. I can't be stopped now, I can't stop. You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop. I can't stop. I can't stop. I can't stop. You can try, but I won't stop, won't stop.
Yeah, gotta aim for the top like hold up. Yeah, I can never doubt myself, I know better. All of you critics be acting like you know better. Blowing the smoke, but I know when the dust settles that I'm in my element. It's evident that there's levels to the game. All of those dark nights I got then, breaking my back to make it out, got me feeling like rain. I ain't never need your help, I know you wishing me well. A penny for your thoughts, but seeing no change. I snap for the sun like Diddy. The riches got a mad ass son, I'm like Billy. I ain't never switch up, whole team with me. Putting on for my city like OAGZ. Set the pace as long as you finish. Consumers find a way inside your business. Babble if they try to dabble in it, and they hate the fact that they may have to witness. You tryna aim for the top like this, and you're in your element with a fire like this, and they hoping you fall and they praying you miss, but it's all in the risk. I got you with the switch, you know. I'm in the zone. Give me the throne. One shot, that's all that you got. That's all that I know. Foot on the gas. 155 on the road.
Welcome back, everybody, to Rainbow Six NAL. We have a podcast sensation Analyst Pengu with us now. You can see because he's got the analyst jacket on, so we know he's an analyst. Thanks for joining us. How is the last map? You watched that one?
I saw a little bit because I had to jump in the makeup chair super quick to get ready for this. So I only saw a couple of rounds, but I saw Canadian of all players really having a great game, finding multiple kills, fragging it out. And that's something we talk about Canadian where normally that's not the case. And also I walked out of the makeup room and then I see DC1 and I was like, that's crazy, because that's not what I expected. I actually,
nobody expected that.
I put my vote on OXG, and then OXG lost, so that's my bad.
We're all in shambles right now, trust me.
It happens.
It's not great.
Let's check out the standings real quick as we talk a little bit more about that, because DZ winning does kind of shake things up a little bit.
It does.
Suddenly, Oxygen's status is not as guaranteed as it was before, and DarkZero making a pretty strong late run.
Don't really think there's much cause to be concerned about OXG's placement for the minute, just because they still do have 17 points. They're right up there with Astralis right now, and they're not about to get knocked down, because the minimum threshold for qualification for a 10-team league, if we use Europe as an example, is right around 12 to 14 points. They've already got 17. If they were to make 20, that's kind of a guarantee. It would have been a guarantee that they qualify, but they're still sitting pretty. For DarkZero's case, they're really, really hoping that SSG drop this map to the Soniqs in order to progress further.
I mean, that's it, right? Because I believe if Soniqs is able to beat Spacestation today, they will make sure Spacestation is not going to the major.
Yeah.
So, you know, Super and Co have a chance of being like, all right, if we're not going, you're not going either. So they could really play spoiler today.
They could, and they had that same opportunity last night or yesterday against OXG as well, right? Where if Soniqs, you know, they make the upset, all of a sudden other teams have a way less chance of going to the major. So yeah, Soniqs, they can't really play for themselves except for, you know, cookie points, but they can kind of have a say in who gets to qualify, who gets to stay home.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I still don't see a world in which the Soniqs finish in 9th or 10th place. Like, I still think they're a better team than that, so maybe they can creep up a little bit. And if they beat SSG today, they're certainly all on their way to doing that. They at least eke out with some SI points, but we'll see if that holds true today.
Yeah, I mean, that would be nuts, because then seeing TSM drop down to like the bottom two, going from winning SI to not getting any SI points at all in the next stage, that's kind of crazy. But let's go ahead and talk about Soniqs a little bit more as we get ready for this next series. Soniqs, of course, the team that won NAL last year, but this year has been a struggle, to say the least, really.
So far. I still think there's hope for Soniqs. I think, you know, before the season started, before the stage started, Super said, if this is the roster that we start with, this is the roster that we end with as well. So they play the long game, right? So sure, they have had a weak stage 1 so far. I think there's light at the end of the tunnel for stage 2, possibly stage 3, but yeah, their run right now is not going to look much better than what it is right now.
No, yeah, we talked about it earlier. It's not that the Soniqs are a team that are just going to kind of lay down and die. I do think that because they do have the same issue as TSM, where they were in Stockholm literally up until the very last weekend of the tournament, they had so much time spent in a foreign country, then had to come back, find a way to refocus and recenter themselves. We've talked about the weight of expectations also being there early because they didn't have any of that last year, and then they suddenly come in, top 6 at SI, come to the stage, and now they're performing at a level that no one thought they would, maybe looking like the old United team in a way, in some circumstances. However, they still do look like the complete package. They took a very, very hardened team in Oxygen all the way to 7-5 yesterday on Border. It felt like a lot of the old Soniqs consistencies in some ways were still there, but that's also kind of a problem because they're the team that tries the same thing on defense over and over again, making very, very small adjustments every time. And if that doesn't work, then what are you going to do? That seems to be like their overall biggest deficiency is if they can't make a defensive adaptation, then they just keep on getting slapped because they don't know how to adjust to attack or repick. They're getting more into a groove with it, but I do feel like this stage for them was kind of a wash because of that.
I also feel like the game they had yesterday against OXG was actually Soniqs playing well individually as a team.
Yeah.
But the problem-solving skills, which kind of relies on Super as the IGL, as the leader of the team, that's kind of where they fell short. And when we look at Soniqs last year and at Invitationals, it was their big brain strategies that kind of carried them forward with the likes of DarkZero on the intro, getting a lot of opening kills. And now we're seeing a little bit less opening kills, a little bit less aggression from Soniqs, but also Super running out of strats, not looking as clean on that strategical element as he did last season.
The thing that I don't want is for the Soniqs to suddenly run out of strats is one way to put it, but we also have several teams in the NAL who quite literally have not had this and this composition before, like the XSET, the Beastcoast, the current Parabellum in some ways. So they're coming in and not having VODs or a whole bunch of stuff to review on some of the new squads, and against existing teams, they're just falling short of the they're not jumping over the hurdle, they're jumping into it and kicking it down, and that's slowing them down in the race to a point where they're almost in 9th and 10th place. So that kind of adaptation is something that they can't really do if like VODs don't exist on teams that are this new in the league that are doing this well and being that unpredictable. So it's kind of a combination of things for the Sonics to find themselves in this spot right now.
It was encouraging though yesterday, again because of the things you mentioned, but also with the individual performances. Players like Grixer on your screen right now, finally starting to put up some pretty decent numbers. You need to be that total package. You need to have the individual performances plus the team performance. That hasn't quite come together totally for them yet, but we're getting there. We are getting there. So
we are. I want to say we always talk about Grixer being like the player of Soniqs, but it was actually Canton yesterday together with Grixer as well, who had like some phenomenal rounds or phenomenal situations in the game. And as long as someone from Soniqs is having a great performance, I always believe that they have a really good chance to beat teams. But against the likes of SSG, who has 5 very capable players, you might need more than a single element from Soniqs to like shake that up.
Exactly. Well, speaking of Space Station Gaming, as we finish seeing Soniqs getting ready for the next map, Space Station Gaming, in a very similar situation in some ways to where we found DarkZero last map, where they need to win today. They need to win to keep their hopes alive for the major. Theoretically, on paper, not as strong of his opponent as Oxygen, certainly.
Right.
But again, with what we've seen recently from Soniqs, an opponent that certainly needs to be taken seriously. Skies had a pretty great day yesterday, if I recall correctly, but Space Station needs to have a banger day as a team, win decisively if they want to have a chance to move on.
Yeah, that game against Parabellum yesterday was the definition of a decisive win, to a point where Hot and Cold after the game tweeted, "Dude, my teammates are goats. I hardly had to do anything." And he's absolutely right. They played lights out. Rampy had like a 1.35 rating, almost like double-digit kills in a cafe match where it just felt like it was the same rehash of how they beat OXG, but done to a T. And Parabellum making a whole bunch of mistakes that you kind of expect from a team that hasn't had a whole bunch of tier 1 caliber play up until this point.
Sure.
But now Space Station find themselves in a very interesting spot, because obviously the Soniqs have proven that they're not a gimme game anymore. It's not just going to be like a free 3 points. They're kind of finding a groove, as it were. And it's kind of the worst time for Space Station to run into it, like a dangerous team like SQ. We touted this game at the beginning of the stage as being probably one of the most entertaining, and now it is for different reasons, because the Soniqs can play spoiler to SSG's chances to qualify for the major. They find themselves in 5th place right now, 14 points. DarkZero, with their victory, now catapult themselves into 4th place with just 1 point more. So if Space Station can't get any points in this game, not only do they stay out of the top 4, but their chances for qualifying for Charlotte go down drastically. So we really need to see them have a good game today.
Yeah, exactly. And one of the people that they're going to be relying on is a player that performed very well yesterday, Skies. We've got some stats to look at for his performance, and this is another player that started to kind of stand out on Space Station at a time when they really do need some standout performances.
Absolutely, and I want to correct you, Doa, because Skies didn't just have a good game yesterday, the last 2 days or 3 days. Skies across the entire season so far has had a phenomenal time.
It's been solid. It's been very solid.
Yes, but yeah, the last 3 games in particular, on your screen, you see some stats here. KD, 30-20, so a +10. Entry, he is 1 and 2, so he's -1. That's not a huge deal, because Skies is not an entry player, and sometimes you die early, sometimes you get kills early, but Skies has been allowed to play this flank watch position for SSG now, instead of playing that more laid-back supportive role, and this is giving SSG and Skies himself so much more flexibility and proactivity for his team that I think in the previous flank watch of Thinking Nate, for example, didn't really offer that. So I think SSG gets rounded up more, and I think, as you mentioned as well, Rampy really being that spearhead for the team, it makes them a full package.
Well, we are going to see where the full package is going to go in just a moment as we finish seeing Space Station get ready, because I've just received word that the maps have been decided. We know we will find out soon where we're going to go. The bans are in. It's not going to be Cafe, but where are we going to go?
It's the Soniqs, man. If it's ever Cafe, that's a problem. So
Sure.
That one's to be expected. I do think the Soniqs probably need to take out a couple of their own permaban maps, because they do have a couple. Like, they've 100%ed so far Cafe and Theme Park. I think actually one time there was another team that banned Cafe against them because they didn't like it as much. However, it does mean that because there are some maps that the Soniqs have just said, we don't like. Like, at no point are we ever going to play these things. It does make me think maybe SSG have more control in the map ban phase to go to a map they might want to go to instead.
I certainly like SSG banning out the Orkan, right? Because if you're going to fight against Soniqs, who's not looking too hot right now, you don't want like a super simple default map where you can't do a lot of flexibility. So great ban from them.
Clubhouse off the board next. I like that SSG are kind of like saving that one for later if they really wanted to, because again, that's still Dubhouse at the ADA side. that same trend persisted for them overall. No border for the Soniqs. Again, that's been a map that so far they've not really liked that much. They've played it one time and they're usually willing to ban it out more often than not. And the one time they played it, they lost it. Interesting that SSG is banning Bank. They're 2-1 on it so far in the stage. Last time they played it, they did get upset by Beastcoast, so they're just, again, probably more defaults that you don't really want to play into there if you're SSG.
So that leaves us in an interesting position. Okay, so there's the Villa ban from Soniqs. I actually like this from Soniqs. I think Villa is a stable map for SSGs. The way that they're so clutch at playing, like the 2 versus 2s, the 3 versus 3s, and a map like Villa often comes down to those specific situations. And that leaves, what, 2 maps left at this point?
Chalet and Skyscraper?
Chalet and Skyscraper. Now, if I'm SSG and I'm banning next, I would ban the Skyscraper, even though we know Soniqs don't look amazing on it. I think you want the flexibility of Chalet, you want the openness, you want to be able to pick an attack or repick on the attacking side if you're SSG and get more like flexibility, if you will.
That's right. Well, we know where we're going. It's going to be Chalet. One thing remains, though. We need to get our predictions in. From our casters, from our analysts, from our casting analysts, from our analyst casters. Everybody needs the coin, needs to predict something. It's time to find out what our casters have to say. Blues, Stokes, have you made up your minds yet? This one's a little bit tricky, I think, with Soniqs playing the way they have lately, leaning Space Station, but are you going to pick them?
Stokes, I'll leave this one to you first. Where do you think this one's going?
It's to the moon for me.
Wow,
it's to the moon
responsibility, John.
All right.
I don't know where we go from this point.
No. You got to pick. That's the rules.
I've tried to get around this, Sam. You can't. You have to choose a team.
True. Tries to
if
avoid
he's
picking every
saying that,
time,
you can't not
like,
pick.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's fair. That's fair. You got me there. You know what? I'm gonna have to take a trip to the moon. It's Space Station gaming all day. I think that they take it up against the Soniqs.
It wouldn't be a Space Station if it's on the moon, though. Then it'd be a moon base.
True. You got me there.
He's got you. Yeah. Can't escape English, Sam. Sorry.
It's going to be the same exact result for me. I think Space Station's taking this one. Once again, I do think we've got a couple of very close matches. You know, the last one was very close. This one I think is going to be the same, but I think this match means too much to Space Station with the playoff contention coming in, or the major contention coming in, and I think they're going to take this one.
All right, 2 for Space Station. My analyst, Jacob, what do you think?
I hate to be the contrarian, but I'm actually going to be. I think this is a Soniqs game.
Wow.
For one very particular reason. The one time that we saw this map get dropped by the Soniqs, they had an undefeated streak on this map from stage 3 up until the beginning of the stage, dropped it one time to Parabellum, and I do think because they're kind of on the comeback a little bit over these past couple of weeks, if there's upset potential, I think Space Station, like you mentioned yesterday, can kind of stoop down to the level of their opponent. I think there's actually a very good chance that Soniqs take this because we're going to Chalet.
Fair enough. All right, Analyst Pengu, real quick, what do you got?
I think Jacob did all the talking. I'll just keep it simple. SSG victory.
All right, there you go. Space Station victory. That leaves only the coin remaining. It's going to be heads. Soniqs, tails, Space Station. Let's see what it's going to be. Oh, I almost dropped it that time. Tails going for Space Station. All right, the coin going with Logic. No spicy takes from the coin
I'm about
yet today.
to go up the pack here if this one's correct.
It's not the first time, though. We did have that upset.
Oh, whatever.
Community poll. Let's check out what question you have to answer while this game is going on. Will Super be the 6th major gatekeeper, or will Bosco keep this title?
Oh, actually, I like this one.
That's interesting. Yeah, it's an interesting one to mull over. All right, well, the players are ready, so we don't want to take any more time. We're going to send it right back over to our casters for this map. Take it away. Should be a good one.
Thank you very much, Doa, and it's time, ladies and gentlemen, to get ready for the second matchup of the day here. Just like our first one, bound to be a very good one, and more importantly, a very close one. We've got the Soniqs, who obviously have been struggling quite a bit here inside of the stage, starting to rebound a bit on their later games, going up against Space Station, who has had a fairly solid run so far in Stage 1, but that's in contrast to other teams who have had a booming start to it, and that's left them almost outside of the top 4, potentially. They've got to fight for their spot going to the major, and we're going to have to wait and see if they can find another victory here today versus the Soniqs to try and lock that in. Stokes, let's get your opening thoughts on this matchup now, as we're just a few seconds away from starting the map.
I think that this one's going to be fiery, John. We're headed to Chalet, and not only that, but we've had a reinforced Soniqs ready for war yet again, and seeing if they can possibly get one over on Space Station Gaming. I love the map choice here. I'm excited to see it, and luckily enough, we don't have to wait very long to get into the action.
Let's dive right in, ladies and gentlemen. SSG is going to have the first and final bans. We're going to see the first one coming up pretty much as soon as we get it on your screen there, and there it is. It's going to be Nook once again getting knocked out. Her ban rate actually kind of skyrocketing here, at least inside of the NAL. We've been seeing her knocked out more and more on these specific maps. It's the second time today she's been banned, in fact.
Yeah, anytime that somebody can get sneaky and try and get a counter angle or maybe just possibly a flank, she's always a fantastic choice, especially since she does have those frag grenades along for the ride as well. So past that, though, Thatcher will be removed from the Soniqs, and they're looking to see Valkyrie out for the count on the defensive side.
Soniqs seem to be prioritizing removing the intel ops in correspondence to some other choices on the utility side of things. Utility bans aren't going to necessarily be absolutely necessary here, but this is an interesting one. Rooney oftentimes picked over some of the other mitigators because of the specific angles she can block out, and oftentimes boost those extended positions, especially upstairs where we see that fairly commonly played. So that's actually a pretty targeted pick there against some of these team strategies that should work out pretty effectively. Just unfortunately not going to be noticed immediately probably by you guys. It's a little more nuanced.
And she's a really strong option for really any site that you want to bring her to, not only because she has the laser gates, but also because she has soft destruction with the ability to punch through walls and hatches and things like that, as well as she has the EBR DMR, which is a great gun that we've seen used time and time again to deal some serious damage to the offensive side. So nobody will have access to that as SSG begins setting up Chalet for the very first time.
We're going to see a Thunderbird come out to play. Hot and Cold will be throwing down those Kona stations now, and kind of as you'd expect here, it's going to be used to boost the extended positions, hopefully allow these players, whether they're behind the library wall or in the support position by the connector, to stay in those spots for a little bit longer. If they take an initial fight, it doesn't go amazingly cool. They can get that extra health boost, get themselves back in fighting shape, and maybe stick around for an additional 30 seconds or so to waste away, in this case, the Soniqs time bank, and disallow them from entering the site.
The Soniqs out now. We'll look into the lineup and see what they have to enact themselves upon this defensive setup. And they really have everything that they could really want to in this position, especially given the circumstance of attacker repick. That's made that a lot easier to do over time now with Siege. And like I was saying before, they'll have everything in order to open up the top floor here. They're really looking to try and deal with Rampy's positioning as well as Fultz. These are two hallmarks of this setup here, but they actually have an extra cog in the mix, and it's actually going to be Skies inside of the small square room here just attached to the library area. So a lot of assistance for Spacestation on the top floor.
Lots of utility being deployed in here as well from the attackers to try and bleed out that support here. Seeing Fultz has to just crawl his way down the hatch as there's way too many nades coming in. More importantly, way too many players from the Soniqs on those windows surrounding him. Doesn't want to take a chance of getting his head cut off, so he falls back. Meanwhile, Grixer's working on sneaking his way in from the other side down Piano Hallway, already reaching the end of it. And now looking to try and see how he might be able to insert himself in. He's got Rampy and Skies around the corner. Fultz playing a support position at the top of Blue Stairs, watching out for him specifically, so this isn't exactly an easy push for him to try and make. Lots of options, and more importantly, lots of ways this could go wrong as Rexon just annoys one of his opponents there with the Twitch drone before hopping in himself to go for this entry. Forward he goes, and they're not even expecting it. Gets the first one for free. The Tracers act as a bit of a warning here so that he doesn't get tripped up by the second trade coming in. Skies also going to fall, so things continue to look awesome for the Soniqs here. So far, two uninterrupted kills before Bosco finally gets a trade back with the Nitro cell. We go into a 4v3.
The frag out for Soniqs as they've done the damage to the top floor setup that they were looking to try and do early on. It was a slight adjustment with kind of a different take as a lot of SSG's initial thoughts were headed towards the library, but Soniqs were able to find a gap over on the Ego balcony side, able to hop inside, deal with the initial player, and also pressure back the rest of SSG, also taking down Skies in the process. So be happy about the situation that they found themselves in, but Hot and Cold could play spoils here as well.
Cole continuing to sit back, waiting oh so patiently. The timing
Fultz is here too.
About this is Fultz. He's going to try to swing in, but he's immediately shut down. SSG seem to be fulfilling their own fate, but maybe Houghton can save the day. He's picked up one, and now a second is found as Yeti. Also drops to the deck here. Super and Grix are needing to make up the difference now. They do have downstairs control, and they found the only other defender still alive. So everything is truly going to fall to Houghton inside of what is now a 1v2. Would basically be a 1v4 for him if he's able to pull it off here, but let's see if he can get the job done. 15 seconds seconds is all he needs to lay out here. Just prevent the plant, and he can win through that avenue as well. But Super, he's already found a secure plant spot, more than likely not going to get interrupted unless Hot and Full commits to this, but only Grixer to do so instead, and the Soniqs pick up the round.
And this is the Soniqs that we have expected this entire stage, this play style that they've been able to find throughout the history of this squad. They found it yet again. Looks like they're able to actually fire on all cylinders, as much as we talk about that. So for the Soniqs now, have to be happy with how that round went, especially with the mid-round adjustment that Super more than likely enacted with his shot calling. They got their player inside a piano, able to make that serious play off the balcony like we talked about before. And past that, it was really up to Hot and Cold to try and end that round for the Soniqs, and he just couldn't get enough done. It was mostly not his fault. It really just came down to the lone player of SSG downstairs that died in a very unfortunate gunfight.
Unfortunately, that library hold not putting in the effort they thought it would to fend off the attacks from the Soniqs there. In fact, to some extent, that hold bolsters the Soniqs' own strength as they're able to turn it against SSG, kind of lock them inside of those library positions, and in a lot of cases, even prevent the fallback through the hatch. We saw Skies make his way to that as he was holding the initial top corner position, but failed to do anything else throughout the rest of the round. And the same can be said for the remaining players that continue to hold upstairs through that advanced 2 minutes or so of the round as well. So things continuing to look good for the Soniqs, despite having to go up against a very tough setup to break. And now we wait and see if they can pull it off a second time, as we're going to see a similar setup deployed over here towards the library, but now it's to defend the kitchen site instead of the one immediately below it.
And Chalet doesn't really have very many areas that the offense likes to try and work their way in initially. Library is usually the hot spot for the offensive take, and they'll usually try and counter things with balcony, just trying to make sure that nobody's playing inside of the library balcony area, because that's always a hot spot to be punished by any of the defensive players. So for Soniqs, it's looking very similar to what they did the last round, but as you said, John, it's not going to all break down the same way given the site circumstance.
It's continuing to go somewhat passively, but
Rexen
at the same time in the middle of a duel, and not only is he going to be able to win one, but Kansan picks up a second entry for the Soniqs too. Skies does trade it back in a different battle, as you can see over here by the main stairs. He's going to be able to find Yeti and somewhat equalize these numbers. Still an advantage for the Soniqs though at a 4v3 as the first minute has now elapsed, and we potentially got another duel brewing there. You can see Hot and close to a lineup against Kansan, but they're going to have to advance into the correct hallway to really and truly meet each other over these next few moments.
So much time for the Soniqs, and they are going to take it. Attempt to find where the rest of these SSG members could possibly be. Rexen will be on drone for the time being, trying to suss things out inside of piano. Grixer on Eagle Balcony will begin challenging the office door. Not too many SSG members currently home, just trying to play these angles safely and pre-fire common angles to see if Soniqs would potentially be standing inside of those. But nothing's been discovered just yet. This top floor is starting to fall to pieces as Hot and Cold is forced back to Solarium. Skies is looking for a flank up the main stairs though, and this is looking like it has a lot of potential.
SSG trying to
Oh, no.
Trying to commit to a fine dance right now of not getting too aggressive while also not leaving themselves too far in the dark from an intel perspective. Kansan, though, unfortunately for SSG, grabs another member of their squad. And a second is also found here by Rex. And Fultz, who is trying his hardest to line up some type of late-round flank through the upstairs portions of the map, is just not going to be able to make it happen here. He's now the lone warrior here in a 1v4. Doesn't even have the capability to stop the diffuser from going down. Super will get yet another plant. And the Soniqs are looking like they'll have a clean 2-0 lead here over the next few moments unless Fultz is able to go absolutely crazy. And yeah, just not going to happen here. Grixer with one finalizing kill, and it's a 2-0 lead for the Soniqs.
Now I'm starting to get interested on when we're going to see attack timeout from SSG. Not to say call it right now,
Maybe after
but
next round.
it wouldn't exactly be the worst thing to call it in the current moment, only because the Soniqs are really starting to heat up, and they haven't had this kind of momentum the entire stage. So the fact that they're starting to get it so early on here on Chalet, this could get pretty worrisome at a certain point.
I think the problem for SSG is going to be recognizing how far behind they are in these rounds. We can see it because we're constantly looking at a top-down view and realizing that, like, okay, yeah, the members of SSG are like trading, but they're not really getting anything from those trades. It's still the Soniqs like proceeding onward, getting closer and closer to the site. There's nothing being denied in these trades like positionally. So SSG, the problem is they're probably only seeing the trade part and being like, okay, we're close, guys. We're almost there. We just need to push this over the edge a little bit more. And I think it's going to take a few more rounds for them to realize just how far behind they may truly be.
Well, that's 2 times in a row that the Soniqs have straight up scooped SSG out of their own site. You know, you have all of these players on extended holds trying to play for map control, but where the map control actually matters is back home. And every time Soniqs has been able to punish them thus far. So we'll see if that continues on, but We'll have to find out after round 3. And luckily enough, it starts just now. The Soniqs set up for their overall lineup here. Kansan will continue to bring the line. Rexon back on the Twitch as well. Saw him play pretty aggressively upstairs inside of Library for one of the opening kills that Soniqs were able to procure.
A few repicks were used by the Soniqs as well, so they've custom built the lineup to be able to properly assault this site. It's still going to be that usual dynamic duo over here by Library, however, of both Rampy and Skies trying to fend off the initial clear. Rampy realizes that there's going to be a Twitch drone jumping its way around to gather intel, and he nicely grabs it out of the air. But at the same time, there's going to be a late mirror window placed here by Hot and Cold to fend off some of these entry angles from the inside of Office, and that'll be very, very useful for SSG, and a bit of a surprise for the Soniqs, but at the same time, you can see that from Super and other players' POV, they've got a very sneaky drone hidden out here in Office, so they'll know exactly when, more importantly, where that mirror is looking to strike from.
So much time for both of these teams. Hot and Cold bearing down on Ego Balcony, but so much damage now dealt to him from, I believe, underneath via a frag grenade. Down to 1 bullet's worth of HP. He's going to try and play out his life for the remainder of this round. For the Soniqs, the drone economy is looking quite solid at the current moment. They'll continually be able to gather that information that they so desperately need, especially at the current moment. I mean, they know where Rampy is, but past that, there's not too much of the plot that they really know all that much about. But they've found Hot and Cold. Luckily enough, Foltz will be able to trade it back onto Yeti. Some nice angles being adopted here inside of Library as well for Rexon, trying to cut off some of these rotations, but currently nobody home downstairs as the Soniqs look to push things further.
Rexon looking to potentially open up a pathway over towards top
Oh,
blue
big kill.
stairs, but Super going to be found by Skies instead, knocking out the hard breach, immediately seeing it refragged by Rexon, though, downing Rampy and knocking out the Wamai. No more of those magnets to be deployed in a later portion of the round here, meaning they're going to be limited in terms of their mitigation. At the same time, though, SSG still with good control over the map. They're still in the fight in a very big way, especially with that case being down on the ground. I remember the Soniqs already working on retrieving it, however, but also, once again, so many counteracting points here. SSG has so much presence inside of the Office area that it's going to be tough for the Soniqs to still justify any type of push forward and into the actual site. And we'll see exactly why, as one of them tries to sneak into Library. But look at this, 2 kills going in the favor of the Soniqs. Just the confirmation coming back at SSG that does still put the pressure on the Foltz here. A very winnable 1v2 deployed before him. He's going to have to try and isolate out where these 2 players are. And good pacing here coming from Foltz. Stops exactly when he would have potentially revealed himself if he full committed to this swing. So playing it very, very cautiously right now. But the plant commitment going down still. Foltz is going to be able to find Rexon despite that very cheeky spot behind the piano. Can he deny this plant, though? No, he won't, but immediately knocks the head off of Kansan when he peeks. It's a quad from Foltz and a clutch as well. SSG finally gets themselves on the board.
A great round there from Foltz, and that looked extremely terrifying. I mean, we have the Twitch enter piano and immediately go down, but then the Finka gets them back up instantaneously with the adrenal surge, and then all of a sudden, for a certain moment there, you have a 3 versus 1, and that's never really going to go in your favor when you're trying to fight 2 different angles while somebody's trying to put the case down. But fortunately enough for SSG and fortunately enough for Foltz, he was able to procure that initial kill and then move past and able to take down a lot of pretty cheeky positions, especially coming out from Rexon with him prone behind the piano. That was going to be a hard one to find, and he was still able to get it done.
So it's a basement hold on deck now for SSG, finally finding their strength and more of an ability to just kind of stalemate out the push from the Soniqs. Seemed like there wasn't really a whole lot that was stopping them on the first 2 rounds, but this time SSG able to use their positions a lot more appropriately to try and slow down that assault and ultimately not leave the Soniqs with enough clearance to get them a safe plan as they had been doing for the previous 2 rounds. So first successful denial out from our defenders. Time to see if they can do it again on another new site, another new piece of territory for them. Once again, continually shifting around the site. Chalet is a map where most teams are going to feel relatively comfortable, assuming they have the experience on it to play all 4 sites. So we'll continue to see SSG do so as they now head to the final one they've yet to play, which of course is here on the bottom floor.
Well, all right, Soniqs, are you able to get back on the train? They were chugging along there for a bit, able to link 2 cars back to back, procure these 2 rounds, but now they need to find their 3rd and continue this dominant streak on their offensive side as Chalet tends to lead that way. Hot and Cold will be back in a very favorable position for Space Station Gaming to oversee what happens with Library. As for the rest of Space Station, there'll be a couple of members upstairs. Foltz will be holding things down inside of Office, but as for Rampy, and I believe one more member of SSG, they'll be back inside of Site, trying to hold things down. Well, actually, no, it's not even Kitchen as the site, so pardon my French. It is indeed the basement. So he's actually over here by himself on the extended hold, but now we got some problems in a fight that he really needs to win. Unfortunately enough for him, he's not able to tag up the Twitch of Rexen at all. Rampy instead taking a lot of damage.
Rampy actually going to get caught trying to transition to a safer position as well. Grixer isolating him out, finding the angle needed to eliminate him. This is an area where the Sonics have been consistently excelling so far in this game, is catching the members of SSG as soon as they shift out of their little safety boxes. More often than not, the Sonics have been able to grab those players mid-rotate. So some good intel play on the Sonics to constantly capitalize on that, like we just saw with Rampy. Foltz may potentially become the next victim, but he could also become the attacker here if he's able to go unnoticed on that top floor positioning.
I believe he will for some time. There's really no reason as to the Sonics, droning this. There's nothing that he's done to where they should be aware of that situation. Probably avoided the earlier clear, and he's going to be able to make good on it now, and boy, does he ever have to. Hot and Cold's going to go down. It's a 3 versus 5, and now Foltz, with a lot of work to do, drops into Kitchen. Knows that somebody's more than likely around the space, and Kansan will handle that properly. The M590 rips a hole in the wall, and he'll rip a hole in his head. Sonics bounce back. It's a 5-1 here. Skies has to try and win this out from a terrible position. On the back end of Wine, he'll get gunned down, and it's a flawless round from the Sonics. They're back in the saddle.
Gonna sound like a broken record here, as it's basically the last point I made, but just want to highlight again, man, this is the intel play right now from the Sonics, and as well the general situational awareness of all 5 of their players is really unmatched inside of this specific matchup here. Massive improvement compared to what we were seeing earlier on in the stage, and we are finally going to get that timeout from SSG as well, so we have more time to talk about this. The Sonics just fully aware of every single play, at least in that last round, that SSG were going to make. Most notably, we saw that bedroom drop where another member of the team was trying to contribute after 2 other players had attempted to do so earlier in the round. As soon as he pops open a softball, someone's just hard crosshaired right on top of him there to be able to take him down.
Yeah, it's the struggle bus right now for Space Station. It seems like everything they're doing simply doesn't work, especially for Rampy's sake. He's 0-4 at the current moment. He hasn't found a single thing in this game that has been able to assist his team, and that's more than likely what a lot of this tactical timeout is going to be about, is how do they position themselves to be successful up against Sonics in these next 2 rounds to actually pick up these defenses, because they still have an opportunity to tie this up.
Absolutely the case. 2 more rounds to go. Could be 2 more successful defenses in the cards here. We're going to see them make a return to the kitchen as well for the upcoming round. You guys probably caught a glimpse of that yourself, but you can see it much more clearly, of course, as we are once again in the game and in the server here, trying to take a peek at what exactly Sonics will bring to bear to once again flush out the second floor extension that SSG are more than likely going to deploy towards and slowly but surely work their way into the kitchen hold.
Well, now for Space Station, it's all about the adjustments. We'll see what they can possibly muster here in round 5. We'll have the castle along for the ride with Hot and Cold. Skies and also Foltz switching out a couple of their things as well initially inside of the round. So they'll have Mute and Alibi. So we'll see how that can potentially throw a spanner in the works up against the Sonics. I wish Foltz would have stuck to the pick of Frost, because that's always just a fun one to watch when it comes to Chalet, especially up against a team like the Sonics. I mean, like you were saying, the info game's pretty good, so more than likely wouldn't work out too well, but it's always one of those things that can catch somebody off guard in one of the best moments. So now for SSG, they have to be worried about the Sonics, as they'll be out and about for the 5th time here.
Kansan already popping open the first of that library window. The second one more than likely not going to be too far behind, and there it goes. So all the pressure suddenly onto Bosco to hold this from the connector side, and it seems like the pressure might be boiling up to be a bit too much for him. He's had to back away from it entirely, as it seems like there's just way too many players from the Sonics going to potentially boost themselves into there, and he does not want to fight that much this early on. Could almost certainly lead to his death. They don't want to start on bad footing from 4v5. They need to find some better way to pick up this opening kill.
Well, SSG is going to play this one pretty close to the chest. Foltz will be on a more extended position downstairs towards West Main, with the potential to rotate later on and be the crux of Sonics' attack. So now Sonics making some solid headway, looking to try and clear out this top floor, the Twitch drone down, and the BP potentially removing this from play for the time being, but hasn't been hit just yet. Frag grenade out, Rexen will be able to avoid the initial shot from the BP. Some more frag grenades that could potentially pick up said Twitch drone, but looks like it's not going to be able to do too much against the SSG members lying in wait.
Bosco continuing to sit back, deploy more of those magnets, just sit in waiting and potentially line up more opportunities to eat up more of the Soniqs utility here. Half the round gone, but the Soniqs just inches away from the site here, so they have to be very, very close about the potential clear that's going to show up not only on the second floor, but the almost immediate follow-through that clear will have onto an assault on the site itself here. So SSG need to be ready for action sooner rather than later, and it seems like, however, they've got a good lineup to potentially stop all this from happening. Houghton as well as Bosco fending off the hallway play. They're not going to necessarily have vision into office, however, so this could become problematic as they'll be moving in for free and have the ability to open up top downs. Hot and Cold will find the first response. Bosco here in the meanwhile gets away with a kill, but it's messy, and Houghton adds a second to his own personal counter. Seems like the lineup is good to stop this push from the Soniqs, and suddenly they're brought down to only Super and Yeti, having to back away even from their office position as they're just not sure of anything anymore after that recent push from SSG.
SSG's more kill box-centric setup with all of these angles that Sonic have to worry about. It's going to end up bagging them all of the kills they need in order to successfully take the round. But now as Yeti takes down Hot and Cold, there's a very good chance, but Bosco reads Super perfectly. He'll take him down. He knows Yeti has to be in the area, but does he win the next one-on-one? Looks like he's been able to readjust. The drones outside already have him, and rather the ones in the hallway, but he's going to hightail it back to site. There is no reason for him to be around this area when he could just help his teammates. And it's going to be the hold from Fultz at the top of Solarium that will do it here for round 5 as Spacestation will take it.
Super unfortunate for Super there as we saw him trying to line up that last kill, but didn't even notice the player hiding up behind the deployable shield. That pretty much seals the deal there. The 2v3 certainly workable, but Yeti not going to be able to get it done all on his own. So Bosco, nice job sneaking away not only that kill, but a few others throughout the course of that round as well between him and Hot and Cold as SSG finally secure a second round. The pause has seemed to have worked out pretty well for this team, so time to see if they can lock in that consistency and give us an outright tie at halftime of 3-3.
And you could seriously see the adjustments in that round like we were talking about. Space Station goes for a much calmer defensive setup where they're able to play off of each other a lot more and try and play for some of these angles where they'll be able to combat Sonic's entry, and it works out handedly, especially with just the plethora of kills that SSG found as they started to apply pressure back inside of the mid-round, you know, around the time that Bosco was able to secure his kill. 3 kills pop off from SSG. So past that, though, last round will be downstairs. Not downstairs. It's actually inside of Bar and Gaming. It'll be on the mid-floor here with SSG worried about Library, as they dang well should be. This is usually the starting grounds for most offensive teams, and more than likely the Soniqs will be going about it in very similar fashion to what they have in recent history.
Way fewer rotations required inside of that setup from SSG on the previous round as well, so was able to avoid the pitfall they've been running into with the 4 or so rounds before that. Other players kind of getting caught on fallbacks there. When they did have to go for them, did them way earlier in that round than previously. We're going to see, though, once again, Soniqs quickly surrounding this library setup. Yeti will just pop open the windows here, and they'll begin the process of trying to flush Fultz, Skies, and Rampy out of these spots, but that has been the issue here from SSG. They have not been able to maintain these, generally speaking, long enough for them to have impact.
Oh!
What was that?
Oh my God!
The disrespect! He just hops over and knocks out Fultz. To be fair, you know, predictable position. Like, they know he'd have been there because he's played it on 2 other rounds at least. But man, just straight up hopping the window. I never expected that. Goodbye to Fultz, I guess, and now SSG has to work here to make up the difference.
I mean, you got to lock your windows, John. That could happen at any moment in time. What a play there from Kansan. And as you said, it was just great recognition of what usually the default strategy is for this position. And he's able to just quickly make mincemeat of Fultz as he hops that window. A beautiful frag comes in from Yeti. It'll pick up Skies, and the Soniqs are well on their way to grabbing this round. The Nitro Cell went outside, John. It went past the man that was sitting in the library and could have died and went outside, unfortunately enough, for Space Station.
I don't think we have collision on that, but I think if we did, it might have actually stuck to his head. It was the way it looked like it was arcing for a second.
You can body block Nitro Cells.
Oh, can you?
Yeah,
okay,
for sure,
maybe you could. Okay, so I just missed them then in that case. Grixer either way here, lining up to try and get another one, and nearly gets it through the soft breach. Bosco now at under 50%. Grixer barely damaged here as he's got the adrenal surge, even more damage on that most recent volley. I'm surprised he hasn't finished it off yet, as Bosco now sits with 5 to 10 HP. HP here, trying to fight for his life, but has been unable to return a single bullet that was sent into him. Rampy and Hot and Cold, at least Rampy still maintaining his upstairs presence. Hotton, I think, trying to play between both of those positions as he's over by blue stairs, so still a bit of a tense situation here for the Sonics. Despite the fact that it's a 5v3, they don't have full control over any area outside the library just yet.
And past that, the drone economy is not looking too hot right now. They have 3 drones, actually 2 drones in play, but luckily enough, everything that they've done has hit its mark. They're going to take down Hot and Cold. Rampy gets his very first kill of the game halfway through at the current moment, but he's going to be quickly thwarted by Rexen as he chases his second. Bosco, it's down to be the best in the game, but Rexen will spam the wall of stock, and he will die immediately on impact.
Once again, that last kill really showcasing, once again, the situational awareness of the Sonics, just immediately blind firing in the general area of the remaining players, and as you see, just a random stray bullet is what catches the last player alive on the Sonics, or excuse me, on SSG there. So they're only able to negotiate those 2 defensive rounds in the first half here, which is going to leave them at a pretty serious deficit. However, of course, it is Chalet. This is generally a map where we tend to see the attackers excel quite a bit, so we are on track for that. But now it's the question of what type of strength are Sonics going to bring to the table? How will they leverage their intel game and their situational awareness on the defense to try and thwart SSG's attacks?
That's a really good question. I think the big thing for Sonics, at least initially with the lineup that we're seeing, is that it's going to be pretty roam-centric. They want to try and hold map control and force SSG to take it away from them. And if the Sonics can win out on the engagements that SSG have to give them in those circumstances, then that's a pretty straightforward round past that point. So we'll see what the Sonics are able to do. But the big thing is that this is going to require a solid info game from Spacestation. Oh no, one of the best droners in the entirety of Rainbow Six, to make sure that they have a beat on Rexen, just because of the hatch play and his ability to move around this map like a monkey.
Yeah. For the players at home, they're getting a little worried about SSG. Don't give up on them just yet, as they also bring a world-class attack to the table and shouldn't have too much of an issue picking apart this play from the Sonics. With that said, though, the Sonics certainly impressing us with what we've seen inside of the first half. We couldn't be in for a few surprises on this second half as well. Like you said, Rexen most notably going to be the biggest mobile player here for the Sonics roster on the first round, with that Oryx being able to work himself around not only on a horizontal basis, but on a vertical basis too, due to his access to hatches. Looking like a basement entry for SSG, though. They're going to go in a moment. The drone will spot Yeti, so it'll be a quick clearance of his position here, especially with that garage being open.
Bosco's going to keep a set of 6 after he adds some extra pellets to the right-hand side, just for another little window to be able to assist with some angles towards blue, where Yeti currently resides, just on the other end of the hallway. EE1D out. Yeti's not going to make the move. He'll get droned out yet again here. Goes for the swing in the pre-fire, but might have been ill-advised. Unfortunately enough, Foltz can't make it. Kansas there. Oh my God! Space Station Gaming, hook, line, and sinker is what Kansan just got there. I mean, dude, he's got to tell me what he's got in that tackle box right there. This man is a fisherman if I have ever seen one.
The tunnel vision from Space Station. 2 different players trying to knock out Yeti and laser focused on it, not even paying attention to what could have rotated down through the main stairs into the snowmobile garage. Excellent play from the Sonics, and once again, their ability to adapt off of intel is unmatched right now inside of this match, as they continue to shut down, in this case, these attacks from SSG here, bringing it down to a 5v3 before we even hit the halfway point on the round.
I mean, I hate to say it, mostly because I hate giving Caliber Jacob compliments, but he might have called it at the right time. This might finally be a great form of the Sonics that we had wished that we got to see this entire stage. But the good news is that they're here now, and they're playing some damn good Siege.
It's even more ironic that he made a good prediction about the Sonics of all teams.
Yeah,
you know,
it's very ironic. John, don't.
Now you're thinking about it more.
Don't get me to laugh. Okay.
Back on topic. We've got SSG. They're just going to try to hop into the site from the looks of it here. Unfortunately, a Banshee from Malusi will be blocking their way in the corner, so they cancel that plan fairly quickly. The problem, though, is they've already played their hand to an extent just by hopping into the window and activating the Banshee for a split second. So Kansan's here. He's ready to stop it. He's got one. Now another one for the quad on the round. We're going to see Super get knocked out, so a chance still for Kansan to pick up the ace alive and well. He's got case control also. Everything has fallen to skies, and he's got 25 seconds left to try and make up the difference here. So roll in a flash, try to get himself to a window quickly enough on the recovery, but as you guys can see, it's a long run to getting an access. But he went the wrong way, too. So.
He doesn't even have his hand on his mouse. There we go. No, not anymore. Okay, so yeah, we're just talking about what's going on. This is an active tactical time timeout from Spacestation Gaming because Soniqs, they're just getting away with way too much at the current moment. That round right there completely decided by the engagement that went on downstairs. They eventually just had to try and throw things at the site and hope that nobody's watching the double window and bar, which is probably the most watched window of the entirety of that site. So you can see how silly it is at the end of the day, because it's just super unfortunate that things broke down for Spacestation the way that they did down low. It was just a fantastic call from Soniqs, and that is what they've been lacking for a lot of this stage that, once again, we're very happy to see back and fully online.
Kansas, in the meanwhile, there, a massive impact from him. Doesn't end up getting the ace. We can give him like a little silver star or something maybe for his efforts, because he kind of got the ace. It was more just the last member of SSG didn't take a fight, so he never got a chance. Like,
we can't give out participation trophies, John. I'm sorry. This is a competition. I don't know if you knew that.
It was like you know, situational things like that, where it's like
you did a good job, like a little golden sticker.
Yeah,
I'm sure. I'm sure if you talk to a goddess, that she can just add a sticker next to Kansas' name on like the calendar or something like that. I heard if he gets 10 of those, that he actually gets to eat food for once or something like that. I'm just joking. But either way, though, for Spacestation, they're about to be out and about here, changing things up across the board. And I know that there's going to be one character that's coming along for the ride, John, that you really want to talk about.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be the Amaru pick coming back in. We've already seen her used quite a bit more since attacker repick was added, but obviously once again making her appearance here. Not the only repick we've seen, though. Overall, it was a bit of a remake of the styling from SSG's attacking lineup here, so I'm curious to see what they're going to try and do. Specifically with Hot and Cold's choice here, obviously he needs to do a bit of drone work. More than likely will be a late entry for himself. Okay, never mind. They're going to go for a quick basement clear again, it seems here, since they don't find anything in the car garage, and that will open up some potential for them to maybe even leap in from down below. I think as our observer was just trying to show us there, dude, was soft hatch being left, well, not open, but soft at least, just below the dining room.
Yeah, it could be the play for Houghton, but the thing that I'm scared about is that there's usually quite a few bodies in this position, so it's going to require a lot from SSG in order to get this done. It works! Cold, he's going to get one and immediately get traded. That's what I was worried about, is there's usually a constant amount of players in this area, but it's caused enough chaos that SFG has simply bullied the Soniqs. They take so many bodies, and now they're trying to pull it back from the depths.
It's working. not even necessarily in the way that SSG would have hoped for it to work, but okay. Yeti as well here, trying to throw back some of this action at the members of SSG. He's able to equalize the player count here. That Twitch drone going on immediately being denied, unfortunately, with the position up top. Now locked in a 2v2, and it's probably going to be a very, very tense one at that. Our players are scattered all over the map right now, and we still have a minute and a half to play, so this is going to be an eternity for all four of these players.
You guys ever played twos before? That's exactly what's going on right now. And the good news is for SSG is SSG's planting? Question mark? Fultz, how are you in here? Where is the cover on
all the
this?
Upstairs players are left
here. He's holding things down. The split engagement doesn't work out. Yeti wins one. Fultz! Oh my, Fultz! He shuts down Yeti, immediately flicks, and takes out the other Soniqs member, and Spacestation get away with that round.
That was a crazy round. There was so much stuff happening, and like we said, the Amaru play not even like being the main thing that allows them to win it. It's a distraction that allows their players in, which then that fight is what allows SSG to get control of the site, push us to that 2v2 point where you only have, from what I could tell, the upstairs roam game from Soniqs left alive at that point. They had to then try and rotate back, use those positions to their advantage, but couldn't lock down the proper plant positioning. And as a result of that, SSG able to clutch that one out, keep themselves alive here. More importantly, keep the Soniqs off map point.
Yeah, and also that's one way to keep your opponents guessing, I'm sure. We might just slide up one of your hatches and talk about a funny engagement in between the Maestro and the Amaru as well. As they
just Maestro didn't even know how to react. He was like, wait, what are you doing here?
You're here? And that's the beauty of attacker repick and what it's done for Rainbow Six. It's made it to where you can have super interesting lineups like what SSG's been bringing right now. Yeah, it's not as interesting as the last one, but look at the amount of tools that they've changed out for to make it to where this round is easier for them. That's just something that we've never had in the likes of Rainbow Six Siege. I mean, look at that, John. The entire lineup just switched out for SSG, with Fultz even throwing his hat in the ring and grabbing Flores.
And SSG definitely one of the teams here in North America that's made the strongest use, by a pretty strong case as well, of
they set the bar,
repick.
absolutely.
So, yeah,
like
especially
right
in the first few play days, they've made by far the most use of it. In my opinion, they're still making the most use of it, but at the same time, I haven't been watching every single match, so there might have been a few snuck past me that I didn't notice yet. I I have to do some more research on that. Either way, though, SSG continuing to showcase here in this new meta that they are not going to fall behind, that they are here to stay at the top of North America as they have been for the past few years here. At the start of this round, it's Grixer trying to lean out towards the windows here, seeing if he can make it lucky, find some intel, or better yet, a bullet or two into one of the members of SSG, but so far no luck in that department.
Yeah, they're taking their time, they're droning out the basement, and they have the potential to find Super here early on inside of Blue, but it would require a lot of effort on their end, and they still have to worry about the roam game, especially of Rexen up top currently, making his way towards Solarium. Trophy could be a hot commodity here in a couple of seconds. Bosco now move downstairs. There's a mute jammer on this wall, so somebody will have to stop that from existing before they're actually able to open up said wall. They'll be looking towards Trench here momentarily as well, more than likely, in order to get that side open. It's going to be a smoke out and a nade to make sure this goes off without a hitch. Bosco applies where needed for burn, and boom, we now have a wall open.
Not only that, but the Rotero drone is going to continue to cycle forward. A good possibility that Super's position gets compromised at some point in the next 30 seconds or so here, with Fultz continuing to bleed out that utility count by using these drones. You're already seeing one go in, and like I said, there we go. Super's position now compromised, and there might even still be one or two more, too. In fact, he's going to keep throwing them in here, making that sight setup as weak as humanly possible here. And Houghton as well, chucking in a nade, trying to see if he can shuffle the positions of the Soniqs. Not going to work to a huge extent, but that Rotero drone will do a bit of work here, pushing Kansan further back on the inside of his closet.
And Kansan pretty fortunate with that, and well, you couldn't say the same for Rampy. He gets taken down with an instant flick from Kansan, but fortunately enough for SSG, he hangs his neck out just a little bit too far and loses his life. Soniqs, though, they bounce back quickly. Hot and cold to go down, and a potential trade back and forth here, but lots of utility in hand at the moment as Bosco starting the plant inside of Wine. Still 3 members of SSG up, and there is a huge potential for them to take this post plant.
Absolutely the case, especially with the positionings they're currently playing from Bosco now with the plant down on the ground, playing security detail here, already knocking out Yeti. They've even the player count down. This peek is going to come in, gets him to spray a bit prematurely, though. He needs support from his teammates here, and he's not going to get it. Grixer pushes forward, takes him down, and now the numbers are back in Soniqs' favor, but look at the health pools. Rexen and Grixer taking so much from that fight. Fultz now shooting one of them in the back. Sky's getting a second. Everything falls to Grixer here. He's going to have to be a huge hero for the team, but it won't happen. SSG close the gap just that little bit more, and are now only 1 round away from tying us up at 5-5.
Spacestation throwing it all at the side and hoping that Hot and Cold can once again be enough of a distraction for them to get their play to go off without a hitch. And that's exactly what happens. They actually get some control of Wine, able to get the plant down, and SSG, or rather Soniqs, don't have any defensive utility to try and counteract that. There's nothing they can really do in that situation, because if they step up to the plate, SSG has the cross, and they'll lose their life in that process. So have to try and win it out in the post plant, and they simply cannot. As for SSG, they shored up this score line within punching distance now to tie things up here.
Just that one final round as long as SSG need, and they will close the gap in fairly impressive fashion. Meanwhile, for the Soniqs, they too struggling to fend off some of this early aggression we were quite often getting from SSG here. The extended positions just not able to maintain their strength for as long as the Soniqs would like, and on top of some weaker holds inside of the sites themselves, it's been SSG rocketing their way back into the second half here, and potentially into a leading position if things go that much further here. Downstairs hold for the Soniqs first floor. That is, of course, inside of the bar and billiards room, so the usual extension being deployed upstairs into the library now. Still a very mobile composition, though. Of course, we can see the Oryx is back to play for Rexen, and Kansan still going to be playing with the Alibi also here. But Rexen gets the opportunity, just a little too focused on AD-ADing there, not able to line up the actual shot when the player peeks it. So a missed opportunity for Rexen. Very unfortunate for him, as it doesn't seem that member of SSG was expecting that.
Yes, indeed. Could have been the freebie off rip, but apparently not in the card. Spacestation Gaming will now begin their clear of the site. Try and see where the entry point will be here. So they haven't even really worked their way in towards the building just yet. Still looking to see where a potential entry point could be. Over towards the library once again is where we go. We'll have some drones come in from this side, and obviously the counter angle from SSG out on the Ego balcony. They'll try and flush these Sonic members out of their positioning and get them into some hot water if the potential actually goes through. Rampy able to find the drone here, or rather the shield here on the balcony with his drone, as they'll be able to get one of Fultz's Rotero drones inside and get rid of this position.
See how much of it's going to take out, and pretty much the entire setup. So very well played here from SSG to get that right where they needed it to. Suddenly, not a lot of support going to be deployed to that exterior library position, and Rampy, beautifully shot here as well, has the pre-fire angle to knock out Super as he tries to take a pixel peek, only his head being revealed, but that's apparently enough for SSG to take him down, and once again, establish the early advantage.
Rexon with a wild swing out of the kitchen window, or rather the bathroom window. He won't find anything, but now Rampy trying to see if potentially any other Soniqs members want to take a gamble and swing the window for library. But nothing really happening here as things have slowed down for Spacestation Gaming. Not getting too active across the board, just seeing if any of these Soniqs members will give up the goods. Past taking down Super, really no action happening, but now Fultz down low. Could actually see him start to work his way up blue stairs and potentially slide in behind the Soniqs if he can hit his mark. Gonna have the Capital bolts now come in and an ill-advised hop from Hot and Cold as he tries to get into library, but Kansan's worried about the angle.
If it worked, it would have been amazing because it would have potentially prevented this position from being defendable if he was able to get through those incendiaries down, and this would have allowed the players to hop in through the billiards window, but no longer can this be the case. They're going to try and do it through normal frag grenades instead. This will get him off the initial position, but he'll be back immediately to try and stop the bleeding here. Unfortunately, won't be able to do so. Only can down one. His teammate's getting res, but here comes Yeti to save the day as he finishes off the downing of those two players, leaving only Skies in the fight for the 1v3. He, too, now has to move away from his entry point and attempt somewhere else. Wanted to go for the window by the front stairs. Second thoughts on that, though, is he's instead going to run just over towards the big entry point here for Billiard. See if he can make the hop. There's so much Overwatch. You guys can already see it. The silhouette from Yeti shuts down the Sonic, or shuts down Space Station, and the Soniqs will move up onto map point.
An impossible round there for Space Station Gaming. The pacing that the Soniqs had made it almost impossible for the SSG unit to do anything up against their defensive strategy. They initially try and just enter the site via the window yet again, but who's there to hear the call? Well, it's Kansan all over again to almost get two just like he did the last time, but instead it will be two that were disjointed. He'll get the library player, one hopping the window, lose the gunfight, but he gives the round over to the Soniqs in the same breath.
So the Soniqs with two opportunities to shut this game down now inside of regulation. It would be a massive win for them, more so in their ability to deny SSG of any potential playoff positioning, more so than anything, but also just help to improve this record, which you guys can see from the top left, it hasn't been great, especially for a team of the Soniqs caliber here, proving themselves domestically as the most consistent team inside of the NAL during the 2021 season. And then on top of that, placing top 6, if I remember correctly, at SI.
Indeed.
So,
and Grixer was the highest rated player at SI.
Another good point there as well. So we expect a bit more than 9th place from the Soniqs, but I think that they're maybe finally on the right path if this game is anything to indicate.
6th in the world, 9th place in North America.
I mean, like, it's the same thing for TSM.
Yeah.
So, like, you know,
no, for sure.
just as much fault on them, if not more. Like,
yeah, it's just more for comedic value than anything.
Yeah.
It's crazy to think a team like the Soniqs is actually, technically speaking, the 6th best team in the world, at least from our last international event, and the NAL has just not clicked for them so far. But we've talked about that a decent bit today across most of the desks. So past that, the Soniqs looking to see if they can possibly close things out in regulation, and it all starts here in library once again, wouldn't you know it? The drone's in to try and suss out Rexon's position. He's going to take some cannon fodder from the other side of the map, though. His Ego Balcony is also in play yet again, and, well, luckily enough for him, he'll be able to make his way away from this situation.
You gotta look for Rexon like hard committing the span, thinking someone was going to peek him from the small window here in library just to get shot in the back from the literal opposite side of where he was expecting to.
Oh?
Not lucky for Rexon,
He's
but maybe
feisty today.
This is like the 3rd time he's potentially flirted with this hop out here. Wants to go for it again. There may be a possibility he lines someone up through that other window as well, but more than likely would have wanted that barricade open to actually take some shots through it. So probably won't see much transpire from it if he does go for the hop out. And meanwhile, SSG are moving along swimmingly with their clear, at least of the upstairs hold here, already managing to get that breach opening into office. They still need to clear out these players, of course, and get them in position to enter the site, but that may not be too far away here, with Fultz currently sitting just inches away from it, and a potential opening kill versus Super, too, if he can line up for it. He's got to be able to make the swing, though. Waits for it, and Super realizes that someone is here, so he returns fire, gets a large amount of damage out, just as he's able to take some on his own there. But at the same time, it's a great distraction to allow the second thermite charge to go out and open up access to the dining room.
Yes, indeed. But for the Soniqs, they still have so much denial in their back pocket going down to this last minute. Echo with his drones as well as Kanza with his smokes can end a lot of what SSG potentially want to do with their plant spot. And you could say the same thing about Super. He's backed up and he'll be able to more than likely abuse these Evil Eyes going forward. He's playing so very close to Rampy at the current moment, although more than likely unbeknownst to him. Rampy, though, it's going to be trying to hold down to the back end while SSG pushes themselves forward. Bosco looking for a plant spot. Rampy finds Super inside of West Main. Kansan fires back, though, and now all of SQ on the board. It's down to a 3 versus 2. No one has case control as the SSG members were attempting to bully their way into the kitchen area.
No control, but as you can see here, they still have some positioning to fight for inside of the site. Rexon as well with a great read. Knows he's got someone lurking right around the corner. That's strike 1 here for SSG, and we're really playing a 2-strike game right now, so they're so close from being knocked out. Volt's left alone. He knows he's got a player directly on top of him, tries to bait it. It's so hard to do so, though, as you can see that animation immediately swings his aim down to the very bottom of his screen here. Has to try and go for it regardless, though. Has found a safe corner to at least attempt it. More than likely, oh man, will get the plan off, but never mind. Rexon swings down, denies it, and the Soniqs, ladies and gentlemen, will be your victor of today's match as they take it 7-4.
All smiles for the Soniqs camp after taking down Spacestation Gaming. As of right now, before this match goes through, Spacestation, the 4th highest rated team in the entirety of the NAL, but surely will not be in the standings after this. Congratulations to the Soniqs for getting a big win, even though it's a little later on into Stage 1.
Yeah, no massive changes to the overall results, more than likely coming in for Stage 1 of the Soniqs by taking that win, but it's a massive moral victory for them, as obviously we know they've been struggling a bit up until this week of play, and on top of that, they're building a great foundation for Stages 2 and 3 as we look towards the summer and fall seasons as well. Here's the Soniqs continuing to look better and better, potentially returning to their old form when they were one of the best, if not the best teams out of this region going into SI.
Yes, indeed. If they can find their mark when it comes to their consistency again, which is something that we've been asking of them the entire stage, then honestly, I think that we have a ball game with any team that they go up against in the entirety of Rainbow Six. So it's nice to see them getting back to form, and I hope that it continues.
Especially with how they played it, too. Like we said, especially from the attacking side, most notably, situational awareness and intel play was second to none. Absolutely beautiful stuff coming out from the Soniqs, not giving SSG a single inch of their own defensive play to work out for them when they tried to swing things aggressively. So with that said, the Soniqs winning things out here, looking better and better. What does the future hold for them? Well, we'll have to wait and see, because like we said, unfortunately, probably not going to see a major run in the future for these guys, but SSG still have to fight for it, and we'll see just how close they are, as well as get a chance to talk to a member of the Soniqs when we come back from our break, ladies and gentlemen, in just a few minutes. Stick with us, and we'll be back with more of the NAL.
Don't give up on me, yeah. Don't give up on me, yeah.
Welcome back to Rainbow Six NAL. Doa here, along with Jacob and our analyst, Pengu, taking a break from being analyst caster. And over in Las Vegas is none other than Super from Team Soniqs, getting their big win today over Spacestation Gaming. Super, can you hear me, man?
Yeah, I can hear you. How's it going?
Good, good. Hope you're doing well, too. I'd imagine you're doing a bit better after that win today. One thing that I've really enjoyed about watching the Soniqs lately is I feel like there's just a lot more confidence in the play. I feel like there's more aggressive moves being taken than we've seen in the past, and I'm kind of new here, so correct me if I'm wrong, but does the vibe in comms, does the vibe in terms of the confidence kind of feel like it's changed in the last couple maps compared to how things have been earlier in the stage?
Yeah, I mean, for our roster specifically, this has literally been the first time we've ever had a losing record. It'll be the first time we don't make a major. So, especially, you know, coming off I would say, a really good performance at Invitational heading into the stage, we were obviously confident that we would place very high. I think, you know, all the predictions, all the fans thought we would as well.
Right.
So, you know, with the 2 games a week, the schedule's kind of very unforgiving if you start off slow. And, you know, we started off 0-4, and our vibes were definitely not to where they usually are because, honestly, as a team, we've never really learned to lose because we just don't lose that much. So that was kind of, I think, helpful long-term to actually struggle. And obviously, as you see, it's not like we're giving up. We're still trying to fix things and kind of band-aid it as we go until we have more of a break to, you know, make a collective effort to change a lot of stuff that we think are issues right now.
Okay, yeah, for sure.
So, kind of a follow-up question, Super. You guys obviously had a slow start. You said that yourself. Nobody expected you guys to be struggling or losing the way you have so far. Today you had a great game against Spacestation, you did. But there are rounds in particular where you managed to lose a 1 versus 2 against Fultz. And yesterday against the XSET and Border, there were a couple of rounds where you guys weren't paying too much attention about the vertical play and you lost rounds because of it. Would you say that the comments are a bit cluttered, or is this something on your end as an IGL where there's just, you know, a struggle to find the opening, or there's a struggle to find the right approach in each and every single round?
I'll be honest with, like, Border, that's a map that, if I'm being honest, we kind of had stopped scrimming because we were trying to focus on our core maps once we saw, like, Oregon and Chalet were really struggling, which have been, like, Sonic staples. So, to be honest, we've been playing Border without scrimming it, so we're just rough because we're, you know, I'm, like, trying to call stuff in the game without actually having any strats.
Okay.
Obviously, that's kind of on us as well for just how our map pool is right now. But yeah, we've obviously identified, and it's something we're trying to work on and we'll continue to work on, how we do tend to throw advantages in rounds that, you know, we should win. Because honestly, I think we played better than OXG yesterday. We probably should have won that game. And even if you go back and look at the DarkZero game that we had lost the week before, that's a game that I think at least should have gone into overtime. But we're just still working out the kinks in terms of, honestly, more than anything, it's just late round positioning, because if we have these advantages, theoretically, even if they do have vertical pressure or whatever it may be, if you're playing in positions to, like, trade each other, you'll win every time, because if you have more people and you always trade 1 for 1, they'll run out of people before you do.
I love that.
So obviously for us, it's something to focus on.
Okay.
Obviously not too much to focus on in the short term for you guys because there's not major possibilities down the line, but what's the main thing that you're going to focus on heading into this upcoming offseason period to focus up and try to get something going for Stage 2?
Honestly, it's just our map pool. I think Because, you know, something I noticed is of the top 6 teams at Invitational, which was, you know, about 2 months ago today, 5 of them are already eliminated from the major. So I don't think it's an issue strictly to us. I think it's an issue to a lot of the teams that just, you know, for us last year, we didn't have breaks the entire year because we qualified for every tournament. We played at every tournament. We had a long run at Invitational. So after Invite, that's kind of our only opportunity where we took a longer break. So what we thought would happen was, okay, we know we have these core maps, so we'll take a, you know, 3 weeks, 4 weeks off, come back, and then we'll just scrim these new maps, but we'll still have Chalet, Oregon Club, Bank to fall back on. And obviously what ended up happening is the attacker repick and just the current meta being so aggressive hurt our core maps more than we thought. So then our map pool is just like really bad. And like I said, with the 2 games a week, the schedule's just pretty unforgiving if you start out bad or there are issues like that. So we're going along trying to band-aid everything, but these are small changes that we're trying to do rather than, you know, since we're not going to make the major, we're going to have a month, 2 months, whatever, maybe a month and a half, where we can really sit down, grind new strats, figure out the philosophy we want to play with, because obviously right now I think the meta is extremely aggressive, just all around the board, and go from there.
That makes sense. Yeah, so one more quick question before we let you go here. Now, in Vegas, before the stage began, we got a couple shots. So there's pictures out there of a throne being made for you to sit in that's made out of the other players on the team as well. I'm curious, do you ever just do that for fun once in a while at the team house? You know, maybe after a win today, are you going to make them build the throne for you or something?
Well, I have my own, like, sort of Game of Thrones style, but it's just off of all the tears of the fans that we upset over the years.
There you go.
So we freeze them. So it's kind of like just an ice throne that I like to sit on and just reflect on. You know, like today, for instance, you guys have me on this interview. Probably because I was dominating. I think I was 0-7. I had like 4 assists. Like, are you kidding me? Like,
it was a numbers
my God.
thing, yeah.
Like, no wonder I'm up here. Like, how do you not talk to me after a performance like that? So,
exactly,
yeah, I just like to reflect on, you know, the hundreds of thousands of millions of billions of kills I get. And, you know, it's hard to keep track sometimes, honestly.
Absolutely. Good place to tweet from, too, I've heard. But thanks for stopping by and chatting with us a little bit today. Congrats on the win. Looking forward to seeing you play next week, and then looking forward to seeing what Soniqs can bring next stage.
Thanks, guys. Have a good day.
You too. All right, there you go. Super with his throne of ice. Kind of a Lich King-esque a little bit in a way, but cool to see Soniqs, I think, bouncing back a little bit from where they were earlier in the stage. It's a fun team to watch. There's a lot of individual skill on that team, so cool to see, I think, like I said, the confidence coming back a bit more.
If I can, real quick, production, can we just throw up the predictions? Lower third, real quick, just so we have an idea of exactly what transpired in this game.
We'll give you that. We need to look at some stats first.
Oh, come on. We'll let you
I
wanted to gloat. I wanted to bask in this for a second, man.
You'll get your chance. Let's look at the stats here. It was a 7-4 victory for the Soniqs. Jacob, you know, you want to talk about this, clearly.
I mean, no, obviously, yeah. I figured this was just a case of Soniqs being way better prepared for Chalet than Spacestation were. It wasn't necessarily down to something funky. It was down to the fundamentals. The first 2 rounds that we saw in this game were Spacestation trying to defend in a very similar way, like vertical take with a late flank somewhere in there, and it was a case where Soniqs dismantled that every single time. Look at this entry statistic. How many opening kills they got in this game. Obviously, there was a little bit like more of a shift as Super kept getting targeted when they were on defense, but for the first 6 rounds, all of the rounds on Soniqs attack were met with them finding the opening frag and SSG immediately put on the back foot. That is the thing that to me stands out the most on this stat sheet.
I fully agree. I mean, Super being the only opening dev for his team, being an anchor player on the bomb side, just speaks volumes to the roam game when Soniqs are on the defense and their entries when they're on the attack. And SSG, it's a slow start once again, but what do you know? They never really caught up this time around. And 2 of the 4 rounds that SSG managed to get was a 1 versus 2 clutch from Fulls. So Soniqs, if you look away from those 2 individual rounds, Soniqs actually looked really sharp this game.
Fair enough. All right, well, I've heard we've got the predictions to look at now, I guess. If
Let me see this.
I don't see it as
Give me my moment.
But it's really important to Jacob. So
give it to me.
You know, we'll give him that.
There is. There we are. Thank you so much.
My numbers get worse.
Just wanted to bask just for a second, and honestly, like, this was a bit of a toss-up. Obviously, we've seen the streak that SSG have been on. We hyped up Skies in the pregame. We thought there was a good chance SSG were going to take this one, regardless of what the map pick was. But I do think when Parabellum defeated the Soniqs on this map earlier, it felt like that was really in the midst of the Soniqs tanking. I think it was like game 2 or something on this stage. And that was when everyone still has high expectations. They're getting doused in lighter fluid and set on fire. They didn't have a chance in that game against Parabellum, and instead, we've seen them kind of come back a little bit. If it's not for that Mirage win at the very beginning of the stage, and then their performance, like he mentioned, even on a map that they don't scrim on border yesterday, they still feel like there are some bits of the Soniqs team that still linger beneath the surface. Honestly, to a certain extent, you know how TSM, they had to play all the way at the very last day of the 6th Invitational. Soniqs got knocked out 2 days prior to that. It almost feels as though, even though I think, I don't remember exactly when they left, I think they were there all the way through the end, but it's like they don't have that same stress, that same pressure on them to perform well all the way through, so they have a little bit more time to bounce back into things. And yeah, I think, does this also vault them above TSM in the standings?
I believe it
may.
does.
I think it just did. We'll have to take a look at the standings a little bit later, but I think it does.
I believe it does for now, but TSM does have a game to play today as well, of course, which will end.
That is true. At momentarily, this puts Soniqs 8th, TSM 9th, Mirage 10th. Oh boy.
I mean, it is, again, like it seems like a consolation prize, but those SI points could become handy later in the year. So if Soniqs is able to get things together for stage 2, stage 3, have a much better performance there, it could end up, that 8th could end up making all the difference at the end of the year.
I know, I think so as well. It's good for them to actually get something at the very end of this year. In spite of like the Mirage win, sure, that's one thing. We saw the struggles that team had from earlier, but to get a win over Spacestation, think about what this does to SSG now. They needed these points desperately. Look at what they might get vaulted over by Beastcoast if they were to win against Mirage in just a couple matchups from right now. So if I'm SSG, I am deeply concerned about this loss.
Absolutely. Well, let's look at part of what contributed to that. We're going to look at round 7, which was a really fun one actually, because this not only was a cool 4K, I believe, for Kenzen, but it was also a sign of Sonic showing us a little bit different defenses than we've seen before.
Look at this. Kenzen has just come down main stairs and killed 2 players who were hunting Yeti. He's been downstairs for the entirety of this round, and not only does Kenzen force them into a weird spot, he finds 2 kills in the back end of it. Later in this round, he goes back and rotates. Look at where he's at. He's at the bottom of your screen right there, playing Alibi. He's back in bar stock. It's the exact same round. Those 2 kills he gets initially then force SSG to make a call. They have to do something drastic with only 3 members left, and they decide the play, wise or not, is to try to vault into game's window in a second. Skies can go upstairs for a little bit of vertical cover in case there is somebody on the hatch. They want to see if they can't catch Kenzen in bar stock napping if possible. Here comes the call. Kenzen comes right up, finds 1 kill, down to the second, and then Skies is left alone on an island. All he can do is kill Super, and he's not in a position to get that refrag on Kenzen. Moments like that, split-second decisions from Kenzen Yukari, mean that you have to shift up your entire attacking strategy if you're SSG, and it's met by who at the end of the day? Kenzen, again. Great play all around.
Yeah, that's 2 great game days in a row for Kenzen, and also it really shows that Sonic still has something in their tank, because they were looking very, very small in the beginning of the season. They were looking like they lack confidence, they lack the structure to really go through these rounds, and now we're seeing both the structure getting better, the confidence getting better, and they found, every single opening kill, Jack, of the first 6 rounds?
Every single opening kill on that attack went to SK.
And sure, it's Chalet attack. You're supposed to win the attacking rounds, but you're not meant to slaughter your opponents that hard on the attack.
Well, Spacestation Gaming sweating in their spacesuits, which is not a place you really want to sweat a lot after that one. Meanwhile, Soniqs, million miles an hour towards the win there. That was, a pretty fun match to watch.
Yeah.
Soniqs looking good. A team that has been more enjoyable to watch, I think, every round here coming up. But certainly, we are not done yet. Lots more to come here at Rainbow Six North American League today. Next up is going to be TSM versus Parabellum, 2 teams that have been eliminated from making it to the major, but again, you still want to try to secure as many SI points as possible, and there's always that little thing called pride on the line as well, so don't miss it. Should be a good map. Either way, we'll be back in just a few here on R6NAL.
son of a gangster. Hey, reckless tour, but I got expensive habits. Don't step in salt. I'm a real one, check my fabric. Hey, I said reckless tour, but I got expensive habits. Don't step in salt. I'm a real one, check my fabric. Look at my fabric, out of this Atlas, I point way up. I got a passion mixed with action, boy, don't play. Look at my fabric, out of this Atlas, I point way up. I got a passion mixed with action, boy, don't play. Look at my fabric, way up. Mixed with action, play us. Out of this Atlas, way up. I got a passion, yeah, play us. I got a passion, full static, ready on go. Don't let it unfold. Beast mode, if you're ready, let's roll. Feeling like this, you never get in my zone. That's me, man, I stand on my own. Man, we ain't one of the same, one of the ways I do this. All of my loans, back in my zone again. No way can I hold it in. Look at me when I'm growing them. I'm the OG cold that I'm cold defend. From the west to the east when I'm blowing it. I'm showing them how to make moves again. Look at me, I don't break rules again. I'ma go drop rules for them. Show them how to win, not lose again. Whoa. Look at the way that we walk, it's a habit. Look at the fabric, all of it lavish. They say I'm sleeping, but where is the mattress? I don't believe him, I hear him, I'm gasping. Look at the way that we walk, it's a vibe. All in the eyes, you see the vibes. I've been expensive since I was 5. I'm telling no lies, hey. Reckless tour, but I got expensive habits. Don't step in salt. I'm a real one, check my fabric, hey. I said reckless tour, but I got expensive habits. Don't step in salt. I'm a real one, check my fabric. Look at my fabric, out of this Atlas, I point way up. I got a passion mixed with action, boy, don't play. Look at my fabric, out of this Atlas, I point way up. I got a passion mixed with action, boy, don't play. Look at my fabric, way up. Mixed with action, play us. Out of this Atlas, way up. I got a passion, play us.
And we're back here at the R6 NAL, Doa Pengu, and Jacob here with you at the desk. We have Analyst Pengu, very different from Caster Pengu, because he's wearing the
blazer. Yeah,
that's the major difference for sure.
It really is.
It's like the talking stick. You can't talk if you don't have the talking stick. You can't be our guest analyst if you don't have the analyst blazer.
It's got the power. It's like Space Jam basically. We put this on Jesse and it absorbed all the analyst power, and now we're giving it to you. Although maybe you don't want to wear that today. I don't know. Anyway, moving on. TSM versus Parabellum is going to be our next match. First, let's take a look at the standings, because again, we're going to look at these a lot. And there's a good reason to, because it is getting down to the wire. Now, after Spacestation's loss against Soniqs, things are going to be pretty grim for them, but still some opportunities to fight for that 4th spot.
Yeah, still, but not from Parabellum or TSM side in this matchup, obviously. If anything, we're looking at Beastcoast to see if they can't vault up, because DarkZero obviously catapulting themselves up 2 more spots with their victory from earlier. Beastcoast are hot on their heels, only 2 points behind. They play Mirage in the game just after this one. Just bear in mind that for this matchup, Parabellum and TSM, neither one of them can get into major contention. So overall, if they move anywhere, the most that they can go is like 6th to 5th place, if that. So.
Yeah, and I think that puts Parabellum in the better position, right? Because TSM have obviously already proven themselves to be one of the best, if not the best team in the world, literally in February doing invitationals. Parabellum coming into Pro League from relegation, from qualifying, from CL. They want to prove a point and gain those cookie points, because to them, they matter so much more than to the likes of TSM. So I think they're going to go in with this. They're going to show their tricky strats, their gimmicks, as I called them in the cast last night.
Yeah.
Where they're going to have like the weird glass situation like against that Soniqs. They have some weird nuke plays against the previous opponent yesterday of SSG. So I still expect the Parabellum to bring out all those weird strats.
Yep, there you go. Well, let's dive into it. TSM versus Parabellum. Again, teams both disqualified from making it to the major, but still playing for those SI points and the pride. And if you're TSM, it's like you gotta show that you've still got something in the tank. But as we look at TSM here, I think something Super said in our interview at the end of that last series was very important, is that when you are succeeding in the way that a team like TSM succeeds, a team like Soniqs succeeds, a team that succeeds in any esport, really, you're going to run into an issue where you are going to so many tournaments, you're qualifying for so much stuff, people want to invite you to show matches, everybody wants to see you play, you start to run out of time to actually practice, you do start to burn out. These people are human beings, they need breaks sometimes too. So it actually isn't the most surprising thing in the world sometimes for a top team like your Soniqs of the world, like your TSMs, to have that big performance and then fall off. Now, usually it's not as bad as TSM has had as far as a fall off goes.
No, for sure.
But it's not unheard of.
Well, what we're looking at now is a team that has had the single worst fall off after winning a Six Invitational that has ever been noticed in Siege history, because in the past, if you've won an Invitational, sometimes there's been a little bit of a buff. But this is beginning to buck said trend, because last year's world champions, Ninjas in Pajamas, were at the very least able to qualify for the next major right afterwards, even if they got group staged in quite hilarious fashion. For TSM, they can't even go to the major to get group staged because of this kind of result. In the past, we've seen, the old G2 team from 2019 at least go on to find success in very high placements in Pro League directly after that. Same thing with the old, with the Penta squad. Both of the teams that you used to play for, there was at least a little bit of a gap there before there was more of a fall. And in this case for TSM, you can't really do anything else afterwards, but you did just win the most gruesome tournament I think we've probably ever seen in Siege history, given its length, how long they had to be there, what they were doing and adapting on the fly. So if they think that this is the kind of thing that they can just sit out, honestly, I don't really blame them. It's just a matter of whether this is really going to hurt them in the long run based on how they do in stages 2 and 3.
Yeah, and to be fair, it's on TSM's side, this has been one of the biggest shakeups in like the meta game of Siege, where 3 new maps in a single season gets introduced. A tanker repick shakes up everything about the game, and you had no break between Invitationals and Stage 1 of NAL.
Yeah.
So I don't want to say that I'm not surprised TSM is struggling, because I am, but I will say it's probably more excusable this time around than back in 2019 when G2 had their fall.
Yeah. The other thing to consider, too, is that our next team in this series, Parabellum, a team that was not in NAL last year, right? Yeah. And you add to that, new rosters coming in from Parabellum, but then also new rosters in terms of all the changes across the other teams, and you're not playing against the same squads you did before, right? So there is going to be an adjustment period for TSM as well. But let's move on to Parabellum. This is a team that I think shows a lot of promise, but it seems like if you compare them to a team like DarkZero or Spacestation or Astralis or something like that, they have a lot of good characteristics, but they're just sort of objectively less in every category right now, it seems like.
I think Parabellum's strength is the fact that they are the underdog and that people don't really know what to expect against them. I'm curious to see where these guys will be. First of all, in their 5 full-man roster when Blast gets onto the roster.
That's a good point, too.
And also, where will they be when teams actually figure them out and they know all these gimmicks that they bring out, the weird operators, the rush strats, etc. Because when we see Parabellum throw surprises at these professional teams, that's when they succeed. But eventually, you should be running out of those strategies and have to rely on fundamentals, and that's where I question Parabellum's full capability.
Yeah, I think we can approach this from the idea of Parabellum stage kind of being over, which I hate to say, because obviously you want to keep playing the rest of your games as though there is still something to play for. But they've already showcased a couple of things that I like. Their defensive ingenuity feels like they're able to craft strategies, sometimes not necessarily on the fly, but Penguin understands the way in which this team operates the best and is able to utilize those skills the most to bring the best out of his players. And I feel like on defense, that kind of thing definitely shines. We've already highlighted guys like Kool-Aid and creators who, I think the fact that he's actually fitting into this roster is a really good sign for his growth from when he was on XSET last year, coming into this new team and understanding that because it's a different system, he's still able to do something great. And he's doing great overall. He's the guy who slotted into that Ash Finka role. Someone kind of had to play it on this team. And it wasn't going to be wimpy, because I feel like you don't want a direct 1-for-1 transfer. When Blast comes into the roster, you don't want to lose someone like Wimpy's capabilities if he's on a different role. So for Parabellum, this is a very good establishing stage, but it's not going to be the be-all end-all for this team down the road.
Sure enough. Well, it's time to find out already where we're going to be going. It's time to check out the map bans. Border out right away via TSM. If this goes to theme park, by the way, I don't know what to tell you.
If I don't think about it, it won't happen.
I got to say, theme park is where the clowns are.
I was going to say. Well, Parabellum themselves, you got to think about manipulating the map bend phase a little bit because TSM at this point, they have considerably, they have nothing to lose. Probably a game like this, so I do think a team like Parabellum is going to have to go through and pick out the map that they like a little bit better. Obviously, no theme park for TSM. I think it's good that they've kind of learned that lesson. Parabellum didn't want any of the bank smoke, which is one that they've banned out very frequently, as has Cafe. Parabellum, they just don't want to play TSM on Cafe. That's still their best map. TSM have not been able to go to their Bastion map so far, and no Oregon on the table. So what we're seeing from Parabellum very much looks like just it's a myriad of bans about things that they don't like and also what they don't want to take TSM to.
Agreed. I mean, in Parabellum, they played SSG yesterday on Cafe as well, and that didn't really go in their favor either, so it makes sense to remove that map as well. TSM banning the Skyscraper, they themselves have tried to go, like TSM's story right now is try and play as many maps as possible, with the exception of Theme Park being played 3 times, right?
True.
They're playing maps they haven't seen before many times. They're playing Skyscraper, they're playing new maps, and now we're seeing Chalet, which is a little bit more of a common ground for both of these teams.
Yeah.
But it's not a map TSM has played yet this stage, I don't believe.
Actually, they, according to what I've got here, they have played it once, and this is the one time that they won. This was back when they played XSET before XSET really started to get going. This was the only time that TSM have won a game this stage was on Chalet. However, again, remember back we said before Parabellum played their first Chalet game, they had a win streak going on that map, and then they run into XSET and they get absolutely slaughtered. So it just feels like this is more of an XSET map now, if anything. But in this matchup, we are facing 2 squads that have already played it, they've already won on it to a certain extent, and I don't really know who's going to come away with it other than, like, what we know right now is that TSM's in a hole. Parabellum seem like they're doing better only because the standings say so. I'm not sure how to swing, which way this will end up swinging.
Well, you got to make a choice soon because it's time to find out what our predictions are going to be between our casters and our analysts. We've only got one caster standing by right now, and Taro's over there sitting, looking very lonely, missing his Pingu.
No.
Where's Nick?
How you doing over there?
Where'd he go? Where's caster Nick?
I'm there in spirit. Parker, do you hear me?
Parker!
Oh, I hear you. Okay, yeah, I can hear you.
Make the right prediction.
Oh, you're right.
It's me, yes,
God,
I'm right here, actually.
So
wait, really?
He's so close.
It's the blazer.
I didn't recognize him with the blazer on.
But he has the analyst jacket on.
He put the jacket on, he becomes a completely different person.
That's true.
This is how it works. Predictions for today. Well, so far I am 0 for 2.
Great.
Happens to the best of us, yeah.
Everything is upside down today. In terms of standings, TSM is the worst team, so clearly they're going to win. That's it. It's that simple.
Oh, come on.
Okay, so TSM is
the worst.
TSM
The worst statistical team is winning their matches today, so TSM is going to prevail. And
all right.
Prague over the Soniqs, and all will be well in the world.
Troll.
A very scientific, based on facts pick from Intero. Hard to argue with it, but
correct.
May or may not be right.
Stop giving him credit.
Who knows? I'm trying to, I'm trying to give him an out. I'm a nice guy. You know this about me. I'm a nice person, all right. So we're going to get to the coin a little bit later, but for now, let's send it over to our other caster / analyst right now, Analyst Pengu. Do you feel differently than your co-caster here, or what do you think?
I do. I think there's a reason why Parker had one of the worst prediction rates during the beginning of first half of his split. So I'm going to go in the opposite direction and say it's going to be a Parabellum victory.
Oh, Parabellum victory. Okay, Jacob?
No, I'm in the same boat. Not only because we understand Parabellum usually are a very good team on Chalet, and the only time they lost it was when they got run roughshod over by this XSET squad that's doing so well. But also just looking at TSM's deficiencies, maybe it's a lack of confidence, and I do think Parabellum have more to play for. If TSM already know that this stage is a bit of a write-off, Parabellum still want to do as good as they possibly can, no matter what, because they don't have the same pressure on their shoulders, and a team that doesn't have any pressure can often be one of the most dangerous, so I'll take PB in this game.
Yeah, and wait, what? Oh,
what?
He's right under here, actually. He's not going to come out. That's okay. You can stay down there. Take it easy, man.
Jesse,
you'll be back next week.
Your girlfriend's still looking for you, dude.
Wait, what's that?
Where have you been?
What's that? He says TSM's going to win.
Oh, come on.
All right, well, that's a prediction from Jesse, I guess.
Biased.
Just let me know. Yeah, I mean, I can't believe you didn't notice him earlier.
He can make a prediction, but he won't come out of the doghouse? What's going on
I couldn't tell where it was coming from. He's under there. But anyway, he's picking TSM, so now that just leaves the coin. And again, we go by the graphic. TSM will be heads, being that they are on the left side. There you go. And tails will be Parabellum. Let's go ahead and flip the coin.
Almost dropped it there.
I never. Well, except for once.
Well, once.
It's tails. It says Parabellum is going to win. Now, the coin's been wrong twice today. It's been a rough couple days. It's been a rough week for the coin.
It's really sucked for the coin.
But the thing is at the end, right now the coin is at 57%. If it truly acts as a coin should. Shouldn't it be 50% by the end of the stage?
It should.
Yeah, exactly. So proceeding still above expectations, I guess. Let's look at the community poll question and see what you've got to think about as we go into this match. It's today's only match that doesn't affect the major. So dogs or cats? All right, well, there you go.
That's going to have some people riled up.
Going outside esports a little bit. For me, it's an easy one. It's dogs for me. I had a demon cat once for a while. It was It was bad. It was bad.
I've never had either, but I'm already more of a dog person myself, so I'll just sway my vote that way. But you're kind of like de facto a cat person. You don't really have a say in it.
I don't really have a choice here because
no, you don't.
I have Nudie Man back home waiting for me, so I can only say cats.
There you go. I have a crested gecko at home actually, so I've foregone dogs and cats.
I was going to say, what category does that most closely
reptile.
fit?
I mean,
Neither. Those are dragons.
Neither.
Probably.
Those are dragons.
True.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, there you go.
Y'all have been talking about dragons.
Now that you've learned about our pet preferences, it's time to take a short break. But when we come back, it's going to be the match that some people have been waiting for. TSM versus Parabellum. It's going to be fun to watch either way. Don't go anywhere. R6 NAL comes back in just a few.
Knocked out, knocked out.
Your own style, that's just slang for you, ain't got it though. Talking like you got it, that's a problem, I might let them know. Freeze you like I'm Elsa, so my let it go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Head to toe, said you got your own style, that's just slang for you, ain't got it though. Talking like you got it, that's a problem, I might let them know. Freeze you like I'm Elsa, so my let it go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Never know. Talking like Geronimo, get dropped down like some dominoes. Blues and greens and pinks, I got a lot of those. Yeah, you know, talking slime, I can't relate to snakes, I see a lot of foes. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Head to toe, said you got your own style, that's just slang for you, ain't got it though. Talking like you got it, that's a problem, I might let them know. Freeze you like I'm Elsa, so my let it go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Head to toe, said you got your own style, that's just slang for you, ain't got it though. Talking like you got it, that's a problem, I might let them know. Freeze you like I'm Elsa, so my let it go. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. 10 toes, keep it thorough, stepping out for sure, though, time to let them know. Rubber band bands, I got a lot of dough, oh for sure. Working around the clock, sometimes I need me more than 24. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Head to toe.
Welcome, everybody, to our third match of the day, TSM versus Parabellum. And if you watched the analyst segment just before we went live here, you know that it's the only match day that actually doesn't have an impact on the Charlotte Major that's coming up in just a couple weeks.
Don't say that. The game matters for the viewers.
Both these teams aren't doing very well.
Okay, that is also false because Parabellum, being the new team here, has been doing all right. Parker.
All right is not well. Parabellum has been doing a lot better. TSM, as was noted by the analysts, quite a fall from grace. They win 6 Invitational, and they're currently not doing so hot. They are in 9th place. They are only ahead of Mirage by a single point. The Soniqs' victory today gave them 2 points over TSM. But TSM can leapfrog them again with a win here. This is the 7th place team of Parabellum versus the 9th place team of TSM. There isn't an awful lot to say that hasn't already been said, Nick. Both of these teams are in these positions for different reasons. TSM are just mysteriously playing well below the level that we know that they can play at. Parabellum is a relatively new squad that had some roster changes in the offseason, and after making it into the NAL via relegations over the old XSET squad, different XSET squad, they're still trying to find their footing. So yeah, you're right. They're not in the same spot for the same reason. Parabellum's going to be starting on defense here on Chalet. TSM on attack. Operator band's coming in. Thatcher band. Boo. Thatcher band's boring. Boo.
Has to happen.
Nomad banned out is an interesting one for a map like Chalet. You see a lot of those anti-flank operators. The two that are brought most commonly are Nomad and Zero. Zero, that's fine.
Well, Zero's an attacker, Parker. It has to be...
That's why I said the two anti-flank operators are Nomad and, try to follow along, Nick.
Well, I would say Gridlock. What?
Gridlock is an anti-flank operator, but is she brought on Chalet? No.
Fair,
Teams
fair.
employ Zero as an anti-flank operator. Is he
That's
brought on
fair.
Chalet? Yes.
That's fair. You know what? I'll
That's
give
fair.
you that one.
That's fair.
You got
That's
me
fair.
there.
You know, I'm not the one throwing on the analyst jacket.
No, apparently I was today because unfortunately our fellow comrade of Jesse, your fellow Canadian friend, he's not here, Parker.
Oh,
so I
he's
had
there
to
on
step to
the
the
friend
occasion.
Title.
And you guys are both biased people because you both voted for the same team of TSM. So clearly you guys are have favorites in this matchup.
Why would we not vote for Parabellum if we were biased? They're the Canadian organization with 2 Canadians on the team.
Because you want to be the Canadian. So therefore, by bringing down other Canadians, you rise to the bigger Canadian.
No, Canadian plays for DarkZero.
Oh boy, it's going to be a long day. It's the first game that we have together today here, Parker, but thankfully we only have one more. We have this game, and we have the final game today between Astralis and XSET. So
And that is going to be a matchup that is, and I believe the kids call it a certified banger. Astralis will be in first place. No matter what happens, XSET will be in third place because DarkZero, OXG, and Spacestation have all competed already today. I'm actually going to be eyeing that Beastcoast Mirage game next because Mirage showed yesterday in their matchup, even though they aren't competing with Razor, that they can throw a real spanner in the works. They can gum up the gears, if you want to say, and they can give Beastcoast a potential run for their money. But for Beastcoast, a victory there continues their trudge onward to the Charlotte Major. Anyway, that's match 4, and then match 5. First, we have to get through this one. Very first round of Parabellum's defense and the bomb site.
Kitchen.
Kitchen.
Of all places, Kitchen on the first floor. We see the information being brought out by Eska on the post, trying to give information to his fellow teammates. Of course, Wimby, as we saw him in the most games here, has been playing the Frost, but we have lost a player in the server. I said Eska post, and Eska said goodbye, Pingu. I will leave the server right then and there, and I think that might be a rehost. We'll get that qualification, or that, not qualification, we'll get the confirmation for you in just a second. For the time being, the teams and the players will play out this round as you see TSM progressing through the map from the library side. They're now in that Ivy hallway, and we see PB holding on to this bathroom master bedroom area. But like 4 versus 5, you got more guns against you, and losing that pulse is not going to mean that you have any information down below. No vertical C4s really, except for Kool-Aid, but he is up above, so in fact, there will be no help from below. It'll be Craters and Kool-Aid and Wimby in the 3 versus 5 up above.
Kool-Aid's the first one to fall. Eska's already gone. We got confirmation that there will be a rehost after this round. We'll get confirmation further as to whether this round actually ends up counting. It's not up to us, it's up to the admins. We just got confirmation. This round will still be played out as normal. So for Parabellum fans, they're crying in the club right now. Wimpy and Penguin are the only 2 players still left alive. They haven't found a kill yet onto TSM.
They haven't. Now TSM is taking top floor control, can start that vertical destruction, but there's still one roamer up above. I believe that's Wimpy, who's on that Solarium staircase. Bolo has the information. Yellow ping comes out, drone at Wimpy's feet. And Bolo on the finger with the LMG. Merc on the trophy window finds the catch as Wimpy tries to run away, leading Penguin in a 1 versus 5 for the clutch of the ages.
You might think that he's down below the bomb site with all the action that happened on the top floor, but no, as we talked about, it is a kitchen bomb site defense. That's the real Yana, by the way. Very first kill for Parabellum comes out onto Merc, but Penguin's still being droned out inside a kitchen, so it's not going to be more than a single kill to his name. Bolo, who is now 1-0, and we're going to be on Bolo watch today.
Bolo getting the first kill in the first, his first kill in the very first round is something that we haven't seen in a while, actually. Usually Bolo's had a slow start, so getting a nice opening for him hopefully will kind of set the tone for him as an individual so that he can have a good showcasing.
Yes.
It's been a rough few weeks. Tech pause. We're gonna figure out what happened exactly to Eska and then get back into the server and back and going. But for the time being, we'll just be watching the beautiful players on this stage in Las Vegas, where they are playing from. Nothing out of the ordinary. No one has fallen in recent times, I don't think, from the chairs. So
well, not after the PSA yesterday.
Exactly.
Of course.
So the video that we
learned an awful lot about chair etiquette and how to sit down effectively. I almost didn't recognize Doa's voice at the start.
Yeah.
That did not sound like Doa at the beginning. But
Doa
was
said
him.
when we were like theory crafting content, he said he could do like the 80s voice for like commercials. And I was like, sure you can. But then he did it. And I was like, that's pretty good.
Yeah. He said he could do it.
He said he could do it. And he did it.
Promise made. Promise delivered. Make a great politician.
It beats people that...
Midwestern charm.
Let me think. What was
He's a Packers fan. I'd vote for him.
What does it take to call next?
Oh, not this.
Yeah, some people are made for advertisements and video content pieces. Some people's voices are just annoying to listen to every day.
I wonder which one I fit into.
I wonder as well, because you both cast and you were in a commercial that I got tired of hearing.
You know, Nick, what does it take to call next?
What does it take to call next?
What does it take to call next?
I think you're great, Far.
Thanks, man.
It's a great advertisement.
I just like to be as consistent as possible. Don't let the score at the top fool you, by the way. It is not a 4v5. I don't know why it says that. It's a 5v5. Everybody's still upright in the server.
I guess the game didn't recognize that SK's back or something, because he is 0-0-0 on the score.
Well, see, actually the other way around, because it's TSM, Nick. They're the blue team.
Oh, in that case, we can make fun of any TSM player, because them as a team, they haven't really shown up yet.
So typically, they're already accounting for Bolo. So
it's reversed now. 5v4 fixed it.
Yeah, Bolo got it. It's 5v4. All is well in the world. Wimpy flies a little bit too close to the sun, and he is gone. That's the very first kill in favor of TSM. Bomb site is Garage down on that bottom floor. TSM like to take this bomb site the same way that most teams do, which is you want to command presence in the library, tear open some of the floor. Usually there's a roamer that's playing on that very top floor over towards Master. You want to shake them off. You might have somebody who's playing on the main floor over by Kitchen that can easily run down the staircase in West Main. But in this instance, it looks like the only defender that is that far off the bomb site at the moment is Creators.
Yeah, that's the Jaeger, so it makes sense. You know, you've already put down your utility, your secondary gadget, that bulletproof, etc. So you can go aggressive here and get off the bomb site itself. It won't change too much, but help from him. Oh, and no. God, but the impact comes out from below. The finger revive across the map. Make sure that the Chief stays on his feet.
I don't think Parabellum knew that they'd gotten it down. Penguin finished off by Bolo. It's his second kill to his name. A bit of a puzzling engagement that Parabellum took. And it doesn't really work out all that well for them. This is just TSM slaughtering the Parabellum lads left and right. Got a flawless round to be had. Last round, it was a single kill for Parabellum. This time, well, they don't have any just yet. They tried on Achieve. They got the down. He got brought back to life. Kool-Aid will need to clutch out, sitting very securely in the middle of the bomb site. A Nitro cell extended. Takes out the deployable shield, but he peeks. And it's 3 kills for Jason Doty. Bolo, as you know him. And a flawless round for TSM as they're up 2-0.
Yeah, and that's going to be a great beginning if you're Bolo, if you're TSM, etc. And a bit of a puzzling start for this series, or for this map, for Parabellum. And we see the 3rd ever tactical timeout being taken from Parabellum. We spoke about this yesterday, Parker, when we did cast them, that they usually don't take these timeouts. They've only taken 1 before yesterday, then yesterday they took 1, and today they're taking the 3rd overall so far. And we only just finished the 2nd round. We already had a tactical or a technical pause as well because of SK disconnecting. So clearly something is going awfully wrong from the side of PB. And right now we can see Penguin being quite vocal in that middle seat, talking to the troops about what exactly might be going on. They've been falling really early, single-handedly, individually, no trades going out at all, and very, very, I would say, lack of commitment to the roam game.
Hold on a second here. Hold on. We're getting breaking news of their new coach. Look at into the top right of your screen.
Oh.
From the beloved Nintendo franchise, Coach Kirby.
Wow.
Guiding the team forward.
Kirby eats things, right? He, like, sucks them in. Like that? Yeah.
I can't make the noise.
It's something like that.
Oh, God. Am I going to get his DMCA'd? Oh, no.
Oh, no. The Kirby sound. It's his only. Valkyrie being left open, of course. We actually didn't talk about that much because normally this doesn't happen, so that means we probably should talk about it. But Valkyrie is open because the Echo is banned, so that's the trade-off that we see. TSM made that decision themselves, and PB are now bringing out the Valkyrie to gain that piece of information. I will say, PP on their defensive sides, I would say they're more like an attacker team, so seeing them with a slow start here on the defensive all things, I think is quite alright, assuming that they're going to speed up things in the later half of this map. But also, if you're up against TSM, a team who has themselves had a very slow beginning to most of their games this stage so far, I'm a little bit afraid of for PP's sake. If TSM starts finding confidence and start finding momentum, Jason, Bolo getting 4 kills in the first 2 rounds, that is the best TSM has looked in a couple of weeks now.
It does seem that it is bad timing for both of these teams. If either of them get really hot in this matchup, it's not a pointless match because there are still 6 invitational points on the line, especially for a team like TSM who, this is an uncharacteristically bad start for them. But if you go back to what we know TSM can accomplish over stages 2 and 3, this is a team that can very easily finish in the top 4 based on where they've been prior. Now, obviously, maybe that's changed. Maybe TSM just is not as good as they were before. But either way, you want to fight for whatever standings you can get to try and make your chance to the 6 Invitational even easier. And for a team like TSM that has finished in the top 4 of every 6 Invitational they have competed in as a squad, including winning the most recent one, you don't want to miss out on that contest. So for TSM, this might seem like an inconsequential match, but it's particularly important for them.
Yeah, I mean, you can almost say that the struggle for TSM is to qualify for the Invitationals, not doing well at the Invitationals. And that's something that's always an interesting thing to talk about because some teams are domestic teams and some teams are just international teams.
I mean, it was TSM that actually didn't qualify through points previously. This was a team that had to go through the qualifiers. They win the North American qualifiers to go to the finals. They beat Parabellum to do it, by the way. And TSM then wins the whole damn thing from that particular spot. So not all hope is lost for TSM fans. This has been a very quick round. Merc is the first one down. The sound was from Kool-Aid's AUG, but there's no secured kill until now. But it's Geo to go down. So Merc gets picked back up, and it's the wrong player from TSM to find themselves in the sights of Parabellum.
I will say that the hard breach has gone on from both Geo and Chala, so the deep wall from Car Garage is opened up, giving that long lines of sight for the attackers, and trench wall has been breached open by Chala on the Thermite. Both exothermic charges have been spent, so nothing much was lost. Now, Achieve tried to flank Creators, who he previously was on the staircase, but it's going to be Creators find the kill. Chala gets a trade onto Kool-Aid, leaving site a bit more vulnerable.
That means it's a 3v3 on the site as Creators needs to get on back. Penguin taking some damage, actually. Only 2 on the bomb site. Eska is over top, sitting on this hatch, and he sees the Thermite go in, but Chala wins the gunfight in remarkable fashion, and he's got a job to be done, so the diffuser starts to go down. Bolo knows that there's still one up there, a nice kill from him. Firing up the old war machine, are you? Merc trying to head back into the bomb site, but he's gunned down by Creators, or Bolo is rather, and Creators drops a massive 3K for Parabellum. Creators makes his own play, and he crushes TSM in the middle of the bomb site. Parabellum get their very first win, and there you go.
Coach Kirby!
Coach Kirby willing them forward.
Do you think, does Kirby actually have ears where the headphone is? Like, where are the ears located on that thing?
You ever thought about what Kirby's feet look like?
Don't
he has individual toes?
No, I think he just has like blobs, like 2 blobs. Like, imagine human feet, but without toes, the separation. It's just like 1 block of meat. That's Kirby's feet, I think. But not human feet. Kirby.
You ever seen that one picture that gets floated around of like Kirby without his shoes on, and it's just like really horrible, awful feet? Just in case anybody hasn't seen that yet, you should definitely go Google it.
I've seen that once or twice.
Yeah, once or twice. That was a second attempt at Garage, by the way, for Parabellum. After they lost it in round number 2, they slapped the timeout button. Their actual coach is VBM, by the way, who's in India. Not Kirby. As much as we want to joke about it, we have to pay some actual credit to their real coach.
Okay. That makes sense.
The roam was so consequential for Parabellum in that round. It was a huge difference between round 2 and round number 3. In round 2, Parabellum only had 2 players off site. I think one of who was Wimpy, who got killed right away.
Yep.
And then that left Creators roaming, who got punished really hard. Then the rest of the bodies were all on the bomb site, and they just kind of fed themselves. Remember, we saw that engagement over in West Main when they tried to kill Achieve through the floor. It didn't really make any sense.
Much bigger commitment this time around, right? And it seemed like Parabellum, the moment TSM breached the walls inside as well, Toxic Bait from Penguin got tossed out, Kool-Aid aggressed up, knowing Trench was clear, got the opening kill to Geo, so it looked like Parabellum as a unit, as a squad. They played a lot more together in synergy, and now we kind of get to see a retake of that very opening round where Parabellum defended Kitchen, where Eska on the pulse unfortunately disconnected. And the pulse is like the key operator of this entire operation on Kitchen bomb site. So now that we see this 5v5 play out, let's see if the tides can be turned around. But no, Eska sees Merc outside the door, doesn't realize that there's a wall between them, throws out the C4, doesn't do any damage, and Merc stays alive. Leaving only Kool-Aid with the C4 now. So he has to try and play with the pulse to try and get some vertical damage once TSM gets into office.
Kool-Aid's going to need that kill. He's been awfully quiet. A lot of Parabellum have. We're now in round number 4, and there's two players on PB who have yet to make it onto the scoreboard. Geo is the only player on TSM who hasn't. Damage done to Achieved, and a little bit to Eska, and that's about all that we've looked at so far. Bolo is 5-1, only dying in the previous round, the one that Parabellum succeeded in. And on this kitchen defense, these 2 bomb sites favored by Parabellum, both the downstairs garage and now kitchen again. It looks a little bit different, the way that Parabellum is going to hold this. They're kind of bunkered down over in Solarium and allowing that office component to be focused on by TSM.
Yeah, they're sacrificing that first further out area of office and piano, holding it over from master bedroom, bathroom, and solarium. Shields in this position, ADS's electrification, but it's Achieved who finds the opening kill to Wimpy, who's playing deep inside of master bedroom. Now, this isn't too bad if you're Parabellum. You still got the 45 position that where Kratos is playing. He still has a key part in this strat. You still got pulse information being fed from below, but if you keep falling like this, TSM will run you over.
And that's your smoke gone with 45 seconds left, so no real plant denial, barring that nitro cell that we talked about from Kool-Aid. Everything else is going to have to be done in hand-to-hand combat from Parabellum. TSM now, as we talked about, they were given a lot of leniency with this map control. They caught it early, and their focus is over towards the office side of the second floor, which directly translates to the kitchen wall / dining wall right below it. The Selmas go off, clear passage on in. A grenade gets hucked in that direction. Kool-Aid the first kill for Parabellum. Things will heat up with 15 seconds left. That's Chala. Geo holds on to the diffuser. Bolo still from above as Kool-Aid is felled on the bomb site. Eska and Merc both trade out with Geo the one to go down. And that leaves Creators to clutch, but he used up all of his good juju in the previous round because he's got no luck this time. TSM answers Parabellum's round with a round of their own. They're up 3-1.
TSM just checking that mental checklist of all the fundamentals. They didn't rush that round. They took the time they needed. And yes, it looked like they were executing with too little time, only being 17 seconds. But it's all you really need. Once you push that go button, once you're into the bomb site, it's going to be very quick before you get in until you actually start planting. So 17 seconds is plenty to go. And TSM making sure that they're not losing people early on by skipping those initial steps. Chala, in particular, doing a really good job in that previous round, rotating around his teammates accordingly. Out on side that piano window, opened it up, held the angle. Once TSM got piano control, Chala moved to the bathroom window, taking it one step at a time, holding the flank while holding down PP so they can't push up into his teammates. 3-1 for TSM. We're going to see PP going to bar, really going through the bomb sites here.
Finally rotating off of those 2 old familiars, as we want to call them. Kitchen was attempted twice. Both times TSM prevailed, not Parabellum. So no surprise that PB does not want to go back to a bomb site that was not successful on either attempt. Garage is locked, so after we see this bar gaming defense, given the way that Parabellum played it, it's a safe assumption that they could go back there.
That it is.
No bedroom defense, which is also very unsurprising. This is a bomb site that is not brought out as reliably as it used to, so don't expect teams to play it unless they've got something really spicy cooked up, or no other bomb sites are working.
Yeah, I mean, Master Bedroom is almost like a worse kitchen because the way you attack it as an attacker is the exact same as you would on Master Bedroom, right? You go library, you breach the office wall, and then either you take the vertical play and plant dining, or you just go direct for dining once a wall to office is opened up. But if you play Master Bedroom bomb site, that is the bomb site. Once you breach that office wall, that is the last step you have to clear as an attacker. So just the worst version of itself. PB now holding tight onto library, and TSM attacking from the opposite side right now, but they still have members on the library balcony as well. ADS clear, flashbangs going out. No nade actually really follows, but Creators drops the hatch regardless. The nade comes out a little bit late and it misses, but it doesn't matter. TSM gained what they needed. They cleared out the corner. Creators left, and PB also stayed alive, so no one really won this engagement, but it's an even trade for utility and time.
All the holes that have been created in the floor will work very well in TSM's favor as long as they can dislodge Wimpy from his position on Chimney and take control of library. Everybody that attacks on this bomb site has 2 huge focuses. Control library, control the retake on library, which is exactly where Kool-Aid is sitting. He's going to be the impediment for a potential retake. and also hold on to Chimney, because then you can effectively paralyze the defense down below you. A nice swing by Merc after he takes out the deployable shield, and there goes Kool-Aid. One part of this attempt to get to the bomb site by TSM done successfully, and they've also flushed Wimpy off of Chimney. Those were two huge moves by TSM, but the good news is Wimpy gets back to the bomb site alive with still a minute to go.
It does, but within 10 seconds, Parabellum goes from full top floor control to zero top floor control at all. That's going to give a Chieftain TSM so much time to work with, destroy the default cameras, deny information. Merc keeps finding opening kills for his team, and now all you got to do is spend these next 20 seconds to set up before you execute, and then try and get down that diffuser.
And in all reality, Merc getting the opening pick, finding space, getting droned on in, this is what we have come to expect from TSM, and it seems like they're back to full form. That's obviously a bit of confidence-inspiring news. Parabellum will hold on now with smokes in hand. Toxic canisters tossed out and 20 seconds to go. They're staring down the barrel of defeat. They take out Merc. He's been the big threat so far. Both kills for TSM to his name. A flash onto the stairs as it's now Bolo to emerge, but Penguin swats him away. All of a sudden, Parabellum very much in this. A hail of bullets, and Penguin is making this work. He's got 2 huge kills, and he makes a third, and then a fourth. PB, an astonishing turnaround after TSM did so well on the entry. And they deny a 4th round to TSM, as Parabellum are now 1 round back.
We now have Blaz in the studio here over in Vegas. This is Blaz, apparently.
Oh, okay,
it's not Kirby.
Yes, I didn't
realize.
What visa? What visa do you think they applied for to get Kirby here?
I mean,
sorry.
There's a couple of options.
To get Blaz here.
Entertainer, world star, famous person. You could probably do a pretty good thing in like competitive eating as well. So plenty of options for visas, I imagine. Either way, nice to see him finally in studio there. It's nice. Lovely to see. PB with a great round. TSM could not capitalize in those final moments. They did take 20 seconds of time to reevaluate exactly how they were going to be attacking, but the isolated members are found by Penguin from PB, and that put TSM on the back foot. Then punished further. No trade from TSM is the big thing to really talk about that round. It was Parabellum who were trading effectively, covering all bases. So when one person got into the gunfight, a second person could swing and play off the contact. Whereas TSM, they picked those isolated gunfights themselves, and they lost them. And therefore, Parabellum ended up with more men alive than that of TSM. That's going to give us to a 3-2 scoreline. Final round on this half with Parabellum 3-2 on defense. Not a terrible start for either team, really. Chalet is attacker favored. We typically expect a 3-3 split or a 4-2 attacker favored split. Both of those things are still possible for both teams.
What do you think with the way that attacker repick has changed things up? What do you think is a good result for the first half of a Chalet?
I would say the perfect world, 4-2.
4?
Yeah, 4-2 for attackers.
For attackers.
For attackers, yeah.
There you go. TSM still has that within reach, as you talked about.
Yeah, can still do it. And I mean, even only getting 3, if that's the case, you still have your Chalet defenses, which we have to assume, you know, these are world-class teams. Those should be quite all right as well. Now, Parabellum are known to be a good attacking team. They're known to have all these weird one-off strats, the pocket strats that we phrase them as. And TSM, they're known to have very lethal entries. And so far in this game, we are seeing invitationals TSM, except for this single instance where Creators, he gets aggressive instead.
It's a nice hero peek onto Merc. Merc, so far ahead of the rest of the team, is sitting at 8-4. Been very cool on his entry, and he's had great stats throughout almost every single round. He's been able to enable the rest of his team with those aggressive plays, and even though it wasn't successful in the previous round, it still gave TSM a big fighting chance. It's the halfway point now, as it's another garage defense, as we talked about.
It is. It's a slow position for TSM. They've actually been playing rather slow in Chalet this time around. I think they've recognized that when they play too fast, that's when they miss the steps. People die to a vertical C4, they take a bad gunfight. But for example, this is one of the few instances where Merc takes a 1 versus 1 gunfight with no drone and no flashbangs really, no support at all, and he also falls.
Oh, the fact that Bolo almost lost that gunfight could have been so dire. Creators from above, oh, he's a menace. Silence is achieved before Geo has his teammates back. Wimpy, he's playing by the planter, just by the fireplace. I don't know if he's been spotted out. Still searching for his very first kill. He's the only player in the lobby that doesn't have one yet. We've talked about Wimpy a ton. He can be the kingmaker when it comes to this defense, but he gets spotted.
Trade.
Eska's still up top as well, playing on that hatch inside of dining. This was a very crucial angle that allowed creators to clutch before. Now, you don't have creators this time. You have Kool-Aid and Esco working together. It's going to be a 2v2 once Chala gets that diffuser down. He has a perfect entry to do so. Kool-Aid decides to present himself, and it's not ideal. Nice kill from Eska. It's a 1v1 all of a sudden. Chala versus Eska. Plenty of time left, and Eska clutches it. How does Parabellum keep pulling these off? 2 rounds in a row where TSM had no right to lose them until they did. First half in the books. Tie game 3-3.
And it's once again such a different round that plays out from the last time we saw Parabellum in the basement. When they went for that aggressive play upstairs, they had Penguin come up the blue stairs, they had 2 people in the roam, they impact the office wall, they flank into Fireplace from top floor, they flank the dining hallway, and basically 4 members of Parabellum all aggress into one direction against TSM when they're caught inside the Fireplace. And it was an equal trade. It went from 5v5, or 5v4 rather, down to a 2 versus 2. And then it looked great with that Chala entry, making it a 1 versus 2. But there isn't a lot of safe spots to plant in. Bolo had to cover the angle aggressively. He lost the 1v1, which allowed PB to clutch. 3-3 tied up series. Neither one won the half really, but getting 3 defenses is impressive from Parabellum. Now we have to see what TSM can do to match that. And the beginning of that is Geo on Clash, on Chalet, on Kitchen. That's like super abnormal. Irregular, uncommon.
I mean, we've seen TSM play Clash before. If you recall, it was upstairs where the Clash would sit. Inside of office, waste time, force the attackers to commit an abundant utility, and look at where the Clash is moving to. Same spot. So if you want to hold off a potential office take, which is what TSM looks to do. They've got their reinforcements in place. They've got rotates. And you can see the avenue that leads from inside a piano all the way through the closet. That TSM are going to force Parabellum to use their hard breach, to possibly use their grenades, to possibly use their Zofia stuns. And of course, if you deplete all that utility, it makes Parabellum's execute significantly weaker. That's if Parabellum survive that initial onslaught against TSM.
Also worth noting, Penguin and Wimpy are both bringing Claymores, and with the patch that came out yesterday, I believe it was, that's 4 Claymores. Now when one person picks up a Claymore secondary utility, you get 2 of them on each operator. So 4 Claymores has been put down. If you jump out any of these piano or bathroom window, odds are you're not going to survive, because they're all covered by multiple Claymores, and that's not going to bode well for you if you're jumping out. So TSM, gotta stay put and use the Clash inside the building.
It's a bit weird to see Claymores get brought back, as they just have not really been involved in the meta one bit. We talked about anti-flank operators at the start of the matchup. Wimpy's going to be running the Zero. Another interesting thing, Zero also has access to the hard breach gadget, so you can use him in a pinch if you need to. That's the first Adrenal Surge to go off, and creators on Repel, on Master Window. A nice nade, or nice Nitro Cell tossed out by Chala to answer Penguin's very first pick onto Bolo. Bolo's stats on defense are nowhere near as good as they usually are in attack. That's something to keep our eyes on. After he dropped 6 kills in the first half of the matchup. A Clash of Geo is still very much in play. Will Parabellum be able to deal with it? They've got tools to knock the Clash away. Penguin is in, but so is Merc, swatted away by Wimpy. His first kill shows up inside of office. Geo pulls out the sidearm, shield away, and down goes Eska. Shield goes back out, and now Geo's just going to try to waste as much time as possible. Flashed out, Wimpy will see the back of him. That's an easy pinch, well orchestrated by Parabellum. With 45 seconds left, that sets us up for a 2v2.
Yep. Now, the thing is to note here is that PB has no vertical destruction available to them. It's Zero and it's Hibana. And sure, the Hibana X Kairos could do a little bit of self-destruction, but that's all you got to work with. Wimpy has 1 Argus camera on the Zero to gain a bit of information. No flashbangs available. It's going to be a 2v2 absolute brawl. And the one thing to note here is that Chiefs on the smoke has the FMG9. So, yeah, defenders, they can fight long range as well.
Absolutely. He's still got all 3 canisters remaining, too. Some difficulties with the bulletproof camera that will give information to TSM, as Parabellum have only 10 seconds to pull this off. Not a lot of time, and Kool-Aid will rotate. There go your 2 toxic canisters. You mentioned the FMJ, well, or FMG. There it is. In the hands of Achieved, Chala gets the very last kill on to Wimpy, and TSM obviously very happy about that one in the plume of smoke. He still sees him anyway.
Seeing a smile from TSM, it's been a little bit. Honestly, I like this a lot more from them, right? I always feel bad when you see players being super down. And that's one thing that I want to praise a team like Mirage for, is that they've been kind of, you know, they show up every week, they get beat down real bad, they lose pretty hard, then they come up next week, they still smile. TSM and also Soniqs, you know, teams that had a really good last year, or Soniqs had a great last year, TSM had a great invitationals at the end of the year, / beginning of this year, I guess. It's kind of confusing with the invite is like the end of the year professionally, but it's the start in February of the real year, but you know what I mean. So they haven't been smiling a lot, you know, with the quote-unquote terrible performances that we've seen so far in Stage 1. Seeing TSM smile, seeing Sonic smile today earlier as well, that's something that I like to see. Being a former player myself, I know the troubles you can go through mentally when you're in a bad place, you know, you're in a slum with your team, maybe individually you're putting up bad numbers. Someone like Bolo, we praise him so much when he does well, which is why we also have to talk a lot about when he doesn't do well. And Bolo is what we call a superstar, Parker, right? Like, he is like one of our superstars.
Yep.
Big social media presence, no drama, streams, content, etc. So much pressure on his shoulders. And then also, when his team and himself doesn't perform very well, that can be hard to get out of.
TSM is an enormous organization. Even without the SI win, they tend to dominate the conversation when it comes to North American Rainbow Six, and even greater on an international scale, very similar to how Liquid does it in Brazil, G2 does it in Europe. So you're always going to have a very large spotlight on the 5 people who play on this
Pocket
team.
strat.
There it is. Scrutiny is obviously very important, or sorry, is going to be very prominent here. And Bolo, as a massive content creator and huge name,
here we go,
is going to be somebody who always draws those criticisms and those praise. And you talked about the pocket strat.
I think it's a bait.
It could be, because right now, there's a smoke that goes out to Obscure, a Candela goes off from Penguin, and now they've completely fallen off of the garage. So Parabellum did not like what they saw.
I think this might have been a bait to force the roamers out of the roam and show their true areas. We see here Merc impacting the fireplace floor on this office balcony. The timing for Merc is so terrible there. Unfortunately, he played it safe but didn't get a kill, but he stays alive. But PB opened the breach, faked the rush. It wasn't the rush at all. They assume all the roamers fell back, but Merc stays around. He gets traded, but almost gets 2 kills in the process.
It's the second round in a row where they've traded out immediately, by the way. Parabellum, with Ying's LMG in hand, says no more to Bolo. He's been unsuccessful on these 2 rounds on defense. He'll have some time to sit, wait, and ponder what comes next. It's the halfway point. It was an early bit of aggression from Parabellum. TSM will now try to equalize by taking chances on these library stairs, blue stairs as you want to call it. But Penguin is quite wise to the smoke shotgun, and it prompts a toxic canister from Chala to come out. That leaves him with just 1 toxic gas left with a minute to go.
Only 1 Candela as well from Pink. Remember, Ying did get a buff yesterday as well. She has 4 Candelas, but the duration of the flash itself has also been reduced, so arguably less value per Candela, but more Candelas overall. It's about the same as before, but more ADS clear, if you will. So this 1 smoke from Penguin and there was 1 Candela is going to be the starting sign of their attack here, as this time they have to do it for real. No more baiting out the opponents, no more baiting out the positions. Once we go, we gotta go, and that time is now.
There it is. Plant going down from Kool-Aid. Candelas go off as well. Chala kill onto Wimpy. Kool-Aid seems to be relatively safe. There's no real denial in here, and now TSM will have to fight against the 2 players from Parabellum who vacated the premises. They're out through the garage. A Nitrocell tossed out, but it's a little bit too late. 1 player from PB is above. They'll have the ability, the high ground, if you call it, but a nice play by Chala takes him down. That leaves the 2 players outside. You have to be very cautious about the way that you play this. Achieve knows that there's 1 to the left, but what about to the right? Very, very far back. Kool-Aid, who is to the left, is looking elsewhere. A nice swing outside. Achieved baits him down. That leaves Penguin to clutch.
Oh,
But Chala jumps out the window and a masterful kill. There's plenty of time on the diffuser, and TSM holds on. What an absolute clown fiesta the final 10 seconds of that round ended up being. But TSM, it might not be pretty. It's spectacular. They get the round. They're 2nd in a row on defense, and they're up 5-3.
And that smiles across the board for TSM because they all know that Chala hit some nasty shots with the SMG-11 to make that work for them, to be honest. And Chala single-handedly brought back that postman because Parabellum, Eska was in bar playing the vertical control. They had 2 players outside, 1 far left, 1 very far right, all the way behind that rock on a tiny angle. And somehow, some way, Chala won both of his gunfights and put TSM in a position to defuse the bomb successfully. And I will say Parabellum, they do a great job at their post-plant positions. I do think Eska, instead of being in bar, could have gone top floor. You can see all the way through the soft destruction and fireplace to the bomb location itself, but you can't always be in the perfect position every single time. And Chala, that time, was just a little bit better, and that made all the difference. 5-3 for TSM now. Is they're going to be going to the bar bomb site instead. So kitchen into basement into bar has been their rotation, whereas PB, when they're on defense, they went kitchen, basement, basement, kitchen, bar. So in similar fashion, we haven't seen top floor. Probably not. Oh, we have seen top floor, but not really. It's been like kitchen defense, but like you play above a master bedroom. So we've seen kind of top floor holds, but not the bomb site itself.
Don't be fooled. Chalet
It's confusing sometimes.
It can be confusing. And Chalet is one of those maps where, yes, there's a certain amount of prominence with playing above a bomb site. Not always going to play off-site, depending on where you are. We see maps like Oregon and Clubhouse tend to be quite linear in the way that you defend some of the bomb sites. You stick mostly to the same floor, bank as well. If you look at that lockers, CCTV bomb site on the very bottom floor of bank, a lot of teams will stick 5 players in and around that. Nobody's going to be roaming. Chalet is a very roam-heavy map.
Yeah.
And I think, honestly, you have to roam effectively with how strong attacking can be. And look at that. Speaking of, Penguin picks up 2 absolutely free kills. There's a third as well, hiding inside a library, but it's Kool-Aid's to find. This has been 1 minute of action, and 3 players from TSM have exited the server.
That's PB finding an opening, walking up the fireplace stairs and just killing 2 players. And Kool-Aid finds the third. That's Penguin, the IGL of Parabellum, doing what he does best, finding gaps and being that entry for his team. And you have to wonder, if Penguin didn't find those easy kills in this round, what would this have looked like instead? Now it's TSM in the back foot in a 2 versus 5. Could be a flawless one. And yes, Chalet, as you said, Parker, is a map where you kind of want to extend 1 floor up and 1 room over. So when we see bar, we typically see defenders playing library above, and then kitchen when you go 1 room over as well. As much map control as possible is needed because the bomb site is not safe at all.
It's ugly, but it works. Down goes Chala to the spray. Wimpy's the only player from Parabellum off the board. Achieve doesn't know that the diffuser is seconds away. And it's upside down Repel on the balcony outside of Creators to find the last player on TSM. Parabellum's very first attacking victory comes on their 3rd attempt. But because of the way that the site rotation works, Kitchen reopens for TSM. Bar Gaming, usually a bog standard site for so many teams, and so successful, does not go in TSM's favor.
So I want to do a trivia today, Parker, because you didn't like it. But if you could be, like, who's like your operator? It's like a spirit animal. Like, if you could choose one operator, attack or defense, who's your operator? Don't say like Buck because he's Canadian. That's boring.
Buck because I'm Canadian, probably.
Anything else than that?
I don't know.
You don't know? You don't like associate yours? Oh wait, never mind. We got a different question. It's today's only match that doesn't affect the major. So, dogs or cats?
There's only one correct answer to this.
You're gonna say dogs, probably.
Oh,
right?
absolutely dogs.
Yeah. I have Nudie Man. Oh, 67?
That's correct. 2/3 of you are great.
I have Nudie Man at home, so I don't
you
really.
You keep saying Nudie Man?
That's his literal name.
Nudie Man.
Nudie Man. His name is Newt or Nudie Man. Riley called him Binks. Like, Binks, Binks! With like a high-tone voice, and then he goes, brrr. He likes it. He likes being talked to.
So you're a cat guy then? That's what you're saying.
I'm honestly, I just don't like things that shed, and I have a long-haired ragdoll cat that sheds too much, so...
I was going to say cats shed.
Yeah, and he sheds a ton. So I kind of got the
You gotta be
wrong
very
cat.
careful on how you enunciate on the word shed.
Shit. Oh, I see what you mean. Shed?
Just keep saying it.
Okay. Oh boy. Anyhow.
You gotta be one of those things where, you know, you gotta
be careful.
You gotta be real careful about what you say. But yeah, but I mean, unless you get like one of those hypoallergenic pets that don't shed, because there are certain ones that don't. But anyway.
It's true. Hairless animals exist too, Parker.
You could get a hairless cat.
Yep.
You absolutely could.
We'll consider it.
Yep.
After this conversation. Nice. PB, they haven't done too much so far. Broken the castle barricade on the big window, on the bathroom window as well. That's what Penguin did earlier. Now rotating to a solarium attack. Now, the trouble here for TSM is that no one is actually playing on the solarium stairs itself.
Oh, no.
So... No, they're okay. I take it back. They're okay.
We're kind of a little bit nervous when he was shooting out those X-Kairos pellets, and he's in a bit of a tough spot. As now Bolo's softened up through a soft
Where did he
wall
get
as
shot
well.
from?
He's being shot from below, it looks like.
Yeah.
Could have been from the wall, too. I'm not entirely certain. Bolo's going to seek safe refuge inside a Master now, as there's 2 explosions from the Zofia that go off. No damage really done to him. He made, or sorry, lots of damage really done to him. but it hasn't taken him out just yet. He's on 1 HP. Now the nades can go in. Look at the secondary lineup from Parabellum. Penguin's been down. That's the first bit of action. Everybody from TSM is still upright, and Penguin is finished off by Merc.
No finger boost been out there to save Penguin. The cooldown was there, I checked, so I'm curious if maybe he was just like done and dusted, like he was caught in a
not
bad
worthwhile
position.
maybe.
Yeah, not worthwhile reviving because I knew he was done either way. Achieved then rotated in the midst of that, by the way, to the Solarium stairs, and that puts TSM in a much better position than before. Even though both Achieved and Bolo are so low in HP, there are no more grenades available from Parabellum. They're stuck here, and they cannot find the opening, but maybe TSM will just give it to them.
Bolo realizing with just 1 HP that taking a fight onto the window might be the advantageous thing to do, and it turns out it was not. It gives Parabellum an equalizer. Achieved still on low HP. He has no toxic canisters left. He's expended all that utility, so he doesn't bring any to the grave with him. Eska falls, and that gives TSM the upper hand yet again. Now it's Creators to march through Bathroom, takes out the castle. With a UMP in hand, that's not a very fair fight, and Creators knows that. They'll need to get the diffuser into the bomb site and get it planted. It's in the hands of Kool-Aid. And while they've cleared out the top floor, again, don't be fooled. That bomb site is kitchen down below. So you have to translate to a successful site execute. A nice play from Kool-Aid to take out Achieved, and Parabellum are seconds away from equalizing in this matchup. Wimpy to gun down onto one player from TSM, and it's Gio to go down. Chala unable to stop the diffuser from being planted, but he's inside of the kitchen. Time will run out. It's him versus Wimpy. This is not exactly the fairest fight for either of them, as they don't have tons of information. Wimpy has not been the better player today, and he won't be the better player in this engagement. Chala, Mr. Appreciation Thread himself with just a tiny bit of HP. He gets the diffuser, and it's match point for TSM.
That was a very high chance that would have been a why are you sprinting situation for Chala, sprinting in a 1 versus 1. But it doesn't matter if you just instantly ADS with Frost's weapon and just land the first shot headshot onto Wimpy. And I feel kind of bad for Wimpy. He's been put in so many 1 versus 1s and 1 versus 2s on his time in Parabellum. And it's always so close. I mean, one bullet makes a difference there. Chala was literally down to the last 10 health once that round was over. And that means TSM, as you mentioned, match and map point here, and it's basement defense for them. Pretty regular up in the lineup, same thing as we saw last time. Merc on the Vigil gonna be up top floor roaming with those impacts you can use for vertical destruction. G with the kite to deny the hatch of the wall with the C4. Valkyrie with information C4. Chala to anchor, and Bolo bringing that grenade deny so you can stay safe. Let's see what the attacker repick looks like from the side of Parabellum, because they have to answer to what they see. And they have chosen to go from Finka onto Dokebi and from Hibana onto Thermite. So the Thermite is great for basement for all the big wall destruction you can get from either the main breach of Snowmobile or all the way back on the car garage side of things for Trench and that long wall. And then, of course, the Dokebi, that can be a direct counter to Valkyrie. If you get an early kill, you hack the phones, you gain Valkyrie camera and all camera information. That's a direct counter, and you get to bring the smoke grenades. The only thing from Parabellum that they don't have a lot of are grenades and self-destruction. They only have 2 grenades on the side of Eska to work with.
Like in those breaches, they'd also brought some claymores, as you talked about before. The jump outs on the windows, so this...
That's both nades.
This revolving set of secondary gadgets. No cheeky pocket strat, again, with the Ying that you talked about before. Obviously, your focus was on the Dokebi.
Yep.
Also, the Lion, bringing that DMR. The DMR on the Lion actually has been seeing a much higher play rate than the V308 typical assault rifle that is used. And there's something to be said for DMRs on LAN.
That's true. They hit like a truck. That Rooney DMR has been as stable so far, also doing invitationals.
I like how you give that to a Rooney, even though it's technically Dokebi's.
Yeah, they're just stealing each other's weapons, right?
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
They share an armory. I believe that's in the lore.
Ah, that's what it is, huh? That's what.
Guy, so.
They share an armory.
There's another logic bomb that's used. I don't know if it was integral for the kill onto Bolo, but Bolo's 6 kills all came in the first half. He has 0 kills to his name since moving to defense, and has picked up 8 deaths in total throughout this matchup. So again, that trend line of Bolo doing well on attack and then falling off on defense is holding true, even if TSM is performing well as a unit. Chala in particular, the standout performer, but he's had a good supporting cast, and Merc is still the top fragger on the team. He's wasting a ton of time and killing in the process. That's a second kill on Creators. Penguin will try to be number 3, but he doesn't do that. He takes out Merc with a single point of HP left. That's not good. There's 3 toxic canisters left for Chala. Penguin can't get too close to the bomb site, or it's very easy for him to just be taken out.
This is where, 1, you really wish you had a Finko if you're Parabellum, and 2, well, you lose the Dog AP, so your entire win condition around hacking the cameras is completely gone. Your only set of smokes completely gone. You use both grenades from Esker to get the breach open, so all you have to work with is 1 flashbang, 0 flashbangs left from Kool-Aid.
That's a low damage MPX, but so consistent. Rat-a-tat-tat. Penguin is down, and now it's Eska. Gassed inside a connector. He's the last one to fall. TSM get all 3 of the final players of Parabellum, and they get all 3 points in this matchup as they put away PB 7-4. They'll vault over the Soniqs in the standings, but still no chance that they're going to make it to Charlotte, and they're still in the basement of the NAL, even with today's victory.
That they are, and honestly, when you win invitationals, when you qualify for big tournaments, when you spend so much time grinding for that singular result, there is always a big talk about possibility of a burnout. And I'm not saying TSM is burned out. Today they look a lot more, a lot better, looked like they had a lot more fun together, smiles on their faces. But I will say it could be a long-term good thing that TSM misses out on the Charlotte Major, even though it sucks not seeing them there, and they won't be getting to represent North America on an international grounds this time around.
NAL has been extremely close, very exciting, and very competitive. You know, XSET comes onto the scene with a brand new roster, and they right now look like they're in a great spot to make it to Charlotte. If they beat Astralis today, they are almost mathematically clinched for the spot. If Astralis wins today, they are mathematically clinched. That's going to be a huge matchup. Our next match on the docket is Beastcoast versus Mirage. Mirage has not had the same success that some of the newer teams and newer rosters have. But for Beastcoast, who themselves are a new team, 3 huge points on the line as they still have an outside shot of making it to Charlotte. But at this point, you're going to need to start relying on your opponents losing their matchups, because just winning on your own is not good enough. That's it for our 3rd match of the day. We've still got that Beastcoast versus Mirage match up next. Before we get there, obviously we're going to want to talk to TSM, and the analysts are going to want to break down what you saw during that match. Sit tight, we'll be right back.
I might rent the Lambo and go drive it like it's stolen. I've been living wild, I'm just going through the motions. Stumbling out the Uber, grab my hand, gave me a notion. Swimming in your water, but it feels just like the ocean. I can't lie, I've really been addicted to you. All of my attention I've been giving to you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. Caught up in my feelings, I got feelings for you. On my mind, I can't lie. On my mind, I can't lie. Pull you down till you dry. Pull you down till you dry. All the time, he's my dance floor. Don't work too hard, my break a backbone. Return of the Mac, the king is back though. Corvette and cash, I never lack those. She saw the stone, you know how that go. Fatality, my diamonds that cold. Versace trunks, I hit my backstroke. Knock on the door, she at the back, bro. All I really take is a little taste. Island girl, blue eyes with a little bass. Here for the thrill, I don't need a chaser. Wanna vibe at the getaway. Shimmy, shimmy, yeah, I got the semi-4 weight. Don't step out the line like this a probate. You hit the line and try to locate. This for the time, got time for no day. Whoa. Too many, I'm going. Too crazy, and I got bad ones and they ready. A good time, so now it's into it, we left that. Can't remember anything, but I know we got lit. Good times. Live in the moment, feel like summertime. Obsessed with nature, not a world mine. The room is spinning, but I feel fine. Oh my. Chandelier, limousines. Really think I'm seeing things. Read the line in mid-between. Yellow light, I gotta speed up. Get home to a cold shower. Need that pronto. Look like a rave at the condo. Heck of a night in Toronto. She said, boy, you in Morocco. Pearl white mention in the top gold. Fill up my cup with the pop, whoa. High off life in the spot, though. Running at the visa, really talking to a real life Mona Lisa. Jesus pieces hanging off the fleecer. So much going on, it's hard to focus on the features.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League. Doa here along with Jacob and our guest analyst Pengu for the day. And we have Bolo standing by from TSM in Las Vegas. Bolo. So today, TSM gets the win, of course. It's been a little bit of a rough stage to a certain extent, but do you feel like this is kind of almost like a break the team needed? I mean, winning SI, that's draining, right? You're on the road for so long. It takes every ounce to kind of get that win. This stage went the way it went. Towards the end of it here, kind of like, let me get you a little bit retrospective here. As you look back at the stage, you look forward at the future, tell me kind of what the experience has been like since winning SI.
I mean, yeah, winning SI was, phenomenal. We all played our hearts out. But of course, whenever you qualify for events and you go very far in them, you win them, you don't get a whole lot of time off. We didn't get any time off once we got back. We had probably maybe a week and a half. So I think, it's kind of showing a little bit into our play style and our gameplay come the league. I think we're all kind of feeling a little bit burnt a little bit. We want some nice time to relax and chill, especially after such a big event. But that's just not how it is, and unfortunately, it's showing in our play. I don't know how individually the rest of the team is feeling on it, but I'm sure I'm definitely feeling the burnout. There's some other things going on as well, but of course, this stage isn't up to the TSM standard. It isn't up to the SI winning standard, and hopefully, this is a little missing out on this major will hopefully be a little break that we need to kind of recoup and fix our flaws and get back to fighting form.
I kind of want to touch on that, Jason, as well, because would you almost argue that not making the major now is a good thing in the long term? Because let's imagine TSM had kept up the performance. You guys have been killing this season. You make top 4 guaranteed, etc. There's no break for Charlotte. There's no break after Charlotte. It's straight from the major to stage 2. So my question is, do you think this is better for the long term, that you can just get to relax, if you will, even though you got to take some punches right now on social media and from yourselves, not playing up to speed?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty good thing for the overall team mental and everything. Nice little reset. It's pretty similar to what happened right before SI. We failed to make the Sweden major, which in result made us not qualify for SI through points. So we had to go through the qualifier. And, it was kind of like a wake-up call. We got a little bit of a break, not enough. We got a little bit of a break. We worked on our flaws. We grinded and grinded while everybody was going to the majors, then take their time off. We were still at it, run through the qualifiers, and then, of course, SI went the way it did. So I think, actually, I'm hopeful that it'll kind of mirror itself for the May major in Charlotte, and we get a nice little mental reset. We have time to work out, our flaws, and again, like I said, just get back to fighting form, get back to what we were.
Obviously, the mental state for the team right now is something that, like you mentioned, can definitely differ person to person. What affects you might not affect everyone else that's on that squad, but that might be a little bit hard for some people to kind of latch onto because they don't understand what situations you've been going through. So if you had to go into this off-season period during the Charlotte Major, this month-off break that you guys have, what's one thing that you really want to hone in and focus on before you come back for stage 2?
I mean, as a team, just kind of everybody needs to just kind of look at the game a little bit differently. We've been trying different aspects into our scrims and everything, trying to work on different elements of our play, and I think we might need to just stray away from that, kind of re-look at the game plan, reevaluate everything, and just kind of go into it with a new look, refresh the mental. And I mean, it's just again, individually, I'm feeling a little bit burnt after everything, and hopefully a nice little vacation will do me good, and hopefully it'll do the rest of the teammates some good as well.
Fair enough. We'll let you get a little break today after this final question here. So coming back to NAL after SI, there's been a lot of changes, right? There's attacker repick now. There's a lot of roster changes. There's a whole new XSET roster, in fact. So a lot of differences between NAL Stage 1 and NAL at the end of 2021. But I was curious, in your opinion, what's kind of the biggest change that's been a challenge to tackle as TSM coming to this stage in terms of the other teams and things like that, changes in the game?
I mean, realistically, the biggest challenge is, you know, you'll hear it many times. It's ourselves. We're the main people to blame at this. I don't think there's any outside elements that's really kind of doing it. Because if we play our game, we play how we usually play, and we're a cohesive team. You know, doesn't matter what's put in front of us. You know, we're gonna take it head on, and we're gonna probably come out on top. So I think, you know, some of the elements, you know, of course, the map pool change, repick. There's a lot of new people in the scene, so little different looks of what you're going to be seeing in the lobby. You know, different players, different kind of mindsets you're going to be going against. So just there's a lot of different things, and it's been taking a little bit to get accustomed to, but I think the main culprit is ourselves.
All right. Well, I appreciate the responsibility. I think that's obviously a champion mindset from the lips of a champion. So. Sounds good to me. And you did get the win today, so something to feel positive about going into next week. Looking forward to seeing your game next week. Looking forward to seeing what TSM can bring to NAL next stage. Until then, take a break, enjoy the rest of your week, and we'll see you soon.
Appreciate it. Take care.
Take care.
You too. All right. Well, there was Bolo from TSM, and the thing is like it's to some fans out there, a lot of what he said might have sounded very negative, right? Might have sounded like he's very down on himself. But the thing is when you're playing at the level that TSM was at SI, and then you come back to NA and you have this kind of struggles that they've been having, a lot of that comes out, right? Where you can say, well, sure, the burnout is an excuse, but it is a very real thing.
It is.
And I think it's a credit to players like that to take that on themselves and say, you know what, no matter what the reason is, at the end of the day, it's us. It's on us to win games. We haven't been doing that. It's on us to get better.
Of course, and I mean, TSM and Bolo himself are very humble players. Bolo himself is, what I said on the cast, a superstar player, big content creator, super humble at the same time, and never really blames anyone else or any other factors. He says, if I play bad, that's on me. If our team play bad, that's on us. And it's very respectable.
Absolutely. Well, let's look at the numbers here. Numbers looking a little bit respectable in a good way for TSM
They
here.
are.
Better results overall, I think, from an individual point of view. We saw Bolo get, I think, 6 kills through the entirety of the attacking half, and then when they switch over, it felt like on defense, everyone else was kind of picking up the load, so to speak. We saw Chala have that massive clutch a couple rounds in. We were just like, oh my God, this kind of feels like old TSM a little bit, because they opted to get a little bit frisky. When they were on defense, they said, we don't have to play into our defaults. In fact, let's not play defaults so Parabellum doesn't have something that they can latch onto and come into the game with an easy strength. So I feel like TSM really took advantage of the fact that they understand their position. They're not worried about putting additional expectations on themselves, and they just know, you know what, short term, if we play this a little bit fast and loose, then it's not going to hurt anyone, and it won't even hurt themselves, because they know it's just going to take more time for them to actually come back into the scene.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Let's take a look at round 10 specifically, because that was a round that I felt like is a great example of TSM kind of having things come together, but also a really, really epic Chala 1v3 towards the end of that one. This was a fun round.
So this bad boy starts off, I mean, we're just a couple seconds in. Kool-Aid has like default bomb plant position back here. So now it's going to fall upon both Chala and Geo to find some just measure of recourse. And this looks very much like a situation that Chala can't necessarily win, but we don't want to count Chala out because he's probably the single greatest Frost player we've seen, maybe across even every single region, and his gunplay is no exception. Back when the 1.5 got taken off the C8, it very much felt like she wasn't able to come back into play for Chala, but instead, he's able to do stuff like that, and it just goes to prove that the way the old TSM really captured the hearts and minds of fans, if it wasn't from being a fan of Bolo before TSM entered the scene, is because everyone can perform on an individual level. Chala's a clutch master, but everyone on that squad, none of them are really capable of being counted out.
That's right. So, quick, before we go, parting thoughts about TSM versus Parabellum.
I think when Merc is active in the entry and getting very aggressive, I think that's when he shines the most, and I think he brings so much to the side of TSM. I think when Chala is clutching, same story there. When we see those two players in particular really do their job, I think that is when we expect the most from TSM. There's always going to be questions about, you know, Bolo, Achieved, and Geo, because if one area of the team is struggling, often it affects the others. But I think in a vacuum, the biggest impact for TSM and the biggest individual to look at is Merc. When he's doing good, usually TSM is doing good. That's what we saw at Invite, and it's what we saw today.
Yeah.
Sure enough. Well, That's going to do it for TSM versus Parabellum. But we've got Mirage taking on Beastcoast coming up next for our 4th map of the day. Beastcoast looking to get some much needed points in their hunt for the final spot at the major in Charlotte. We'll see if they can do it. Mirage, unfortunately, down a player. It's going to be a little bit tricky. Beastcoast, favored, but then again, it's been a day of upsets, so you don't want to miss it. Don't go anywhere. Rainbow Six NAL coming back in just a few.
Mixed with action, play us. Out of this Atlas, way up. I got a passion, play us.
Shining like diamonds in the light. Gonna fly, going up. Just you and I, we're going up. We're gonna fly, we're going up. Just you and I, we're gonna fly, we're going up.
And we are back here at the Rainbow Six North American League. Doa Jacob, and guess what? Analyst Stokes is joining us once again, graciously
How many of you are
giving
there?
his time to hang on the desk. There's really, I mean, as long as the coat can fit on someone, that we have an unlimited number of extra analysts.
I guess so. So
Yeah.
I mean, wait, does that fit you? Any idea? Is that
I mean, I'm already here.
relatively the same size? No, I was just curious.
That's true. I mean, you know, the jacket's just kind of like, you know, iRobot. They just open up a container and there's just a bunch of us in there and they just keep slapping the jacket on. But as well as, like, guys, I gotta show this off real quick, but I don't know if you guys know, but this is an Indochino jacket. Yeah, one of our sponsors of the NAL, and they have been for some time. They're fantastic, and yes, indeed, that was an ad read, and you're so very welcome.
Wow.
Did we just really give them a free ad?
What a guy. What a generous person with everyone involved. Anyway, let's take a look at our scores today. Hey, do you like 7-4s? Well, guess what? I'm cool with That's every single score in every map. It's been 7-4s across the board so far in DarkZero versus Oxygen, Soniqs versus Spacestation, and now most recently TSM versus Parabellum. But we're going to Mirage versus Beastcoast next.
The way that the graphic on this makes it look is because it's been 7-4 every time and not 4-7 does make it seem as though Mirage is about to beat Beastcoast 7-4.
Does it though? There's a time.
Human beings
for the
live for
trend to be
patterns, and there
broken.
is consistency in this, even if it looks weird.
There is. Let's look at the standings though real quick, and then we'll get more into our next map that we've got coming up here. So standings-wise, things haven't really changed much with Parabellum versus TSM. TSM does get a win, so they do manage to sneak back ahead of Soniqs in the standings, thereby potentially getting some SI points out of this stage. Remember, it is teams 9 and 10 in the rankings that don't get those SI points. So if you're 8th or higher, you're in good shape. That's where TSM is now, but we still have one more day of play with both those teams to see who ends up really taking it. Parabellum, fairly safe in terms of getting points, but again, not making it to the major.
No, 100%. The thing about this to keep in mind, though, is that for the upcoming game, if we were to make the assumption, which is a very safe assumption, that Mirage cannot prevent Beastcoast from winning in regulation, Beastcoast getting 3 points then vaults them from 6th up into 3rd. They surpass SSG, they surpass DarkZero, they surpass XSET. They get up to 16 points, and suddenly major contention is a very real possibility for this group of ragtag players. Yeah. What a story so far for these guys, and they absolutely can make that jump. All they have to do is hold on next week.
And they've been playing well too. I mean, they started out being the very chaotic team, right? They started out being the team that you never really knew what they were going to throw at you, but I feel like they've combine those individual performances with some pretty strong team play in the last couple maps in particular. As someone who's casted some of those, or someone who knows the caster Stokes anyway, analyst Stokes, what's your impression of Beastcoast been recently?
You know, I think that you kind of hit the nail on the head. I think it's that they've boiled down kind of a chaotic play style that they've had, and they've found success with that, where they're able to play off of each other in a very convincing way. I mean, even with some of the games like what we'd seen from Beastcoast on Bank especially, no one's going to think that you're going to double stack blue stairs in order to make sure that no one actually is able to win things out at the bottom of square, things like that. It catches a lot of people off guard, and that's why I say Beastcoast is kind of chaotic, but they've found what matters most inside of that, and they're making it work right now.
Yep, that's right. Well, on the other side of the arena is going to be Mirage. Mirage is a team that struggled all stage long, no doubt about it. Some good individual performances here and there, but unfortunately, the player with perhaps the best individual performances, Razor, is taking an indefinite leave of absence from the team. We wish him the best, but in the meantime, we've got Gara, the coach, stepping up to fill the role. Stats-wise, his stat line wasn't any worse than anyone else's in their last round, but it still wasn't great across the board. So this is really a team where, you know, it's been tough. It's just going to keep getting tougher. But when you watch them play, you can tell they've got a good attitude about it. They know where they're at in terms of the rest of the league. They're still just trying to gel, bring people together. It's a new squad anyway.
Right.
They're doing what they can, you know?
Near as I can tell, there was an assumption I had back a couple games into the season where I said, if Mirage are trying to play this long game, then you might just think stage 1 is the stage where they can kind of feel some things out, whether it be new maps, new strategies, incorporating new players into the lineup, whatever it might be. Right. Then they can take stage 1 as a practice and then use stage 2 to be like, let's iron these kinks out, let's really get a hyper-focused play mentality going, and then maybe we have major qualification, like implications down the line. That's just an assumption. Now, they can't really do that because Razor's out of the picture, they have a coach coming back in, and can you really use anything from these last couple of games without your actual starting starting 5 is relevant like play going into the next season. I don't really know what you can do going into stage 2 if you knew you had a roster change on the horizon or if you were playing the long game like I mentioned. The future for Mirage is just very uncertain regardless of what they do for these last 2 contests.
Yeah, absolutely the case. When it comes to Mirage, as of right now, there's not a lot of positive things to say. I mean, it's really what you said. They're trying to gel. They're doing their damnedest in the lobby to try and do what they can and possibly get some rounds over on some very successful teams. And the problem is today is that they're going to be going against one of the most dynamic teams that we currently have in the entirety of the NAL.
One of the most unpredictable, for sure.
Exactly. So not only are they going to be playing the guessing game that will be presented by Beastcoast, but also they have to do it with Christian in their coach. It just makes things so complicated, especially because you don't have that sheer willpower that we saw out of Razor and what he was able to do with the roster.
I feel like this team, the really only like saving grace they've got is if for some reason through this map ban phase they were to select defense first, kind of regardless of where it is, because when you're trying to figure out your IGL situation, which was already a little bit shaky, and you want to like really hone in on that game plan, to do that with a sub is considerably more difficult than trying to play defense because you can be more fluid. There are more opportunities for success, especially if you want to be unpredictable and go against the grain of what's gotten to this point.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the big thing to notate for this, past all the points that we've just made, is that technically speaking, it's wasted time.
Yeah.
Christian playing this game right now does nothing for Mirage because he's not the person that's going to be filling that seat whenever Razor comes back. So all of this time that they're spending as a team, even scrimming right now, Razor's not there. It doesn't really matter because Christian's not going to be filling the void the same way that Razor does.
Yeah, exactly. So it's rough for Mirage, right? Just kind of, again, doing what they can, trying to get a little bit of experience here. And, you know, for Garo, we talked about, too, you know, that it's a kind of that dream come true for some people, right? Where it's like you work your way up community caster, analyst, coach, and now you get to sit on the stage. You get to play it. Even though the circumstances aren't probably what you imagined, at least you get a chance to, you know, be in the spotlight and play a little bit. And there's got to be a little bit of fun in that as well. But let's move on to talk about Beastcoast a little bit here. Beastcoast, again, a team we touched on earlier, but man, this team has been so much fun to watch. But are they a team that's good enough to get to the major? I think if they can't win convincingly today, that's an easy no from me. But I think they are going to win convincingly today. And the question is if they can show a dominant performance, then hey, you know, maybe they are a team that NA wants to send to that major. Maybe they are going to be a good representative.
Yeah, perhaps. I think the cool part about the early part of this season is understanding if there's something that works initially, maybe there's a chance it'll work on an international level. And then we're kind of taking the chance as a region to say, let's just see if this works. That's the case with XSET, Astralis, the guys currently at the top of the card in North America, and Beastcoast might just join them. Like, the thing that Beastcoast have going for them that could do well elsewhere is this dynamic duo of Sweater and Surf on their own. Both of them within the top 15 overall rated by CGG after their first 7 games. They're both at a 1.12 rating. They've been playing fantastically on defense. Both of them incredibly, Surf most especially, having the stage of his life right next to Sweater. Both of them having not spent time at a tier 1 level before, are the 2 new guys to this level of competition, so to speak, are playing lights out and haven't really slowed down. And the nice part is they have the backbone, the enablers, the guys that can let them do that job, whether it's Slash with his leadership, if it's Drip playing the most aggressive support known to man, whatever it might be. Beastcoast have a lot of elements that are running right now.
Yeah, and we actually do have some Surf stats to look at, so we can toss those up on the screen right now. Surf, of course, a useful Pokemon move, but also a very strong Rainbow Six player as well, and put up the numbers recently to really be one of the linchpins of his team.
Yeah, as you were saying, probably one of the best water type moves available. And luckily enough, Surf is probably one of the best available in the business for Beastcoast currently. As Jacob had been saying, they have been playing lights out with this team, and this is really perpetuated by the back end. The calls from Slashug and Drip being able to enable this team how he is. But Surf has time and time again found his mark up against quite a few teams, especially when it comes to opening engagements. And that's what I expect out of him today. I mean, look at the stats here. 3 opening kills, 0 opening deaths. I expect even more of that today.
Homie was doing this against TSM on a map that they'd never played before, and a map that we'd never seen Beastcoast play. I mean, the fact that we have to go off just what we see in the lobby. If there's something happening in scrims, if they were super confident on the map already, we have no clue. But Surf was creating those kinds of openings, especially against Bolo, who, with everyone on this TSM team already kind of having issues, it just felt like they were even more lost when they faced this Beastcoast roster, which is a great upswing for them overall. The fact that they're even in the conversation situation right now to potentially make a major in their first year or their first couple of months even as a squad is really something to herald. Even if they don't make the major, the fact that they're even in this conversation this early is already a really good victory for this team.
Yeah, it's been a pretty meteoric rise, but guess what? It's time to find out what map we're going to here between Mirage and Beastcoast in just a moment. So what do you think? Any predictions here? I know we're going to get right into the bans already. It's obviously not Villa, but what do you think?
Nah, I mean, I do think this is the kind of thing where, like, Mirage don't necessarily care, ultimately. I think you can probably go through the same kind of ban philosophy as normal, but no matter what map we end up on, it's not going to be something that Mirage really put too much stock into.
Yeah, absolutely the case. It's probably more than likely the same for Beastcoast. If I were them, I'm trying to go back to a map that I've already played before. I don't want anybody to have any new VOD on something that I haven't played yet.
Yeah.
So that's what we're more than likely going to be headed towards. And I mean, these bans are already building up to that point.
Yeah, I mean, so far, like, Beastcoast, like, they have 2 permabans. They're following the same Soniqs philosophy of make sure we take the 2 maps off the board at the very beginning every single time. They don't like Club, they don't like Chalet, and everything else at that point is kind of fair game. So now at this stage, I think Mirage have understood this. So now when they ban, they can kind of force Beastcoast into only a couple very specific picks here. Cafe, Beastcoast, another map that they've essentially permabanned. They've got no willingness to want to go back to Cafe for any reason currently, which means it all falls on Mirage. Do they want Skyscraper? They don't. We're just left up to 2. It's Theme Park and Border. So all of the new maps have come all the way down to the wire. As of this moment, Beastcoast have played every new map except, sorry, they've only played Border out of the new maps so far. They've not played Sky, they've not played Theme Park, and they don't want to worry about a map that they've not played so far, so they will go back to a map that they've played twice, and they've won once and lost once. They beat Parabellum at the very start of the stage, they've lost it since. However, we have not seen Mirage do anything, so to speak, on this map because it's just never come up for them. They've not banned it before, they've not considered it. There's nothing about this map that really leans in their favor, but Beastcoast have a dub, so they're going to take this one.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they can do it again. Beastcoast, I feel like, still needs to put on a convincing win here. I mean, no match is a gimme at this level.
No letting Gara just get 6 kills on Blitz again.
You still got to try to win, you know, like I said, convincingly. You can't let this one be close. Throws a lot of things into question, otherwise you certainly can't let it go to overtime. But it's time to see what our casters and analysts are going to predict as far as the winner goes. I feel like this one, you know, despite the fact that, again, I just said nothing's a gimme, but I feel like this one is going to be a bit academic. Blue, over there by your lonesome at the desk, what do you think?
All by myself. Yeah, I mean, with the circumstances with Guerrero filling out, unfortunately, it's hard to have this one lean in any other direction except for Beastcoast, so I'm going to send a pretty convincing prediction that way. I think they'll be taking this one.
All right, short and sweet from Blue, can't blame them. Seems like it's going to be...
Let's just keep it short and sweet, yeah.
I think we kind of have to. Beastcoast?
Beastcoast.
Coin, all right. Mirage
hold on, did Jesse pick Mirage?
Jesse?
Is he still here?
Oh.
We're tapping in. Hold on.
Beastcoast. He said Beastcoast.
There you go. Cool.
Yeah, Beastcoast, that's what it was.
He also, thank you. He also said Beastcoast. We're going to do the coin here. Mirage is going to be heads. Beastcoast is going to be tails.
I'm hoping the coin picks Mirage.
It's just, it doesn't choose anything. It's
heads.
It's tails.
Man.
Coin picks Beastcoast. There you go.
I hate everything.
No free points today.
You know, the coin gets it too. Community poll, let's find out, again, what you will be chatting about during the break. The question is going to be, which player would you rather hang out with, Thomas or Drip? I think that might say a little bit more about you than the player, but I think it's up to you. No judgment either way. They both seem like fun individuals, profoundly different ways.
Look, John and I can both vouch for hanging with Thomas is always a fun time, so that's we got that one.
True enough. Well, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, though, we're going to get things started between Mirage and Beastcoast. Don't go anywhere. Our 6NAL returns right after this.
Phone numbers when I'm talking 7 digits. Earn it by the day, every second minute. Used to pay me none, look, now they pay attention. Everybody say they drip, but I banded it. See them copy all the looks, but I stay switching. Pick up the loot, then hit the bank. Can never change, still wrote the change. Captain say the pay, this ain't the day. They made me wait, I'm breaking chains. Yeah. Tell me feeling bubbly off the rose. Took a minute, but I got it out the slow way. Friends turn to foes, haters tell them go away. Rappers make a shiggy dance like a soul train. Told them side, no electric. Yeah, it's getting hectic. 777. Yeah, 777. Yeah. Told them side, no electric. Yeah, it's getting 777. Yeah, yeah. 777.
I'm in the big leagues, told her don't miss me. Ballin' like Houston, ayy, feeling like Whitney. I need a bag, bruh, send it through quickly. I'm making his dog, like I'm in the big leagues. Told him that I gotta go, dog. I'm riding the road, y'all. I think that I'm back in my bag now. So I need that go, y'all. Got hits when he throwing the fastball. Just too quick for it, peeling off like the whip orange. Seen the effort, this piss poor. I got too much, I gotta tend to.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Getting ready to dive into our next matchup here as we are almost at the end of another week of play in the NAL. Coming up in this matchup, we are going to see the boys from Mirage go up against Beastcoast here today, and we'll have to see how they all fare against each other. Once again, keep in mind, of course, Mirage still dealing with the issue that they do not have their full 5-player roster. They're currently using Guerrero, their coach, as their 5th filling in here for the end of Stage 1. So we'll have to see how much they're going to stand up against Beastcoast, who's had a bit of a mixed bag so far here at Stage 1. Would you say so, Stokes? Or?
Yeah, I would say that you could put it that way. I'd say it's a little bit of a mixed bag, but it's mostly been Beastcoast just trying to find their stride. And I think they're at that point now where they know who they are as a person, and they're ready to move on and get into a relationship, John. So, and you know, looking into this match, though, I think that Mirage obviously is going to be the tail of the tape here. What can they possibly do up against Beastcoast? And not only that, a fiery Beastcoast, whilst also lacking one of their main players.
Yep, very much the case. And not only that, but you know, a player that a lot of times we look to as kind of the star, not necessarily of this team, but as of teams he's been on in the past, most notably the XSET 2021 roster. We saw him oftentimes being the brightest star inside of that lineup, but no longer will that be the case here for his run on Beastcoast as he's taking some time away. Perfectly reasonable, so we'll have to look forward to his return in the near future. But for you guys at home, you need to get ready to look forward to this matchup because we are going live with it, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, if you're just joining us, it's Mirage versus Beastcoast. Another best of one to decide the fate for today of both of these teams as they try to claim 3 more points, potentially 2, here in the NAL. Bands are already rolling. Beastcoast as the first and final one. They're going to chuck this first one as a target ban against Guerrera to knock out his blitz.
Poor Christian. He's not going to be allowed to play the game anymore. No potential to just run amok across the entirety of the map.
I'm unleashed.
and honestly, I mean, for Guerrera, you have to be happy about that. The fact that they're spot banning a coach, that's great.
To be fair, it was one of the most annoying parts of the setup the Beastcoast brought to bear in their matchup yesterday, so it's not too surprising. It's like, all right, we're not going to mess around with any of these shenanigans. We know you've got your pocket strat. We're not letting you deploy it here today. Rest of the band's making perfect sense, though, as we'll end up with a Thatcher followed up by a Mira, and finally a Valkyrie to round out the bands here for Border.
All right. Well, with that being said, we are finally into the map. So we'll see what Beastcoast want to start us off on, as we'll be starting on defense with Mirage on the offensive side of things. Ventilation Workshop will be our very first site, and we'll kick things off here. Also, we'll see what Beastcoast can possibly produce on their defensive end. They're going to be bringing quite a few cool things into this puzzle, especially with the cap can coming along for the ride of Drip. This has the potential to slow down Mirage early on, depending on if they actually run into any of those EDDs. If they find them early, it's still going to slow them down, so I'll have to check quite a few of the door frames, but hopefully enough for Beastcoast's sake, at least get one of them to go off.
We're more than likely going to see a fairly spread out setup here for Beastcoast, also due to the fact that they're playing into a downstairs hold. We'll need to extend their grasp into the second floor to attempt to delay out time. Seems like primarily inside of CCTV right now is the goal for Beastcoast, but that could all be changing, and more importantly, we'll get a better picture of that once the round actually gets started in a few moments here. So a few repicks coming out, mainly just moving away from the Zero and the Hibana, as it's not necessarily going to be needed for this site play. And actually the Zero again gets reswapped in as we'll end up with a Lion play there for Guerrera and the Ace for Marm.
Beastcoast starting things off early. Sweater with a peek out of radio window, awaiting the cross from any Mirage member that's not suspecting this angle. But nothing to come of that, as Mirage is more than likely spawned in Valley, the most common spawn point in the entirety of Borders. We'll start to clear across the map with the drones and see where these Beast Coast members are currently residing. The big thing to notate here is a player inside of CCTV that more than likely Mirage will be running into soon enough. This is going to be a pretty good delay tactic here from BC.
Slash continuing to hold back here just on the inside of the CCTV position. Has his fallback, of course, and a retreat angle too, but as you guys can see from the silhouettes, quite a bit of pressure broiling just on the outside of this from Mirage's end. As they're going to try and force him or another member of Beast Coast's extended game out. Thankfully, it does not look like the presence is too strong. Tomas going to be able to sneak himself directly past this first doorway into CCTV, and might mean there's going to be a surprise waiting on the inside if that player was still there. But as you guys can see, he's falling back. Okay, not fully, as Melted not only takes out the player holding this position, but his support as well with a beautiful follow-up headshot on the Slash. Sweater even gets one more going here for Beast Coast, but it's quickly once again retraded by Melted, who gets his third kill on the round.
Fantastic clear from Mirage, backed up with the drone info. Beast Coast simply not having a read on what was coming at them, and they're punished severely. Surf now will back off into sight. It's him and Drip remaining inside of this 2 versus 4, and with Mirage bearing down on most of the angles around the site, this is looking quite risky either way that you slice it. EDDs, or EE1Ds rather, in for Guerrera, but it's actually going to be Thomas who loses his life next as Beast Coast gets that much closer to equalizing.
Beast Coast putting up a good fight here at the moment, but Mirage looking as well like they made some great impact, mainly off of Melted's play. Going to continue to see him finding some potential impact for the team as he does bring out the Gemini, which will now get spotted, of course, by Surf and taken out justly. But at the same time, they'll know that Surf knocked down, if, once again, the Gemini was paying attention there, that Nitro cell, and then he would have picked it back up. So they'll keep that in mind as they potentially go for the assault, though they still may have to deal with one more piece of utility from Surf when they try to work their way into the site. Aside from that, though, Mirage holding up here, wasting out some of that extra time they have because their early clear went off swimmingly. Now finally running out of it, we will need to see them move into the site. They seem to have good lockdowns on the positioning of both the remaining members of Beast Coast, but they do need to execute them out right. There's the first one. The trade comes in, and it's an EDD. Look, they're both down. Both of the attackers are down. Benji, the surge, where is
Drip, go!
Pull the Adrenal surge out.
It's on cooldown.
It's on cooldown, John. No surge available,
oh
so
my
Benji
God,
gonna boost himself, but Drip, that's an audio cue for him, and an absolutely hilarious round goes into the favor of Beast Coast.
I got no analysts. What do I say?
I mean, like, it just like crazy, like clown fiesta for those final like 20 seconds through all the fairly good play we had prior to that out the window, unfortunately.
The fact that Melted, it does all of this, here's my analysis. The fact that Mirage lost that round after Melted got away with so much on the top floor is asinine. Like, Beast Coast had a snowball's chance in hell that this actually went the way that they wanted it to, but it did. So now for Beast Coast, up one round off the back of an EDD gone awry for Mirage, as they will lose 2 members by being downed and not having access to their Adrenal surge in the moment that they needed it.
It's a textbook case of how useful Capcan can be, though, inside of those kind of tense situations where you have less than 30 seconds on the clock remaining. If you hadn't cleared out those EDDs prior or were not actively paying attention to them, there's the mistake you can make where you walk into a doorway looking for players behind walls instead of devices behind the doorway. And as a result of that, in this specific case, it ends up very unfortunately costing Mirage the round. They're going to stick with what they bring to the table initially here for the most part. Guerrero will switch out via the repick over towards a Twitch, but aside from that, things are going to lock in from their initial picks. Starting to see what Beast Coast can do once again as they'll continue to spread their wings on an extended upstairs hold, but the site will shift itself slightly, of course, since they now have it locked in over towards Tellers.
And now, Mirage back out, seeing what this clear is going to look like. Drones in, and see if we can find ourselves a Beast Coast member. As for the lineup that Mirage will be bringing, Garo will switch out for the Twitch, so we could see some newfound life for him if he wants to try and take an aggressive front, where we saw Melted kind of fill in that gap the time before. A quad kill for Melted inside of that first round as well, but as we'd seen, just was too far gone after a certain point. So now clear begins here. Very slow first minute, but now things starting to quickly pacing up, but nobody delivering the killing blow to the top floor just yet. The Gun 6 goes off to get rid of the castle, but they're not feeling too good about this push as of now.
Beastcoast being pressed back from their extension here due to the drone presence being exercised by Mirage. I say push back, that doesn't mean they're going to fall back entirely. We even see a late reinforcement coming in from their castle, currently being played by Drip, just to re-bunker things, working itself out of Archive, so he won't have to worry about being soft breach there. He's got that little arch to play around too, so he's got a much more secure position. Mirage, in the meanwhile, though, working on accessing these rooms for themselves, have taken full control of Archives. At least one of the players here inside of Office as well is going to get swung back down through the hatch. Like you said, it's a very slow process here for Mirage. They still have a long way to go before they can even talk about getting themselves onto the site.
Given the circumstances, honestly, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt. Mostly because there's 8 reinforcements up here and no longer a Surf on the stairwell as Melted will melt him. And now they've gotten the advantage. Tommy will get one more, a Slash will fall, and Beastcoast, worse for wear, but have the opportunity to try and bounce back. Not before Melted delivers another death blow, though. Sweater to fall, Anthony's next, and it's all down to Drip to win out a 1vx situation yet again, but Tommy has the frag, and he's got the wave! Mirage looking pretty spicy given the fact that they don't even have their full roster.
Yeah, we already saw some chit-chat between the two teams out at the first round. Seems like it's heating up pretty quickly here now that Mirage finds the correspondence inside of round number 2. Melted specifically, man, having himself a crazy game here with 7 kills, I think it was, that if I caught on the scoreboard correctly, inside of 2 rounds. So if he's able to keep that type of performance up, Mirage might have a real chance here to take this all the way and look for a win for themselves, despite the fact that, again, they've got their coach filling in.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's really up to Mirage to try and build themselves around Melted because he's going to have a round that comes up where he isn't as potent. And that's what Mirage really need at the current moment. So if somebody else can get hot before Melted starts to cool off just a bit, that would be so fantastic for their offensive side. But as of now, Beastcoast will head back down to Tellers here, see if they can potentially get this one for round 3. Also a switch up for them as well. Dropping the smoke, grabbing the Tachanka with that 6th pick, so they'll have him along for the ride. A little bit more denial when it comes to area of effect, just because of the amount that you actually get with Tachanka. 14 separate fire grenades, so it takes a little while to get through all of those.
A few more repicks coming in, mainly just to change up some slight things for the attacking lineup. Benji bringing in the Sledge, and I believe either the Flores or the Yana were repicked in as well. Didn't catch exactly which one it was as I peered at it just as the timer was expiring. But once again, Mirage using that a little bit here to custom tune their lineup for this attack, as they are going to be rerunning the previous round here. We can see once again that Beastcoast has chosen to go into the Teller's site, and this time they're going to get off to a much better start. Surf just barely winning that opening engagement against Melted. You can see his HP is just down to a sliver now, but regardless, manages to knock out easily the most powerful member of Mirage. And that's going to leave them as a shell of their former selves in terms of their entry capability.
That's a callback to what we were talking about moments ago, John. Now for Mirage, they have to try and get something done, lacking Melted. So it's going to be up to the firepower of these Mirage members, and a fantastic nade to lead them off as he'll take down Surf. He's bleeding out and crawling into jungle. We'll see if potentially a BC member can get around and pick him up, but more than likely not going to be the case. As for Mirage, they're seeing if they can potentially find a different way to start giving some different looks towards the bottom end of this map. Gara will start to poise himself around Passport. Benji working the walls currently inside of stock. This is going to give them so many angles around this bottom floor. It's going to make things quite complicated unless he hops directly into Drip's side. And speaking of which, it looks like Beastcoast are able to fight back. Drip will go down, though. He's on a pretty forward position that Thomas is able to exploit.
Longest blood trails I've ever seen there from Surf's now dead body. They did need to commit a second nade, by the way, to take him out, so Mirage are going to be feeling that, as they're very weak on both utility and player count now. All the ones that would have still had frags in their pocket are now dead on the ground, so just the 3 breaching charges on Marm, and then 3 flashes for Tommy to try and flood out one of these rooms here. Breaching charges might become useful, of course, since we're still playing against a castle here, so reason indeed that Marm may still need to use those at some later point in the round, but things are looking bleak here. So they're down to the 2v3. And they're still looking for access for the clear on the second floor, let alone making that transition down to the first where they can actually get themselves into the site. That's not even to mention, of course, this position from Sweater, but Thomas reads into it beautifully, knocks him out. Sweater, unfortunately, going to be punished for taking too aggressive of a position, and now this is an even fight. Down to a 2v2, but no longer, as Anthony surprises Thomas from upstairs in the office and leaves Marm as the last player standing.
It's a great play from Tommy as he was able to isolate off some BC members, but now it's a 1 versus 2 for Marm. She She has the case in hand, but no ability to gather any extra info. She'll get rid of the Banshee and has one currently inside of stalls. Worrisome at best, especially with the Evil Eye over the top here. Able to eventually get some shots on. She'll take down Slash. And with 13 seconds remaining, she'll begin her plant. Anthony has a potential cover here, but not able to actually make the holes in any convincing way. He can't find this. And Marmalade, she has an opportunity right around the angle. She knows that he's dropped, but will she swing into this? Ill-advised if she does, especially with Anthony bearing down on this location. She'll tag him through the wall, but with the destruction of this LMG, Anthony can more than likely keep track of her. That Evil Eye that we talked about earlier, it gives the information, but it doesn't matter. Talk now, Beast Coast, is what Marmalade says as Mirage gather their second round.
Another massive win coming out from the Mirage camp as they snipe away another round, the one that looked like it was going to go into Beast Coast's hands convincingly, but despite the odds, despite the circumstances, Mirage are better under these scenarios and are able to bring it back under their own control with a great clutch from Marm in the 1v2, playing off the intel from her teammates, as well as all the other action bleeding up until that point. A misstep from Beast Coast as they get a little bit too aggressive with their own positioning, ends up costing them the round, and now the lead at a 1-2 deficit.
Yeah, move shaker, playmaker, Marmalade. Never saw that one coming inside of that situation, I'll be honest with you, but I'm glad that it happened, not only, due to how things have been building up to this point inside of the game. You always got to have some good banter to send back, and what better banter than taking the round away from your opponent, I always say. But for Marmalade, I mean, that's got to be a confidence booster going into this, and that's exactly what Mirage needs. They need everybody to have that confident front. I mean, as we'd seen with their bench initially for the game, before the game had even started, everybody was all smiles. They're pretty happy to just be here and be a part of the NAL and actually be able to do what they do for a living. So it's very nice to see them find some success here inside of this game, at least as of right now.
So let's see here for Sweater. He's going to continue to lean out here on this jump window, but not going to be able to find anyone spawning in from Mirage just yet. So no opportunity coming out for Beast Coast there. For the rest of BC, however, we're going to continue to see them try and look for opportunities to poke in at the initial aggression from Mirage. We already saw what would happen if you knock out Melton in the previous round. Well, honestly, not that much, as Mirage were still able to make up the difference anyway due to the great play from Marm as well as Tomas over the course of that round. Going to be fairly slow built up here, though. A lot of potential engagements, but none actually transpiring. As Beast Coast nor Mirage don't have the courage just yet to sneak out and try to take any of these engagements head on. They're trying to build up towards it and make sure, for Mirage at least, they have the appropriate amount of angles controlled before they try to swing in against someone.
Quite a bit of poking and prodding here from Mirage to discover any of these Beast Coast players around the armory space at the current moment. Drones won't find too much as the initial clear goes off without a hitch. There's a potential of a Nitro cell to be played in from Drip here as well down low. More than likely, though, it'll be down to Mirage to lock this up soon enough with some sledge play from Tommy. For Beast Coast, everyone is on the bottom floor, playing things pretty close to the chest, although they will be worried about the access points like the metal stairwell in the center of the map.
Drip and the rest of Beast Coast here, continuing to play this back passively, actively avoiding engagements with Mirage as they are slowly thrust upon them. And you can see this once again, Beast Coast just slowly tapping away as they try to back themselves further and further into a corner closer to the sites. Only, of course, handing that control over to Mirage. We can see the top archives control now going over towards the Mirage roster as they try to open up the top downs for themselves and gives them a good POV into the site itself. Still a little over a minute to go. So Mirage also doing great on time while they try to set this up. Looks like they'll exit their position above lockers and now start to potentially flirt with a front door or window hop in to take the small room and get a plant.
With all this verticality, it's going to be so hard for Beast Coast to try and fight back, especially lacking utility. Anthony trying to smoke things off. He's pushing through, but he'll get gunned down as Marmalade will more than likely be able to secure the plant off the back of these efforts. Yarrow with a fantastic kill. He'll break the double for jungle as well and see if he can continue keeping on as Anthony tries to go through the rotate. Doesn't have to worry about the vertical angle as of right now, at least, as Mirage aren't really really in the area. Tommy is, but just watching something else for the time being. All of these crosses have been established by Mirage, and it's looking like there's really no chance for Beastcoast to get much done. Anthony to fall, Drip now all alone yet again here to try and win out a 1v5 situation. More than likely a flawless round on the way for Mirage, and as I say that, Guerra will step up to the plate, get gunned down, but Drip is immediately traded out. Mirage have the round and a 2-round lead.
All good for Mirage, considering they already had that perfect round, a few back for themselves, and are now going to be able to continue stacking them up. They probably care a little bit more about the overall scoreboard here, and we are going to see Beastcoast forced into a tactical timeout. This is definitely some inspired play coming in for Mirage, and one part of my mind, I was kind of thinking that, like, all right, Mirage are just going to kind of, like, scrim the rest of these games to an extent, since they don't have a full roster, realistically cannot get themselves back to that point until we start to get closer to Stage 2, so I thought we weren't going to see much, but once again, Mirage proving me wrong here, showing us they can indeed keep up the fight with Guerrera filling in, and more than that, they can clutch as well, as we saw from Marmalade a few rounds back.
I mean, this game actually has the potential to keep the 7-4 train alive for today. And initially, I didn't even think that we were going to have that. I thought we might have a couple flashes in the pan from Mirage, but that was going to be it. But now we're sitting at the point where Beastcoast have called a tactical timeout because they're down 2 rounds, Mirage.
And it's been a bit of a streak coming in here for Mirage as well. Things continuing to go swimmingly for them on the outset of this first half. 2 more rounds as well on this attacking side to really try and lock in this lead. So 4-2, potentially even a 5-1, certainly in the cards, and this is before Mirage even step onto the defensive side. So we'll see what they bring to bear once again. It is going to be a different sight played out here as we shift one more time from Beastcoast to try something different as they'll work their way over here into the passport office to try and see if maybe, just maybe, this will finally yield some results for them, as we saw a great amount of control being exercised by them in prior rounds over towards the CCTV room. They know they want to play into this extension, but how well can they hold on to it, as they've been timid to really take any of these early fights versus Mirage, oftentimes just maintaining the position, putting down a few reinforcements and pieces of utility, but never really being able to justify an actual fight. And we're usually seeing those players back away before anyone from Mirage even enters the room.
Yeah, it's made it very difficult for them to try and take any existing map control away from Mirage as well, because we've seen their potential to try and rotate back into Mirage and get some kills about, you know, in the mid round. It just hasn't worked out for Beastcoast. I mean, the only round that they've gotten is off of a freak EDD that took out 2 people. So now for Mirage, and more specifically actually for Beastcoast, you know, you have to try and switch some things up, and that's more than likely what the tactical timeout was about, was what the adjustments they could make to try and take it to Mirage, because they've been very cool, calm, and collected this entire time. We haven't seen Mirage really try and just send it at Beastcoast. It's been very decisive gameplay thus far.
We've had about a 3 to 4 player team working on clearing out the CCTV presence here, currently being played by Slash. He's got support from at least one other member of his squad, if not 2, depending on how heavily Beastcoast wanted to commit themselves to this. You can see Sweater way off, not necessarily in a trade position, but can assist with this fight if he's able to rotate himself quickly enough here. Melton getting ready to open this up, and oh, look at this entry from Melton. It's so smooth, following up right behind the sledgehammer, and immediately he hunts down Drip. Now the team getting ready for more, but they're not going to expect Anthony sitting inside of Archives. He gets 1 surf, chucks in a Nitro to get a 2nd, and now Beastcoast are fighting back.
Big problem now for Mirage. They've awakened the beast, and they're coming for their neck now. They've lost 2 people, and the potential to lose even more with this top floor execute that they're currently looking into. Slash seemingly adding some utility to the situation downstairs inside of detention, but that really isn't where the action's happening right now. Mirage have been boxed out of most of the important parts of the map at the current moment, but finally Benji will step back into Armory. The big issue with this is, though, that there's no other Mirage members seemingly around him at the current moment. I'm going to try and reset. Marmalade's still outside and Repel, and so is Christian, as they had a bead for just a second on, I believe, Slash playing in this space. The Z ping out. He'll cross, and he'll make it through easily with that explosion going off in the back.
Really saving his butt under those circumstances. Sweater, in the meanwhile, shutting down the rest of this attack. A double kill coming out for them. And that leaves Guerrera alone here. The fill-in potentially needing to clutch this out, but not even going to come close close. Slash swings out from the inside of the the inside of the server room, and is able to shut him down with one final shot to his face. Another round finally going into the pockets of Beastcoast as they start to come back here at 2-3.
So we kind of had it on display what the conversation was about for Beastcoast, and it was simply, let's try and take the fight in the mid-round to them while they're gathering their control on the top floor, and it worked out swimmingly for them, right when they challenge in, the Sledge isn't even paying attention to anybody potentially swinging archives. They're not ready for the Nitro Cell underneath. Mirage assumed that it was free space past the initial frag that we saw out of Melted, but it was surely not, as Beastcoast had layers to that setup.
Let's see if Beastcoast can add a few more layers now, as they're going to be returning to that server setup for themselves, as well as the closet sitting next to it. Will link them to extend once again over inside of Archives. We saw them try to play this before, especially on their Teller setup, but once again, this is a part of the map where they kind of had to give up that room and try to fight inside of the site, to little to no success in the closing moments of the round here. We did see, however, at the very beginning of this game, this is where Beastcoast was able to pull off that kind of Alamo moment for themselves and hold on in the 2v2, winning it out mainly because of the nice EDD placement that took down the last two players on Mirage. So not going to rely on a play like that twice, though. In fact, we don't even have the cap can selected here for Beastcoast. They got away with it once, not necessarily expecting to do so twice. We do have Frost, though. That's come into play for Slash.
Well, we'll see if potentially someone loses their ankles in this round then, with a unsuspecting welcome mat under a door, or potentially just playing too quickly like we'd seen previously with the EDD fiasco. But now for Mirage, back out and about. They've already lost quite a few drones though, actually, as they've already lost 3. All of Marm's drones are gone. Benji's down a drone, so now to try and figure out their way around Slash's current positioning, as he's back where he was originally inside of CCTV with the hatch open. This time, though, obviously on the Frost. He'll drop back downstairs to play this out safely. Melted will take down Sweater, and Mirage are starting things off strong.
Melted continuing to wreak havoc as he tries to lock it on another player, and nearly
Marm's
is
down.
able to align the ankle, and that's unfortunate for Marm, as she is going to walk directly into that Frost trap and end up getting herself down by it. Yeah, we did have Surf inching closer to it, as we could see there from the top down, but thankfully on a different floor, so not going to be able to approach Marm. They'll get the res back up, but Tomas will be lost to Drip in the process, so things still going to be equal. Counting for that earlier frag that they were able to get onto Sweater. Yes, Melted started us off well, but Surf is going to start to send things back down to earth here for Mirage. Guerrero tries to make up for it, but no, Anthony trades us back again. No one can seem to maintain an advantage here, as at the moment it's Beastcoast holding it, but just barely at a 3v2.
Marmalade's quite injured as well. Melted with an opportunity, but oh, he misses crucial shots, and it'll slip through his fingers, John. Beastcoast still have the man advantage.
Great opportunity for Mirage to come back into that round yet again, but with the call going out that the case was down, more than likely made the same call to bring Anthony and the rest of the team back into sight here. Marm, find an angle against Drip. She gets it down. She won't necessarily notice that, however, under these circumstances, but there you go. Marm now getting the reconfirmation, and Drip does fully go into a dead state here. Anthony, though, with the reply, immediately knocks out Marm on a trade, leaving Melted alone, still with no case control either. Needs to move. Oh man, there's a Banshee sitting on top of it as well, but thankfully he's got to go on 6, so we'll be able to remove that. Don't want to step on that. You already saw one of your teammates make that mistake. As he creeps forward here, will get himself access to the site. Tries to chuck a drone up on top too, and is going to attempt to really quickly position this. You know how dangerous that is in a 1vx. He's now relying on his teammates to call out these pushes from the members of Beastcoast, and it'll be a successful play as Melted catches the first swing, but gets him to jitter a little bit too early here, as unfortunately he's thrown off of it. No one actually pushes him out. The comms will come in once again, but can they find him? The plant nearly there. He gets it, but he's also immediately knocked out. Surf gets yet another kill, and Beastcoast will equalize at the end of the half at a 3-3 score.
I mean, it was so close there for Christian. He just didn't know what decision to make. Once they kind of have that fake out moment with the Tachanka where he starts to kind of pressure the room and he gets off that plant and tries to go challenge, he kind of gets locked up there. He's like, okay, do I go push him? Do I go back and try and plant? What happens here? And the entire time that situation's devolving, Surf is rotating around through customs to come back up into vents and stop that round dead in its tracks. So very well done from Beastcoast to recognize the positioning and know what they needed to do in that situation, because both of you challenging him heads up is really not going to get you that much at the end of the day. There's a huge potential for him to win out that engagement. So I really like the way that Beastcoast handled that one.
Beastcoast seemingly needing just that wake-up call inside of the tactical pause for them to take control of this matchup. We'll see if that pause continues to bear fruit for this team, as now they move on to the second half, onto the second side, of course, for this game. They will now be on the attack, where oftentimes teams are tested to a much greater degree than on their defense. Time to see if Beastcoast can keep this lead, now newly gained, potentially under their control, or if Mirage will try to take it for themselves yet again and look for this upset victory. Keep in mind, once more, not even fielding their full roster inside of this matchup, with the coach currently filling in.
Well, with that being said, everything's flip-flopped now as Mirage will start things off on the defensive side. And they'll have quite a few interesting characters here. Tommy with one of the most interesting runouts that we've had all day.
I want that drone.
Give me your drones. You're not having information. It's all mine. Oh, Sweater. Speaking of taking things, Mirage want to take away that health bar as Melted continues to tag up the Beastcoast roster.
Slash now looking for a potential chance to respond to that spray that came in from Melted, but not going to get it. He's had his fun with that jump-up position, and I don't believe he's going to be able to rationalize heading up there a second time, as it'd be easy for Slash to take him out with the current angle he's holding. Sweater, a little bit scared of the situation, too, holding out over by the east stairs here, just inside of the doorway, to make sure no more shenanigans are going to be thrown at him by Mirage. Melted, in the meanwhile, still drone hunting here, trying to make sure he doesn't peek up too much, as he is priority target #1 at the moment here for the members of Beastcoast. Takes him a while to isolate that drone and kill it, but he does finally get the job done, and he's going to be able to secure another kill behind it. So great work coming in from him. Unfortunately, though, Surf picked up his teammate, but the good news is he's just found Surf on the response, bringing it down to a 4v3 and being a massive distraction as well. Melted doing some fantastic work. It's another triple kill for him. He's going to try to make another quad as well, as he's got at least one more challenger heading his way, but finally, Drip is able to best him with the 5.56.
Took some time, and now Melted more kills than every single member on his team combined, as he's putting everyone in a backpack, at least for the moment, but Mirage won't be able to lean into him any longer inside of this 2 versus 3 engagement. Drip has found some space inside of the office side, begin opening the single panel for archives, but Tommy has the crosshair. His positioning as of right now is paramount to Mirage's success. It could go either way here. This is getting very worrisome as to how this is looked at. Are they going to allow him to creep up? It's Marmalade from the side instead, and I do believe that the last Beast Coast member is actually downstairs, and yes, indeed, he is. Anthony will be inside of server for the time being and looking to try and traverse the metal stairs.
Having to be careful with quite literally every step he takes here, and unfortunately, even with that caution, he'll still have a barbed wire sitting in front of him, so it's all futile at the end of the day. Going 6 makes it a quick clear, but it's also a quick kill for Thomas as he ascends that staircase. More than ready for the challenge, and it's going to be Mirage once again, and surprisingly so, taking control of the scoreline here at 4-3.
I'm gonna be honest. I think you gotta stop giving Melted the disjointed one-on-ones. I know you're trying to.
Might be a good idea.
I know you're trying to trade out your teammates, but hey, I'm just saying. Maybe play a little bit closer together in order to do so. Taking that little 5 seconds in between those engagements makes it so easy for Melted to just keep rolling those over time and time again. I mean, what was that inside of CCTV? A triple? It's just so gross. And the fact that none of the Beast Coast members played close enough to each other in order to capitalize on him having to take one of those gunfights, that's really where it starts to rub me the wrong way. There's so many ways that you can enact yourself upon CCTV as well. I mean, you have an entire other soft wall, there's another door, there's a window, there's so many ways to apply pressure to Melted in that position, and they did literally none of it.
So for Melted, he will continue to excel in those defensive positions as long as Beast Coast oblige and continue to give him those attached 1v1s that you were talking about. Currently leading, like you said, with more kills than every single member of his team combined at this point. That might have actually changed a bit since the round ended. Running some quick math.
7, 8, 9, 10, 15. So he's 2 down.
2 behind, yeah.
2 down.
But he was at that point.
Indeed.
A few rounds back. So still a very impressive scoreline for Melted when you compare it to pretty much every other member of the server right now. And Melted trying to push the envelope a little bit here. Nearly pays the price for it. But again, you've got to give Melted props. He knows when he's been beaten, backs away from that fight before he overcommits and loses his life.
Yeah, the big thing is like you can do all the silly things you want initially, just please don't die. Yeah. Your team needs you so much. And the good news is that, well, he's gotten them to burn an initial adrenal surge. And since everybody's at full HP, all except for Sweater who got tagged up, all of that extra HP is actually going to burn off. So it's not going to be something that's going to help them going forward. If anything, it just helps Sweater stay alive.
Melted, ready for a new challenge. Won't find anyone on the other end of the door, though, even though it was just popped open by an opponent. So he'll have to try and look for a way to use that later. Hot pings are coming into the player up above him. This is going to be off the mark, I'm pretty sure. Oh, no! Slash toys around inside of security for just a bit too long. And that allows for Tomas to get the Nitro off and take him down. Slash knocked out as the first player down inside of this round. Still 4 players from Beastcoast ready to party, though. But now another one going to be knocked out by Tomas as well. It's him that's causing the problem. We saw it inside of this very room. It was Melted inside of the previous round, but now it's Tomas just swimming his way through the entire Beast Coast roster here, taking down yet another member of the team before finally getting traded by Drip.
Well, who needs...
that was like literally the same thing Melted did in the previous round. He just reran it. Like
I literally was about to say, well, who needs a Melted when you have a Tommy? They're interchangeable.
Almost the same positions where he got the kills and everything. Like that was literally just a rerun of the last round's opener.
Yeah, the only thing that changes up there is the fact that Tommy got a vertical kill with a Nitro Cell. Past that, he goes up metal and still takes all the fights in CCTV, and Beast Coast run into the exact same problem. They're not taking map control together, and they're losing disjointed fights. But now for Beast Coast, they still do have an opportunity, and they have Drip and Anthony in order to try and achieve success here for the last minute of round 8. Some fantastic crosses adopted Mirage's play, though, and this could be problematic at the end of the day, especially with Melted's current positioning up top inside of Square. Drip now pushes in to try and get a plant down, but he'll quickly die to Benji. Anthony hops through, Marmalade for the kill, and Mirage, I mean, they're having a ball.
Yeah, with a 2-round lead now built up in their favor as well. A comfortable ball being played by them at this point, and we just have to see if they can push it all the way. 2 more rounds, I believe, is all they need, and indeed that is the case. So we'll see if they can get it done, as now they need to figure out where to take this. Looks like Customs is up on deck for them as they continue to excel here, and Beast Coast continue to flounder in the middle of these rounds just due to simple positioning errors more than anything else.
Yeah, but we don't want to talk about that. Mirage, you're doing great, sweetie. You are doing so well. You're the only team in the entirety of the NAL where I'm like, you know what? I'm happy if you upset my pick. You know, we're trying so hard to beat this coin, but you know, not only that, it's aligned with us on this, but it would be fantastic to see you guys get another win under your belt, and hopefully so. I mean, Beast Coast more than likely have some stuff to say about it, but Tommy might have some stuff to say about this poll, as Drip is going to edge him out by 10%.
It's actually a very close poll. Surprised at the result, but apparently Drip's fan club is strong today, so they take the cake on that poll. They'll win it by about 10%, like you said. So Mirage looking to win.
Drip's Kitten Club, is that what it is?
Yeah, I don't even know. I really hope that's what it's called now.
It better be. Copyrighted. Stolen Drip.
They're looking to close out on this game with just 2 more rounds, and already we can see the confidence brimming from them. Benji leaning out to go for some early spawn peaks here inside of CCTV. Nothing to be found from it, however, so he quickly backs away from it. Beast Coast, in the meanwhile, are going to find a suspiciously clean CCTV, except, of course, for that player out in the 90 hallway. So that'll become probably a pretty quick target for Beast Coast to prioritize here, as it'll definitely serve their purposes of assaulting the site down below.
Well, you're absolutely right about it being suspiciously clear, because there's kind of, you know, a lot. It's fake emptiness at the end of the day is kind of what I'm getting at. Like, there's a lot of angles that are abusable from Mirage that aren't on the same plane of existence. They're actually downstairs for the window and other things, and that thing, or rather, that just makes it overly complicated for Beast Coast to try and push into that and manage all of those all at once, especially with Mirage still having some members around the top floor that could potentially also throw a spanner into the works. We'll have to see how this goes, but some fire nades out as Tachanka will try and reinsert themselves back into CCTV. They've gotten this for the time being, but there's still so much time for Beast Coast to process this.
This is a cautious dance that Thomas has to flirt himself into here, but Surf, thankfully, is going to be available to help him out. Melted now being taken down here as he takes him down. Sweater, in the meanwhile, able to find another one as well, and that's the upstairs hold now gone. So unfortunately, the advancement from Tomas ends up hurting Mirage here more than it necessarily helps them. Finally, Beast Coast get the clearance out of the way, bring it down to a 5v3, and can now focus on getting site access. Benji was in the area upstairs, but as you guys just saw, doesn't want any of this fight anymore. He's backed up and rotating himself downstairs into the site as they need to hold on to the remaining territory since there's still over a minute to go.
Back to the drone game to see where the remainder of these Mirage members lie. Only 3 of them at the current moment, and Marmalade attempting to get active inside of Customs for the time being. And very close attention to the front door. She has the potential to win this out, but she can't hit the flick. Surf will get it instead. Pre-fires down Gera as they had the mark. It's going to be a triple for him on the round, and more than likely the plant for Drip. Benji, not a lot to say about this round. There's nothing he can really do besides drop the hatch. He doesn't have any soft destruction either, and that's going to be the first flawless round for Beastcoast.
Much cleaner that time from Beastcoast, able to actually isolate out those CCTV players along with any additional roamers, bring it down to a 5v3, and then it's pretty straightforward from there. Just assault the site, trade your way to a win. Easy peasy does it for those boys, and they take control finally of another round. They were just about to take the lead a few back, but now it's Mirage in control. Will they stay that way, or is Beastcoast going to run the gauntlet themselves here with the second round too?
That was such a strong showcase of Beastcoast's ability instead of that round to slow things down on pacing and have Mirage kind of second guess where your positioning is across the map. That's how they got that to go off. You know, all of Mirage is trying to extend themselves out to different facets of the map, and Beastcoast are able to slip right through the cracks, get in the back door, and take out a very critical Mirage member. I mean, I'm sure that you saw it, but as soon as that death happens, I believe we have Benji on the Oryx that's just dashing across the top floor, trying to get over there and pick up the pieces and make sure that they hold on to the map control because of the way that Beastcoast ended up playing out that round. So very well done from them. Let's see if they can continue on this reign into round 10.
Things continuing to look good for the Beastcoast roster as they finally take a solid round for themselves back on round number 9 and have very little difficulty clearing out the setups for Mirage in the process. Question now for Mirage is, what do they change up? What do they bring to bear that is potentially new here in order to save themselves in this round and potentially trigger that's 6 out of 7 rounds they'll need to be victorious. Melted once again waiting on the jump up here, but now due to the timing, he's being a little careful of shots coming in from behind him. He'll have to dismount that position more than likely and just take his standard spot over here by the hatch.
Sorry for my little giddy laugh, by the way. I just found out something about Melted that is pretty funny. Would you like to hear?
Yeah, go ahead.
Before this match started, you obviously know that TSM just got done with their game, right?
Correct.
Wouldn't you know that Melted just so happened to have sniffed Bolo's chair before playing the game? So, I mean, there could be, I don't know, some special sauce, probably some pink eye, but definitely some special sauce that's giving it to Melted and making it to where he's playing just so strong today.
All right, I have no comment. Moving on, Melted already trying to take this first fight here out the southern doorway leading into CCTV. He sees a few tracers coming back in from the other doorway leading out towards lockers, so he's going to be a little cautious of that and start to peel himself away, potentially getting ready to jump down the hatch. Anthony trying to sneak in the Gemini, but it won't work out. Tomas gets revenge for the last round as he takes out Sweater, and Melted still alive and well here in CCTV. We're nearly halfway through the round already. Beastcoast have to speed this up a little bit, but also not fall into the trap of what happened on the 2 rounds prior and allow Melted to get a triple here. Tomas, though, helping him out, is going to make sure that maybe he can get the triple instead of his teammate here, as now he takes down Surf, bringing Beastcoast attacking roster to a shell of its former self yet again. Nades coming out, finally going to flush Thomas out into the open here, but they still have that one other player, Melted, to deal with.
So problematic for Beastcoast as they continue to run into the exact same obstacle and simply cannot find a way past it. Melted has to worry about a potential of 2 BC members working their way in from the break room area. Another one crouch walking up, more than likely knowing that he's managing the angle. But Anthony, he's just walking too slow, John. He doesn't actually swing. He's just letting half of his hitbox be exposed while he also doesn't have any vision on the back end of the building. And finally, someone's going to come to this side of the balcony. Drip has the potential to try and assist with Melted here, but it's so far gone at this point. They need to try and push in from one side. Slash will win it out against Melted. Some serious damage on to Benji, and for all intents and purposes, this is winnable.
30 seconds now on the clock for Beastcoast to make their insertion. Going to be able to try and open up the wall, though one of the Selmas will get wasted out here by Drip, and he's out of them now. So could only use that singular breach that he was just working on with his team to get access or even have any post-plan angles. We're going to see, though, the Toxic Babes just bleeding out from Guerra right now as he's only able to use them at this very late point of the round. So constantly holding back the tide from Beastcoast. Beastcoast can't really swing past this directly, at least Drip can. Guerra waiting, but he misses that initial pump. He's going to correct it, though, and pick up that first kill. Benji helping him out for the second, and it's the penultimate round now on the board for Mirage as they only need one more to secure a massive upset versus Beastcoast.
Words I did not think I was going to hear from my co-commentator today. Mirage not only ahead, but on the precipice of taking a map off of Beastcoast, who have looked quite strong for a lot of stage 1. They've been the upset machine as well, you could say, especially initially, but it looks like it's just not coming together today. Beastcoast have been caught off guard time and time again, especially by Mirage's defensive setups, and they don't have an answer at the current moment. The biggest issue is that Mirage has been able to win out a lot of these situations just due to their man advantage. Beastcoast are giving up too many bodies early on, and there's no way to try and pull it back.
So, Beastcoast, this is it. Your only opportunity to pull it back. Not only do you need this round, but you need the follow-up as well. And I don't believe Beastcoast has been able to win more than a single round in this half. Potentially in the first half we saw it.
Indeed, it's split 3-3.
Yeah, so it's split 3-3, so no consecutive victories coming in for them there either. This is a tough task now for Beastcoast to be able to pull off. And they got the crowd working against them now, too, because Mirage has the possibility of keeping the 7-4 train alive. So
yes, they do.
For the meme, everybody's going to want that to keep going.
Yeah, I was literally saying that during the 3-3 split. I was like, we have the potential to get back to having a 7-4, and we're back to reality. We were just lost in the matrix there for just a second, a little limbo. No worries, folks. And also, for some of you that are potentially newer viewers, don't worry. It doesn't affect a single player inside of the game. Just happens every
just makes them
once
question
in a
reality.
while. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It just makes them question their own existence. That's all it does.
We'll get Neil Patrick Harris on that immediately.
But either way, though, Mirage have a pretty strong setup coming into this. I like that Tommy is back onto the, why did I want to say Maverick? The Mozzie there, that will use these pests to try and slow down a lot of this drone game, as well as has a Nitro Cell in his back pocket that could possibly run amok, just like he did in a very similar position previously.
Going to continue to see Beastcoast analyze their options for an initial entry, and we'll see Surf actually be one of the first to try and work their way in. It's going to push back some of this presence inside of Archives, primarily from Mirage, but they're not going to give those positions up.
Oh, Tommy got it on East.
Yeah, on East Main. Tomas working his way up the stairs, able to find Sweater, descending them, knocking him out, and once again, it is Mirage, and once again, it is Tomas on top of Melted, playing the early round beautifully here and getting that opening kill.
I love that Tommy has been activated in this game. Initially, it was kind of a slow start, but as soon as he noted that Melted was starting to pop off, he has just put his foot on this gas, and he has not let up. He is taking the challenge to Beastcoast, and they are winning out so many engagements, but has Surf finally had enough? He'll be able to take down Melted, has one more to worry about. The concussion out will be a hallmark that somebody is there, but he's not going to try and progress any farther forward. Beastcoast, as of right now, have been stunted for growth as they try and find another avenue to work their way towards sight.
Sort of a great makeup from him. Another play that we haven't talked about a whole lot. Haven't been talking about a lot of the positives from Beastcoast, because we've been so obsessed, it seems, with the upset potential from Mirage. But Surf, as we kind of have expected at this point in the stage, bringing a great performance to bear, but it might just be a little bit too worse when compared to Tomas, as he takes yet another target down, and that target was carrying the case. Might not have noticed it just yet, but now he's going to go for another one! Sidearm kill as well. It's down to just Anthony in the 1vx. Gets his first for free against Benji, but where does he go from here? Tomas up next. He'll claim that one too. Already finding 2 frags. Just needs to double it, and he'll keep his team's chances alive to win this game. The flash potentially allows him to go for the cross, but no follow-up. That was his only flash in his pocket as well. The only piece of utility he had available. Now wasted, unfortunately, trying to see if he could suss out some movement from Mirage, play off of that sound intel, but nothing. Not a peep of movement that he would have been able to detect. The good news is, yeah, he's got access to the case. That means he potentially has access to a plant. The bad news, time is ticking down very, very quickly. 15 seconds left for him to try and at least start the defusal plant process. And even worse for him here, Marm is slowly opening up a flanked angle. As soon as he hard commits, that should be an easy pick for Marm to end the game outright. Keep the 7-4 train alive, but it's not even going to be needed for Marm. It's Garrett to do it. The coach shuts it down, and Mirage pulls off the upset.
Congratulations to Mirage. You can see how ecstatic they are on their faces, and all with the lack of Razor on the roster, who is the most potent player in the entirety of their Stage 1 presence. And you know, seeing the scoreboard now, especially for Melted's sake, I don't know if you guys know this, Melted had a worse rating than Super for the entirety of this stage, and then he comes in here and drops 14 kills on Beastcoast head top. That is fantastic.
And that was only like the early rounds. These last like 2 to 3, Tomas just takes over, shuts everything down, gets himself a spree of like 2 to 3 Ks, if not more than that. So absolutely inspiring play coming out from those 2 members of Mirage, putting the team in a backpack. And I mean, like, you know, it's putting the team in a backpack to some extent, yeah, but we had other great moments too. Marm with the 1v2 clutch at one point earlier on in the game as well. Everybody was playing their hearts out, and it leads to this very unfortunate turn of events for Beastcoast.
You know what it was? I think Beastcoast used up all of their lucky charms, lucky stars, whatever you want to call them, on that initial round where the EE1D claimed 2 lives. They're like, past that moment, nothing for Beastcoast went really, really well. So, you know, it might have been just one of those days, but, you know, it is what it is. And, hey, Tommy's got the exact same thing to say. But speaking of which, we have a lot less to say, guys. We're going to go for a break, and then we'll be back with the analyst desk and a quick interview from our winners, Mirage.
Big whip outside, I'm cruising. Big stick inside, no losing. Better watch out for the snake and Judas. Don't ask them who this is. I bet they know what I'm moving in. I bet I show it into a dim. How you hate and then lose again? How you hating my vibes? Why you wasting my time? Getting hype on my line. Tell a man I don't want feedback, I just want relax. Brand new whip, two-tone, I need that brand new hit. You know, like lean back, brand new bits I live in. We pack, man, you never gonna like us. Get them on sight now, let them on like that way. They know I'm more righteous. Look at my life, I'm living alright. I'm nice, you know I'm alright. Cause looking like Christ, no need for the hype or fight or telephone vipers. No need for the telephone vipers. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or trials. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence, watch it. No need for the liars. I don't watch your moves or trials. I got much to do, I'm biased. Big bosses move in silence. Yeah, me, I'm moving quiet. Ask me, I need me an island. New watches, perfect timing. No need for the surface shining. Ask me, I need me a few. I need me an island. I'm keeping it true. The man, I'm a wild, I'm keeping it cool. No need for the telephone hype from you. Yeah, tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah. Tell a man no trouble. I don't want beef, man. I just want vibes. Big man like me, no need for the telephone hype. I got too much getting online. One rule, then I'm on side. Wrong move, I bet they gon' ride. No need for the telephone hype, yeah.
We return here at the Rainbow Six NAL, and wow, it is a day of chaos, isn't it? But
Pure
the
chaos.
7-4 prophecy must be fulfilled. Mirage taking down Beastcoast 7-4, and we've got Marmalade standing by in Vegas. Wow, Mirage, you did it. You did it. Mirage getting the win. You know, Sans Razor with Guerra. I gotta say, like, this is one of my favorite things about watching Mirage, is that even though it's been a little bit rough stage results-wise, it really seems like everybody's having fun at the desk. Now, how does that work? What are the comms like during the game to make that happen?
I mean, I think we're all just like, you know, we're happy to be here, and like, yeah, we've had a rough stage, and there's nothing we can really do about it now, as long as we're getting better, you know, week by week, and, you know, some unfortunate circumstances, but I think a number one thing for us is just keeping like a good mental and a good attitude going into each and every game.
Makes sense.
Well, that's fantastic, because that's exactly what my question leads into, Marm. And once again, congratulations on your win today. But you got to talk about this mental health. When it comes to, you know, going through some struggles as a team and finally being able to get this win, what made it to where you guys were in that mental state to perform today?
I mean, we knew we were playing with the coach, so, I mean, we just kind of went in and tried to have fun with it, and that's exactly what we did. And, you know, I think a big part of it is if you're having fun, like, you're going to do good, and, you know, that's what we did. So we went in and we won it, so.
obviously, like, the circumstances of this whole thing for you guys is unfortunate because you're not able to play with your normal starting 5, but what do you have to do? Like, do you take the same kinds of strats and everything that you use up until this point into a game like this and try to play as normal, or did you come in understanding circumstances are different, we should probably try something different out? What's the idea when you came into this match?
We just kind of came into, like, you know, I think Tommy and Christian are both like, yo, like, just like play whatever you want. You know, as long as you can get your job done with it, play whatever you want. Just have fun with it. And you know, we all had fun. We all played whatever ops we wanted. Like, yeah, there were some strats, but they're just defaults. We just had a good time with it. So.
Awesome. You can definitely tell a good time was had. But the final question before we let you go, you're from Minnesota. I lived in Minnesota for a long time. I work with a high school organization for esports called MNVL in Minnesota. So I wanted to ask you, on behalf of all those high schoolers out there getting into esports and pro gaming, what's the best bit of advice you can give to someone that wants to make a career out of playing their favorite game?
Probably just don't listen to the haters. You know, the people who support you and love you are always gonna support you, and the people who hate are always gonna talk. You know, as long as you just focus on yourself and what you can do, I mean, you can make it anywhere.
And they'll certainly talk a lot less when you're getting wins on the big stage, that's for sure. So congrats on the win today. Have a great rest of the week, and looking forward to seeing Mirage play next week.
Thank you. Have a good rest of your week.
Thank you. All right, there you go. Marmalade from Mirage, their 7-4 win over Beastcoast. You know, I think it's kind of tragic for Beastcoast too, because that's sort of their major as well. That is their major hopes gone at this point. But I feel like this is the most Beastcoast result we could have had, right? It's been chaotic from the beginning. It really is, right? And they had a couple really great maps. And they showed some flashes of brilliance for sure, but in the end, insanity ruled. Chaos came to stay, and it was a win for Mirage.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, you can just tell that from the stat line and what we saw here. Look at the opening kills for Mirage in comparison to what Surf was able to muster for Beastcoast. Only 3 opening kills, but Surf also had 2 opening deaths. For Mirage, they were capitalizing on the early aggression from Beastcoast. They were trying to go in and find these fights initially, but it was disjointed. We talked about that on the broadcast, where they're giving up a lot of these singular fights and Melted, and then later on Tommy were really able to exploit that time and time again, getting multi-frags where it should have never been the case in the first place.
Yeah.
Look at this, man. This is what I think Melted probably needed a little bit. Yes, he was playing a different operator. Yes, he was on Yana. Yes, she just said in the interview that they're kind of going and doing essentially whatever they feel like. But still, it's got to feel good after having a stage where you've just been beaten down by your opponents, by people online, with a result like this. It looked like he was free. He had Thomas right there backing him up when he played Sledge. Quick entry points. They understand the intel they're working with, and it just feels like Melted is in a position to capitalize off of that. This felt more like ranked Melted, and that felt really good to see.
Absolutely, absolutely. I'm sure that we've all had a situation where you've been able to kind of break the shackles of anxiety, and that's really what it is for Melted today. He's been through so much, and I'm sure, although we more than likely haven't seen it, he's gotten those DMs, he's gotten those 2 a.m. tweets. Everybody does. And for him to finally have this game under his belt, he's got to be feeling good, like cloud 9 level of good.
Absolutely, yeah. More in the phrase rather than the other esports sense.
Yes, obviously.
We want to specify that for sure. Now, Melted, speaking of which, we have a Melted highlight reel to take a look at, because he was fragging out left and right. Lots of great entry kills today, I believe 4, all said, but man.
He opened with that one, man.
Yeah, a great day as well. And that's the big thing, is being able to find that opener, but also continue on from that point. That is what we saw time and time again from Melted, especially with his defensive standpoints that he made inside of CCTV.
Oh my God.
He made it nigh impossible for Beastcoast. I mean, look at these challenges. Time and time again, Beastcoast stepping up to the plate, and he's just knocking them out of the park.
Dude, the worst part about this is Beastcoast just shot their own major chances in the foot by Mirage playing almost whatever ops they wanted on default. That's Marmalade's own admission in this game. That's the worst thing to lose to if you're BC.
There's a certain level of fluidity sometimes you gain in a competitive sense from just purely letting yourself go, entering this zen state of, I'm just going to have fun with it, I'm just going to react. And you take out all the second guessing. You kind of increase the reaction time to a certain extent.
Absolutely.
I mean, we've all had those moments, right? Whether it be competitive in Rainbow Six or like any other games, you do kind of get to this point sometimes where like emotions don't touch you, aside from the fact that you're just enjoying yourself.
Yeah,
you know?
you're in the moment, and that's the
Yeah.
big thing is like the best way to describe the flow state, which is what a lot of people call it, is that you really aren't reactionary to anything. Like all of your responses are immediate, like you're not thinking too much about what you're doing, you're just doing it, and you're able to stay cool, calm, and collected. And that's how you see people like, for instance, Bolo just pop off at land where you're like, how is that humanly possible? Well, it's because of that flow state. When they get locked in like that, which, I mean, when you're screaming as much as they are, it's a pretty commonplace thing. You're gonna have some nasty things happen.
Exactly, and it was a ton of fun to see Mirage get a win today. Too bad for Beastcoast fans. Sorry about that out there, but hey, you know, we love a good upset. What's sports without a good upset, right?
True.
Now, when we come back, we do have our final match of the day. It's going to be Astralis versus XSET. This is one that I think a lot of people have been looking forward to. Huge major implications on the line. Two great teams. Do not miss it. The final map of the day, of the week, here at R6 NAL is going to be a banger, and it will be starting right after this. Don't go anywhere.
Shining like diamonds in the light. Gonna fly, going up. Just you and I, we're going up. We're gonna fly, we're going up. Just you and I, we're gonna fly, we're going up.
nothing. Maybe I should take that advice, go get a life, or maybe get a job or something. Pack it up and head back home, tell everybody I was bluffing. Or maybe I'll just get out my head and focus on what I know's coming. Yeah. Cause I can't fall asleep at night without seeing my dreams. Delusion and reality, I'm somewhere in between. These voices in my head get loud and they keep telling me that I'm a fool for trusting in these wings. But maybe, baby, this will
All right.
We are back one more time here at the Rainbow Six North American League. Doa Stokes and Jacob here with you at the desk again.
Analyst Stokes.
Analyst Stokes hanging out with us today, filling in for Jesse. Hopefully we'll be back very soon. But guess what? We have got an epic match coming up. It's going to be Astralis versus XSET, two of the most dynamic, exciting, good teams in the league to watch. It's good to specify good. And it's going to be great. It's going to be great. Let's look at the standings to see exactly where we're at with this one right now. As you can see, Astralis number 1, XSET number 3, but that certainly could change. But Jacob, you said we've got some updates on the lock-ins for the major right now.
Yeah, so we now finally have 2 teams confirmed for the Charlotte Major coming from the NAL. Astralis and Oxygen are both finally confirming their positions. They will be heading to the major in just around a month or so time. And the last 2 spots are now the things that are most tightly contested. Now, in spite of what some people might think, Beastcoast are not out of major running just yet. However, DarkZero and SSG have a game that they have to play next week on the final play day. It very well may turn into a situation where whoever wins also goes to Charlotte. Now, this matchup here, XSET against Astralis, the last one we have on the day, probably is going to decide that third one. If XSET win, regardless of what situation it is, if it's regulation or overtime, then they will claim that third spot, and it'll all come down to the winner of DarkZero and Spacestation to determine the final one next week. Everything is lining up so perfectly for the end of the stage.
It is going to be a pretty exciting conclusion for sure. I mean, Stokes, like, nobody could have predicted this result going into it.
If you read this list to me verbatim, you know, and this was past Stokes. This is Stokes at the beginning of stage 1. Yes, by the time that you got to XSET at 3, I'd be like, okay, stop. Like, I can't take this. It's so much pain. It's so crazy to see what everyone initially thought was going to go on this stage and what we're currently lying. I mean, 2 of our top 3 in our collective power rankings, boys, are 8th and 9th. Think about that for a second. That is so crazy, the fact that this is broken down this way, but I'm so happy to see it. I mean, for so long in North America, we have had the same orgs and the same players going to represent NA. So it's nice to have, you know, this breath of fresh air. And speaking of which, we have that in this matchup with what you said. I mean, 2 of the greatest teams currently to watch in the entirety of the NAL.
Absolutely. So let's talk about them. Let's talk about Astralis specifically starting things out. Now, this is a team that has produced an MVP every single week of competition so far in NAL, a different person every time as well. So it's just a team with basically like unlimited threats. I mean, I guess you have to cap the threats at 5, but
yeah, true.
Unlimited as far as anyone on this team can put in an MVP performance at any time, it seems like.
No, I think so. I think if you look at the attacking stats coming into this game, technically there are 2 players who are in that top 2 contention. Number 1 is Shuttle, who somehow has not had an MVP caliber performance in any individual best of 1 this stage, and right below him is Vertical, who is on pace to be the NAL MVP for this entire stage. And then we've obviously had Iconic, DP Fire, and Forest all with their own individual best of 1 spots that have gotten them to this point. Not that they've had to rely on those performances, so to speak. Forest just slaughtered everybody for the second highest CGG rating ever, but it does go to show how a team with this kind of new blood, this kind of talent, needing that kind of coach to be the glue for this entire squad, and then factoring in all of the new changes for this season feels like it is just the perfect storm for this Astralis team. And now, regardless of this game, they're going to a major next month.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, across the board, like both of you have been saying, Astralis is such a fantastic team, but it's came together so quickly. I think that's the thing that stood out to me. For most of, the end of this stage and you're going into December and that kind of stuff of last year, Astralis had nobody at the helm. Things have been switched out. They're trying to figure out who they want for an IGL, who they want for a coach. They get Forest and Callout. And honestly, for me, I hadn't seen Forest play in so long. Like, what's going to happen here?
Yeah.
I never, ever, in no world, thought that we would be at the point where we are, where Forest is the IGL of the #1 team in the entirety of NA.
That's so weird.
It's so crazy.
That's so cool to say. Don't get me wrong.
Dude, you want to hear some
God.
weird stuff? Call out their coach. I scrimmed against that guy like 5 years ago on this team that he used to play with Trissa that was called Pissed Off for Greatness.
Oh yeah, you told me about this one. Yeah.
Yes. Wow. And he was one of the players on that team. It's
come a long way.
It's come a long way.
Yeah.
But it's so cool to have stories like that, right? Where for Callout, he was a player for some time with E United, took a step back, comes back in as a coach, and I think he's found his spot. I think he's found his calling because he has given XSET, or rather Astralis, just a special sauce. They've been able to procure so many wins this stage. It's been fantastic, and hopefully so yet again today. I think that this matchup against XSET, it's been one that ever since the middle of the stage, I've been so very excited for.
I mean, part of me kind of wishes that maybe if we had waited a little bit for Astralis to qualify, then the stakes for this game would have been a little bit higher. But now for Astralis, the pressure kind of isn't there. You've already climbed the mountaintop. You've done what you set out to do at the beginning of the stage, which is get to the major. Now what do? I mean, the expectations are kind of off your shoulders, so maybe they can have a bit of an M&M at SI complex, and now they understand they don't really have anything else left to play for these best of ones. It's just don't show anything for the major because you're going to be playing best of ones in those group stages.
Yeah.
So do something maybe a little bit off the cards. You can play more into your own play style, but not with the same playbook, if that makes sense.
You can play basic. You can play very stock. You can play very, normal kind of things.
Do what Mirage did against Beastcoast.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you just have fun with it.
Have some fun with it.
And we know we're going to have fun with it because we've got XSET on the other side of the arena, and this team has been incredibly fun to watch. They've been so aggressive, but they've channeled that aggression into extremely tight executions. Now, this is a team that went 0-2 in their first week, and since then has dominated.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what I was actually just about to say. They go through those 2 losses, and then Spirits is like, hey guys, I think we need to switch some things up. Maybe IGL. And they're like, all right, sure. I mean, I guess we can see how it goes. And wouldn't you know it, Doa, they haven't lost a game since. So
seems like it's worked out pretty well.
I'd say he's doing a pretty good job.
Yeah.
So far on that attacking win rate, 67%, which is one of the highest in the league, just right around the same caliber as Astralis, believe it or not, because while the guys who rock the To The Stars logo have a 70% attacking win rate, which means regardless of what map we go to, it doesn't really matter the battleground. Who is on that attacking side is about to put on a smoke show for this game. Defenses, be warned, no matter what default strats you think you might have, both of these teams excel so much on the offensive side of the ball. It's going to be a bloodbath.
I mean, I think we have to talk about it from an organizational perspective too, right? Even though this is a completely different squad on XSET than the one that was relegated at the end of 2021, from the org side of things, it has to feel good if you're the XSET owner, if you're the person helping manage this team, to go from being relegated to potentially going for a major, to I would say probably going to a major. That's quite the turnaround on an organizational level too.
Yeah, absolutely. For XSET, overall for the organization, there's a lot of reasons to rep the set, but there was never a reason to rep the set when it came to Rainbow Six. They just could never get something that was successful for them. So now that they've gotten to this point where the org is finding, some status inside of Rainbow Six, it's been so cool to see this experience, especially for them and what they've been able to do with this roster.
Yeah, it just amazes me that the first, what in the world? The first couple of days.
Wait, is that Fish? Who is that?
He's got the boy on FaceTime. Oh, that's
guest
fantastic.
appearance.
He literally said, "Hey, I want to be on the NAL. Can you put me up there?"
There you go.
Come on,
guest
Kino.
appearance. It blows my mind. Excuse me. That XSET had such a problem attacking in their first couple of maps. That was the major thing we were talking about. Is that they just seemed lifeless on the attack, and then come in. They're like, all right, well, we're just going to turn that into one of the best attacking rates in the league. Why not?
Somehow, I guess Spirits is secretly one of the greatest IGLs we've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as they made him the IGL, his third eye just decalcified. And
dude, legit.
He started levitating levitating in the room, and ever
go.
since then, XSET's never lost a game.
Well, I'm
Time for
curious.
maps, not going to Skyscraper.
No, I mean, I was curious if we were going to end up going to an attacking battleground, so to speak, just understanding that the strengths of both of these teams lie there. For both XSET and Astralis, they do still have defaults they want to go through first. For XSET's sake, they're not fans of theme park, or they're not fans of Skyscraper, pardon me, so they don't want that on the table. Astralis have still, they've got something against Clubhouse, banned it every single game they've had it, so they don't want to worry about that one. XSET to Border, this is one I feel like is mostly a counter ban against Astralis because the one time they played it, they have 100% win rate on it, so they'd rather not do it. No bank, no theme. We're coming down to only a couple ones left. Cafe is still up on the board, which I'm curious if that'll end up being one of these last ones. No Chalet, which does have that attacker lean, but we've seen both these teams play it before. XSET have been dominant on it thus far, and Cafe is down to the wire, so it's just Oregon or Villa. Oregon still having a bit of an attacker lean, which would make this one interesting, and Villa is a defensive stronghold, a 62% defensive win rate, which would make this even more interesting, and that's where we're going.
Okay.
This bad boy can get broken up into 4 different little mini maps, so to speak, and all get shoved together into one massive, like, crazy stronghold. I'm really interested to see how this one's going to turn out.
This is going to be fantastic because of exactly what you said. It's one of these things where, you know, the offensive side can do so much, and as of, well, you know, the meta currently for Rainbow Six. But with Villa, there's so many different ways this can go. I mean, if you guys remember Mirage trying to play Villa, things were not going too hot. Like, there was a lot of decisions that got them into a lot of trouble because it's so easy for that to happen on a map like Villa.
It's going to be very dynamic, but we got to get into the game. The players are waiting, but before we do that, real quick, we got to get our predictions from our casters and our players. Let's send it over first to Pengu and Intero to see what they've got planned. This is a tough one. This is a really hard one to predict, I think. But what do the two of you have to say?
Except.
Okay. That's the fastest thing who's ever picked anything.
All right, it was hard proving him wrong.
All right.
7-4 XSET.
Yeah, I mean, every single match today, left team has won 7, right team has won 4. I think Astralis is on the left.
They are, yeah.
Yeah, so Astralis is going to win 7-4. That's
all right. There you go.
Four teams so far have done that. All left aligned, scripted. It's a day of being of us just following the script, and we're gonna, in order to create maximum drama and chaos, XSET will not clinch their spot today, and then we're gonna go to Wednesday and see which of the, you know.
I like it.
Maximum.
I don't have a problem with that.
Sure,
all right. So there you go. One for each. Jacob.
Tough pick, super tough, but because I really want to get into this game, I'm just gonna say Astralis and leave it at that.
All right.
No justification.
To the stars.
Hey.
They were taking Astralis all day. We'll see if we
right.
can get, hopefully, one over on the coin. I'm crossing my fingers.
Only thing I care about is if the coin is wrong.
Astralis heads. The coin's been wrong all day, I believe. Astralis heads, and then tails is going to be XSET. Can the coin redeem itself? One last pick. Flipping it.
Heads.
Tails.
Dang it.
XSET. It is for the coin. We'll see. I mean, that's not a good choice because, again, it's been 7-4. Left side of the graphic has won every single time. We'll see if that's going to be the case or not. But it's time to get started with our match. Astralis versus XSET. It's going to be great. Let's check it out after this quick break.
On the grind from January to January. Never met nobody who retired when they were young. So I guess I gotta get it to the cemetery. Getting paid just for rapping is fun. I lit up around a month and February. Told them side, no electric. It's getting hectic. 777. 777. Yeah. Told them side, no electric. Yeah. It's getting hectic. 777. Yeah. 777. Couple of money in my head just to say they did it. Can't lie, I'm so paranoid and the windows tinted. I own everything around me, you can say it's rented. Not talking phone numbers when I'm talking 7 digits. Earn it by the day, every second minute. Used to pay me none, look, now they pay attention. Everybody say they drip, but I banded it. See them copy all the looks, but I stay switching. Pick up the loot to hit the bank. Can never change, still wrote the change. Captain say the pay, this ain't the day. They made me wait, I'm breaking chains. Yeah. Call me feeling bubbly off the rose. Took a minute, but I got it out the slow way. Friends turn to foes, haters tell them go away. Rappers make a shiggy dance like a soul train. Told them side, no electric. Yeah, it's getting hectic. 777. 777. Yeah. Told them side, no electric.
Hi, I'm Forrest.
Hi, I'm Kino.
My name is DP.
Hi, I'm Yaga.
I'm JNMO.
Hi, my name is Shuttle.
Hi, I'm Iconic. I'm IGL for Astralis R6.
And I play Flex for XSET.
And I play Flank Watch for Astralis.
I play hard support for XSET.
And I play Entry for Astralis.
I play Flex for Astralis Gaming.
I play hard support for Astralis. The XSET are always been one of our biggest opponents in scrims, and they've done the most to us, and we've also done the same back to them. So we're very competitive teams against each other.
With XSET, a core of those players have been playing together for a long time, like Diaz, Lucas, and Gomez, but I feel like they really don't have a leader.
I think everyone needs to be on the same page, and everyone wants to win. Everyone needs to put the same effort as everyone else. Because if I put 100 and someone else doesn't put 100, there's going to be some issues. On that team, everyone wants the same thing, and we're very hungry for a dub.
It's a very young roster. All of them are 5 gunners. Everybody's on the same page. Everybody's doing their roles right. And since we don't have an IGL, everybody's gonna be making decisions and taking good notes of what we're gonna do on the round.
Our team identity would probably be adaptions and looking for gaps and exploits in mid-round. Looking for a side that it's weaker and exploiting that in the middle of the game. All 5 of us have crazy talent, and all of us know, we all know we can win our gunfights.
Hey, my name is Carl. I am the coach for Astralis. The team has improved a lot. There were a lot of things. They're kind of playing in a box a little bit. I think they weren't really able to kind of go out and use their talent to their advantage. These guys are some of the best guys and individual players in the league. So the biggest thing I'm trying to bring on is give them more freedom to kind of go out and do stuff, and give them just tools to get the job done in round. Instead of forcing them to do a set thing repetitively over and over again. Not really allowing them to kind of showcase what they're doing.
With Callout being the new coach, he has introduced new, he calls them drills, of what we do before practice. Say we have scrims at 4, we show up at 12, we talk about previous notes from yesterday during practice. For example, if we have a new attack, he makes us everybody go into their positions, and run through the attack as you would in a normal round. He'll make us clear them out of specific situations and positions.
I would say we're a very loose team, very fluid. Not a whole lot of challenges really. I mean, getting everything figured out, getting our play style figured out, our strats figured out. No challenges outside of the normal getting everything figured out first few weeks as a new team.
I feel way more confident in this season, and with the new attacker repick, and with the new IGL, and with the new coach, I feel way more confident in this team than I did in the past. I think the other rosters need to watch out. They'll see this season, but they need to watch out.
We're just playing to play, and we're gonna try our heart out. We're not gonna play scared, and that's kind of our motto for this stage. We play to win the game. We don't play to lose. We're not scared of anybody, and just go fast.
I feel like everyone gets up when they play us. We get the best games out of people who aren't doing the best that season. So it's just I feel like everyone gets up to play us, and they know our potential. We have something to prove this year. It's kind of friends turning their backs on us, stuff like that, just kind of shit talking us. So it's just, we have something to prove. We have a chip on our shoulder, and we're coming out to prove it.
It's time for our final matchup of the day, and it's going to be an exhilarating one. First place Astralis goes up against third place XSET right now. Well, Astralis and OXG locking in their positions to the Charlotte Major. With a win here, XSET can do the same. There is still a possibility that the remaining 2 spots for that major
squatting, I think.
just limbering up. You gotta stay fluid. Wasn't that a word that they used in that video we just watched? They're fluid, potentially. I gotta say, this Astralis roster, the young core that they had of J90, DP Fire, and Iconic has been talked up incessantly. And the one move that seemed to bring out the best in them was picking up Forrest,
and
Retro retiring, and then bringing Callout in as the coach.
I think Callout, not to undermine Forrest, I do think that Callout has had an incredible amount of impact on the team, and it shows across all 5 players, both the old and the new, of course. So kudos to Callout. Coaches can make a difference. Who would have thought?
I mean, there are so many times that we have heard from teams talk about how one coach can change everything, an analyst, an extra set of eyes, etc. Today has been a wild day of upsets and unpredictable results. Are we going to buck the trend for our 5th and final matchup? Let's get underway. It's Villa. Astralis starting on defense. Dokkaebi, the very first ban. XSET on attack. And we'll watch keenly to see, is this going to be a Thatcher ban, or will teams be a bit more creative?
I like to start here. Get a little Spies tossed in the mix, but this Spies, it continues actually. Thatcher will stay open, which is a very rare sight to see on Villa. It is Dokkaebi followed by Osa of all operators. Let's see if the defenders can match that same energy. Force in chat saying Osa question mark, exclamation mark, question mark.
Wamai also will follow. I have to suspect this last ban is going to come down to 2 operators, Mira or Valkyrie. I would be surprised if we saw Kaid get banned out.
Wouldn't make sense.
Thatcher's prevalency,
yeah,
doesn't matter if you bring a Kaid or not. There's Thatcher on the board. You've got a Maverick as well if you want to bring that too, so it's a Mira to go instead. That leaves Kaid and all wall denial and drone denial with Mute, Mozzie, etc. still available. Aruni still in play, and Valkyrie still in play as well.
So typically we talk about Villa being very defender-sided. Jacob spoke about that on the desk, saying I think it was like 60-something% in favor of defenders. And with the current operator bans, I would almost go as far to say this almost favors the attackers. At the very least, evens back that score to a 50-50 dead even, because not only do you have Maverick and Thatcher open on the attack, Thatcher open with Wamai being banned just makes it so much more difficult to find any comfortable spots on the defending side of things. And we know that both XSET and Astralis like using grenades. They're both very aggressive teams. And with all these operators at their disposal, with Wamai being banned out on top, it is going to give them both a ton of potential to get aggressive and get crazy in the server. It is XSET starting on the attacking side, and Astralis on the defense. It's a trophy statue bomb site to start things off, and we are doing an aggressive extension with that triple wall being soft on the left hand side with an extension down below from Astralis to follow up as well. So now XSET, do you challenge the roam clear? Do you go direct? Do you rush the bomb site? You have to show us, but you can't do it with the Osa, you can't do it with the Dokkaebi.
One thing that was talked about on the desk, and Jacob referred to this map in particular, was that it's almost like 4 mini-maps on its own.
Yeah.
The bomb sites on Villa, all of them are capable of being played. Yeah, the living room and library one get played the least frequent.
Yes.
But the bomb site that we're on right now to start off with is a bit peculiar for site number 1. Trophy and Statuary was, for a long period of time, a 1A, 1B type situation with Aviator Games, eventually fell down to the 2nd pick, and then even more fell down to the 3rd pick, teams favoring Kitchen. So it was something that you and I discussed back in our 3rd match of the day, where you have more opportunity to hold map control if you aren't upstairs. First kill, by the way, goes to XSET. Second follows up as well. The Razor Bloom goes off. Gomez and Spirits both just easily walking and flushing out those defenders.
And it's a good knife from Spirits there. Nice kill, opening up the round together with the other player from XSET, that is Gomez. Finding 1 kill each, putting Astralis in the back foot here. They extended down below, trying to, get something going inside of dining kitchen area. They've been shut down immediately, and Shuttle single-handedly tries to make up for that fact, as he's the lone player down below, but Shuttle 2 falls from the gun of Gomez, leaving just J90 and Iconic.
This is a rough going. These are the things that we refer to as depth charges, and Spirits misses it. An opportunity passed as both Iconic and J90 are safe from those nades from below. More damage being done, but Finka is such a crucial operator on attack, and here's a reason why. An Adrenal Surge goes out. Nicely played by J90 to take down Gomez, and Yaga falls too. Still some teeth here for Astralis as they look to continue to narrow the XSET numbers down, and it's a very heavy roam from both of their players. Neither are in the bomb site. They're very close. Iconic losing out in a gunfight to Kino. That's J90 to get more than 1 kill, and it's a double from Kino to end round number 1 and give it in favor of XSET.
And that's the XSET spirit right there. They said in that introduction interview that they like to be aggressive, they like to go fast, and also they know that each and every single player is talented and can land their shots and win those 1v1 gunfights. That's pretty much all that round was. It was individual 1v1s from both teams trying to win them. It was XSET that came out on top. They won the majority of those. Didn't need to breach the walls, didn't need to plant, didn't really need a ton of map control. And Astralis, this might be one of the things where they will get challenged a lot. When Astralis plays at teams like Soniqs that play a bit more orchestrated, that might be easier to read out, figure out, and play against. But when you play a team like XSET that just runs at you and takes those gunfights every single time, that might be difficult. Astralis so far in this season, in this stage 1, has had individually incredible performances. Whether there's Iconic popping off one game, a DP5 popping off another, or Force having like an 18-2 game earlier on in the season. Well, XSET, it's every single player usually showing up for those guys. It's rarely just 1 or 2 people.
The best rating that we've ever seen from a player in the history of the North American League went to Forrest, which I'm pretty sure there was a period of time where he played a match where he had one of the worst ratings in the NAL back on that E-United team. So, boy, what a difference that has been. Other than that, that would have been back during Pro League, by the way, so I guess there's a distinction that could be made there. I know that some people will say that it's a completely different league. Maybe that's the case, but either way, you're absolutely correct. In terms of this XSET team, they lost their first 2 matchups pretty lopsided to both Spacestation and TSM. After that, they haven't lost again. So they're on a 5-game winning streak. As for Astralis, they lost Playday number 2 to OXG, and then they themselves are also on a 5-game winning streak. So these teams have not known the taste of defeat in quite a while. Iconic gets stepped on by Kino inside a Pottery, and there's a Razor Bloom done as well. That art studio down below, a beautiful place as any for the first bit of action, and it gives XSET the numbers advantage.
Once again, opening kills really does go in their favor so far, and it's the attacking side on Villa that is showing up more than anything else. And while I praised XSET earlier for all 5 players being oh so good, well, to be fair, not a single player on Astralis is negative. It's +5/+5. Shuttle, give us the money. Give us the money. Fire 2 kills now from the side of Astralis, getting back the lead now. And every player stepping up to the task.
A nice answer back from Astralis after they sacrificed Iconic early on. It puts XSET in a more troubling position. They've lost all of their soft destruction in both the Finca and the Buck. They've got 2 breaches on Yagas Thatcher, but that's about it. You'll likely want to put those upstairs, but there's no top floor control. Astralis still holding on to that. They've got a body on Astronomy stairs. They swing. They could have picked off Kino. Gomez lets a Razor Bloom go off, and that's a ton of damage done to him. I don't know if that was intentional or not, but sometimes those indicators can be quite finicky. Gomez's focus is on astrology, or astronomy, as we talked about before, with that 1 player from Astralis still holding true.
Yeah, Shuttle does have a C4 so that he can use later in the round if he has to. This 1 player from Astralis hiding inside of the master bedroom closet. Support from Shuttle tries to find the way, but I don't think they know the whereabouts of this player, but I take that back. Yage gets a nice kill to J90, exposing the weaknesses of Astralis being isolated on this roam.
Astralis answering back after XSET did that damage to them. DP fire, 2 big kills in a row. It means that this death drop from Yaga with diffuser in hand, 30 seconds left. He'll have to fight his way out of this situation. Almost impossible to imagine him getting the diffuser down successfully. Those 7 seconds will feel like an eternity. So instead he hunts for the kills. Creeping his way through the middle of the bomb site, but excellent patience from Astralis. They don't want to contend this at all. Yaga's position given away, still using those avenues that have been created with all the soft destruction, and he loses his gunfight to Forrest. He had a 6th sense as to where that Astralis player was, but he can't do much as there was a nicely established crossfire. He was doomed, no matter what. Tie game between these 2 teams.
As I was going to point out, the crossfire from Astralis in that 1 versus 2, it's one of my favorite situations that occurs in Rainbow Six Siege, and I think it really easily can tell the story of, are you a great team or are you a good team? If you can play a 1 versus 2 correctly, or rather a 2 versus 1 correctly, like the side of Astralis, you are a great team. And this is arguably where someone like Callout, the new coach of Astralis, comes into play with those drills that the players spoke about in the interview before the match, because it might look really easy on paper to win a 2 versus 1, but there are so many times, even at a very high competitive level of Pro League, Invitationals, etc., you know, Grand Finals at Majors, where you do not win the 2 versus 1 that you're supposed to. So discipline comes in good for Astralis. They nailed that round. It was DP Fire who opened it up, got 3 kills in that round himself, and we spoke about individual performance. Well, that round right there, that was all DP Fire.
I like the Tachanka strats that we see brought out on Aviator with the lineups to stop a plant from going down behind the model in the middle of Aviator. It also allows you to rotate and fire off classical hallway depending on where the Tachanka is positioned. Obviously, you got 14 Molotovs. The Shemika launcher makes you vulnerable while you have it out, but it does a deceptive amount of damage and acts very effectively as area denial. I will say that while they function somewhat similarly, you can use Goyo in a manner like Tachanka where you are less exposed. The Goyo shield obviously fire lasting for 20 seconds, which is a lot longer.
The Goyo shield, it is no longer a shield, Parker. And you know this because we spoke about it yesterday.
I'll sit here in my shame.
But we have to work upon
I am
this.
ashamed.
I cannot say Basement Line Cafe, you cannot say Goyo shields.
I'm wrong. I will sit here in my wrongness, and I will be wrong. Sorry, the Goyo canisters.
Okay, you are correct as well. That's exactly what you do. You can use that instead of the Tachanka. You're less exposed. It works great. And the Shuriken launcher hits a teammate.
That's not ideal. DP Fire taking some damage as Kino got the very first pick. And there's a nade on the Forest as well. XSET's entry on this round is lethal as it was back in round number 1. 2 players from Astralis down for the count. And it's the Tachanka of Forest who we talked about. Always nice when we spend so much time hypothesizing about an operator only for them to have a comically early death.
DP Fire is looking for a kill, looking for something, but it's Shuttle who finds it instead. DS off the board. It's a Flores. You lose those with Terror Drones. Top main shield stays alive. The Mute Jammer on that sturdy door, of course, stopping DS from doing much work with the gadget itself, but that means XSET still have other areas of the map in control. It's Gomez and Yog on the top right stairs, who has successfully roam cleared the rest of the map while DS was distracting DP5 and the rest of Astralis on the office side.
Yaga waiting for an invitation into Aviator, but doesn't have one just yet. Gomez and him side by side. Astralis want to get aggressive on this 90 hold. Gomez choked off as he can't get to his teammate of Kino. J9O is in a bit of a tough spot. If both players were to swing on him, then he'd be as good as dead. Another successful nade. Spirits is 2 for 2 on those, and Shuttle gets blown apart. Does he know that there's a mute to swing on him? No. DP Fire wins the engagement. Numbers still favor XSET. Just under a minute to go. We knew that the 90 control was the focus for XSET. Is that where they are still going to stay? DP Fire and Gomez decide to engage, but it's J9O to get the kill on that one. Very long range, and it continues. All these engagements happening over and over and over again, and J9O's holding court inside of Aviator, and he's flying high right now. Waiting patiently for Yaga to swing up. No toxic gas left. 20 seconds. That's the clutch factor. Yaga making an absolute racket over by 90. But there's reinforcements and a very heavy vault door that are preventing him from the lineup onto J9O. Creeping inside of games. Provoke a plant. He's by the bar. Can you get there in time? The smoke doesn't have a ton of time. Yaga is going to be able to pull this one off and then immediately pop up. He doesn't see where the smoke of J9O is. He makes some noise, but he looks the wrong way. Huge play by J9O. A masterful clutch. And Astralis will pick up their second round in a row with an easy disable of the diffuser.
Masterclass in positioning there from J9O, finding the isolated targets once again in a 2 versus 1. You take the initiation, you take the gunfight right here. You see it swinging 90 onto Kino, gets the kill, leaving Yog alone halfway across the bomb site. And I will say, the one area where Yog could have played a bit better is that there wasn't actually a rotate on the right-hand side into Aviator. It was a vault hold, so there's no reason to wide swing the bar and expose your body to the vault area just to swing the right-hand side rotation, because you will hear the person vault through the rotate. Small things, minor mistakes, Astralis capitalizing well, and J9O showing us beautifully how it can be done to counter a 2 versus 1 when the attackers are far away from another by choosing to take the gunfight into his own hands. That means we're gonna go back where it started, back to trophy, back where XSET got their only round victory so far. And this time, of course, Astralis will try and rectify that previous situation and try and claw back this round. Similar to the triple wall, so far the left-hand one has been left soft and will likely be opened up with a head-level holes. That's going to make it harder for the attackers to be comfortable inside of Master Bedroom and the Master Bedroom closet. And Astralis are extending down below like they did the previous time. And that's where they fell before. Astralis, XSET entered quickly. They got 2 kills downstairs in kitchen area, and that's kind of where the round ended for Astralis.
Speaking of those opening kills, Nick, XSET have all 3 of them so far, and as you pointed out, both rounds 1 and the round that just transpired, round 3, XSET very quickly struck. But Astralis are such a consistent team through that mid-round, and it was discussed. We look for these openings. We want to make a play based off of our opponent's mistakes. And XSET being a new team, they're going to commit some mistakes just by virtue of them not having the same level of experience playing off of each other that some of the more practiced teams do. This is also just a young roster as well. And we know that youthful exuberance can also lead to hubris, and hubris can lead to unnecessary deaths. All you rank stars, I hope you're listening. That said, XSET obviously impressive, but if they can get another early pick and keep that ball rolling, you have to be wary of what happens at that 1 minute mark, because that seems to be from that point on where Astralis really shines.
It is. It's it really is a tale of like XSET being dominant in the first half and then Astralis being dominant in the second half. And right now, this is the first time so far where XSET does not get the opening kill and also haven't gotten a ton of map control in the process either. And it's Spirits of all people. One of the top gunners, LMG, Finka, 2 grenades, Gone 6, Adrenal Surge, Revive off the board. This is going to make XSET's mid-round so much more difficult because if anybody takes damage, there is no way to get that health back.
And we saw a couple times where that Finka for XSET helped give them a little bit extra staying power, especially for Gomez getting HP back on the board in previous engagements. It also means you're left with only 3 grenades at this point. Only 3 grenades instead of the 6 that could be available. Fink obviously losing out on those too. I wonder how XSET is responding, by the way, to that loss. A nade from Yaga goes off and does damage to Forest, but XSET are showing a bit of trepidation when it comes to getting into the building.
It appears the strat right now has been Gomez single-handed on the master bedroom balcony. He's trying to hold down the master bedroom rotations, allowing the rest of XSET to walk into a statue door. And yeah, Flashbang comes out. No follow-up. Toxic Babe gets tossed.
J9O had 2 bodies in front of him, and a nade will go off just next to him. It's a swing from Kino, another one lined up. That DMR doing so much damage. J9O with the J92, but Yaga and Gomez managed to walk on in. Yaga picks up his 2nd kill, and he's a man on an island. Forest ends a potential comeback from XSET. They finally surrender the very first pick, and well, that doesn't change the fortune at all. Astralis, again, great through the mid-round, great through the end of the round, and they found their 3rd round in a row.
And also, if I'm not mistaken, you know, Astralis and OXG, with the result of the previous game of Mirage Beastcoast, are confirmed for the major, and that leaves XSET not confirmed. So, of course, you can kind of look at the 2 different teams here. XSET might be looking a bit more nervous, a little bit more under pressure, whereas Astralis are more free-flowing, if you will, having a bit more fun because they know that they can only really play for points and play for seeding and possibly invitationals points further down the line. But for XSET, this is one of those moments where if you manage to win, you go to the major. If you don't win, you still can technically make it to next Playday next week, but then it's down to the very last game, the very last moment, and it might depend on other teams' results, not just your own at that point, and that's what's gonna suck. So, tactical timeout here after the 4th round is being played out. You get to kind of calm your nerves and talk about how do you go forward from this.
Exactly. There's still a scenario where XSET does not make the major, even though today their odds of making it to Charlotte were so high, almost at 100%. There are factors at play that can prevent them from making it. At the moment, XSET is sitting at 15 points. They're tied with DarkZero, but XSET has the better round differential, so they are ahead in the standings. Spacestation is nipping at your heels at 14 points back in 5th. Well, here's the thing. DZ and SSG play each other next week. They're the 4th game, the 2nd last game of the broadcast. So if you're XSET, you go up against OXG in the match before. Now, OXG are a formidable team to play against, but at the same time, OXG might say, you know what? Let's take it easy this week.
Yeah.
It's better for us to potentially not go all out, maybe hide some strategies that we have, maybe conceal some picks and things that we have lined up for Charlotte, and just have an easier game and not really sweat too much. That means that XSET would win. They make it to the major. That's great. But if XSET lose this match and also lose to OXG, they're done. They just don't make it, period. Yep. Providing that Space Station beats DarkZero, either in regulation or in overtime. If they win in regulation, then XSET actually make it. DarkZero needs to go to overtime. That's when we say there's other scenarios, but eventually you can be in a position where your trip to the major is out of your hands. First pick, by the way, comes from XSET. They pick off Shuttle. That's the Frost down. The Bear Mats are still very much going to be in play, but the operator itself, not quite there. J9O looking to even the numbers, cannot do it. In fact, it actually gets worse as DP fire gunned down by Yaga. As you talked about, XSET are a team that are so consistent. Diaz has yet to find a kill, but other than that, the rest of this team doing an excellent job together.
Also seen all 4 bomb sets now because we are downstairs in Library Living, and there was a bit of a Lemao in chat there from DB Fire. I'm not sure if he's unhappy with how he died or just like comical timing or whatnot, but Jaeger and Frost being off the board is actually not that bad for Astralis, right? It's those passive gadgets you've put down already, but they keep falling, Parker. Gomez finds another.
I mean, Mute obviously is another operator with passive gadgets. Down goes Kino, very first kill. J9O has spent this entire round playing in Classical Hall, also inside of games. Now he's inside a vault. He's got a big playground that is all his. They'll come face to face with Gomez, firing through the wall. J9O has been downed. That leaves just Iconic as the only upright member of Astralis. It certainly seems like the mid-round not exactly treating Astralis that well. Well, how do you beat them? You kill them before you get to the mid-round. We're not even at 1 minute to go, and Astralis only has 1 player up. And I say that. And a grenade drops on the head of Iconic through the hatch. The timeout working for XSET as they win their 2nd round. They can still potentially tie this first half. We're going to go to the very final defense now for Astralis, the final attack for XSET.
Now we can, and you said Astralis just has to beat XSET before the mid-round, but the issue is XSET, that's where XSET is the strongest. That's before the mid-round, so Astralis might just have to get aggressive here. We've seen them do it before. We've seen the likes of Iconic absolutely popping off. And I also will say Astralis, in the beginning of the round, they hold the ground until about a minute has gone through. So about a 2-minute area, they fall back, they give up that first initial area of the map control, and then XSET takes that control and they follow up. The issue is, perhaps for Astralis, it's time to hold the ground and fight back. That seems to be when they've had the most success, outside of that very late round, sub 1 minute, where the likes of DP Fire and Shuttle has been showing up. J9O, of course, had that round previously on AV, where he clutched up in a 1 versus 2 himself. But Astralis, they're going back to Trophy. Sorry, they're going back to Dining with an extension up above that looks like Trophy, with that triple wall being a double reinforced. The 3rd wall is soft. Aggressive angles and line to sight into Master Bedroom. Banshees on site, Jammers on site, but most of this that we'll see playing out is likely up above first.
I did like the Library Living Room defense, but time and time again, teams do struggle with it. I don't even know if the bomb site was a huge factor in that previous round, Nick. I mean, most of the kills seem to come off-site, and I mean, yeah, you're going to roam differently depending on where you play. But we could see teams defending that same part of the map on kitchen defenses, for example. And guess what? You're still going to get picked off in those same spots if you lose your ones. So I'm not exactly sure that we can, point our fingers at the bomb site and say, yeah, the problem is that it was living room library. No, that's not the case. The problem was that Astralis were very bad in their gunfights, and they got picked off. J9O has been quite good in his gunfights today. He had that clutch to win the round, but he almost suffers an early death. XSET have 3 players that seem to be hunting him down over towards that aviator side of the map.
Yes. XSET actually slowing down a bit here, holding angles and making sure to drone each and every corner because Astralis has such a big map presence with the roam, their top floor, their first floor, etc. And Gomez, well, sure, you got piano control, but you see, he's worried about the flank from main stairs lobby. So while Gomez might be inside the building itself, they don't actually have full knowledge, no map control of the things around him. That means that he's an isolated target, but there is no one there. He is all alone. Shuttle is in living. You have a player inside of the basement itself. You got a Conic inside the bomb side of Dining itself too. So XSET, they got most of the map controls slowly being gathered up. They got the sledge and they got the box, so tons of vertical destruction. Even if Yacht gets C4 and gets taken out, there's someone else to replace him. And destruction is something that I wanted to highlight. Last time that XSET attacked Kitchen, their first 2 deaths were both on those soft breachers. Finka isn't necessarily a soft breacher, but she's got the nades available to her, and you lost the buck early on. Well, guess what? In this case, you've got so much soft destruction available. A sledge, a buck, an ash. You've got the breaches on Kino. You actually don't need a hard breach outside of that ace for this site. You're going to want to open up the wall, maybe pantry wall, maybe kitchen wall, wherever you want to go. And there goes the first Selma from Kino. So we'll get a good idea of where this execute is going to be. There's still quite a bit of roam presence from Astralis. 35 seconds are left in the round. Gomez creeping up towards Memorial. Shuttle is off-site, well far removed from any possible altercation. Gomez is assessing if the bomb site is free. He has no intel. He's just walking in blind, and he knows that there's nobody there. Is that Iconic playing over inside a pantry? Because Gomez has site control. Gomez has complete
site control. But where is the supporting cast of XSET? They are not close enough to be able to help. They run right in. They don't see Iconic in this position, but XSET win their fights. Both Iconic and DP Fire to fall. Shuttle now boxed out. J90 comes back. He's the only hope. He has to stop the diffuser before it goes down, but they kill him before he can even get into the bomb site. XSET had control, and they completely pummel Astralis on the retake.
Gomez is walking on inside, be like, where is everybody? And yeah, sure, J90 was in laundry, Iconic was in pantry, but nobody was on the bomb site itself. Shuttle was playing cat and mouse earlier in the round with Gomez as well, kind of chasing him from that piano hallway. But it was Gomez who read the situation better, walked into the side. Shuttle had no clue what was happening in that cat and mouse chase, lost track of his target, and then all of a sudden they're just on the bomb site and they're about to plant. 3-3 split. With the attacker bans that we saw with the Dogebi, the Osa, and Wamai on the defense, meaning Thatcher is open. We didn't see Thatcher being played, sure. We didn't. Well, not really. But we also didn't really see the likes of Kaid being used, so there's no real reason to play the Thatcher. In this very opening round from XSET, however, they've changed up the game. Triple wall is triple reinforced, whereas Astralis always left the far left one open to play aggressive. Then they play the mute and they play the Kaid to deny those walls, and unless Astralis finds out this information with the drones, they're gonna go in blind with no Thatcher unless they attack or repick it. It'll be J90 going from Jackal onto Ying, but that's the only adaptation that they make, and that is not going to necessarily directly help you with the issue of the triple wall being denied. Had to see what they do with the Ying though. She does have 4 Candelas now, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen. She got a buff in the most recent patch a few days ago, from 3 Candelas to 4, but flash duration slightly reduced.
Which is a nerf to her Candelas. So
yes,
a lot of people have speculated online that the changes to the Candela have actually made her a weaker operator. And I don't know if you'd agree with that, because you are now not as, what's the word for it? There's less wiggle room. You have to be more precise with when you pounce on the Candelas because the flash duration is lower, which means that the defenders can fight back much quicker.
I mean, essentially, you nerfed her and you buffed her in 2 different ways, right? You gave her 1 more Candela, but every Candela is a little bit weaker. And you can also argue that if you have 6 projectiles, because 4 Candelas, 2 smoke grenades, you are really good against Jaeger, you're really good against Homai. You can clear both of them single-handedly if you want to. And honestly, with how pro-efficient pro players are with Ying, I would say it's a buff.
Oh, and here comes the rush. 1 minute into the round, and the starting sound is always those Candelas, but XSET are waiting for it, and they greet Astralis with open arms. J90 sees Diaz paralyzed and blind, but not from the Candelas, just from lack of vision. Spirits answers back onto J90. XSET emerging from that first bit, not unscathed, but in very good shape. They find another to add to their tally, leaving DP Fire as the last player from Astralis. In a 1v4, DP Fire is on the roof with 90 seconds left. Astralis have not called a timeout yet. XSET called it at the end of the 4th round, and they won every round since. Those 2 rounds, and it certainly seems like they're going to be able to do it again. Astralis might not need to burn a timeout if they just want DP Fire to wait. Picks up a kill on the Gomez, but it could be completely inconsequential. He'll open up a window, and certainly seems like he's trying to kill some time, but is not as absent-minded an affair as we tend to see from teams that know that we've lost the round. Let's talk to the coach. Let's talk to ourselves. We don't need to talk to the coach just yet.
Often in these situations, you'll see other players from the team of this, of DP Fire talk to each other, while DP just kind of walks around and does his thing, gets some exit kills, impactless kills essentially to add to the tally of the scoreboard. But pretty much everybody in the server knows that this round is going to be over in favor of XSET because of the 3 versus 1 with no info, no drones, and no teammates from DP Fire to help him out. So unless XSET literally throws their bodies at him, they should be in the back for XSET.
He knows where they are. A 1v3 is definitely winnable, but in this particular circumstance, with walls closed, no information, no secondary utility other than 3 breaches, it's all but impossible because it would require a calamitously bad performance from XSET, throwing their brains out of their skulls onto the ground and then squishing them, squishing all the little bits of brain for them to lose. But guess what? They don't do that. XSET plays it well. They engage on DP Fire. They take the round. And now they've won 3 in a row. XSET with the first lead, Nick, since all the way back in round number 1.
Yep. And that's the one thing that I was afraid when I saw XSET roster was lack of leadership, not questionable, but a lot of people had questions about Bodega's credibility, I guess, and what he could make work with the roster that he had, because you don't have a lot of experienced players necessarily. But the exit that we saw in the first week and two of the NAL Stage 1 versus the exit that we've seen the last couple of weeks, night and day difference. This does not look like a completely new roster with young players, without a solid leader, without a solid IGL who has tons of experience, a Canadian or a super, if you will. But they look really solid. They look like they have synergy. They play well off one another. They refrag, they trade. And in the 1 versus 3s and the 1 versus 2s, they have so much more discipline now than just a few weeks ago. So the progress of this roster and what they've been able to do, and same thing really goes for Astralis, even though they made much less changes than the likes of XSET, it is very impressive to watch. And I think these two teams right here is a massive reason as to why the current stage of NAL has been so competitive and so tight on most fronts. Beastcoast as well, credit to them. Every team looks so good. I mean, even Mirage got a win today over Beastcoast, so it's like anything's really possible.
The Mirage result was especially stunning, and sorry to spoil it for those of you that have not watched all of the VODs back, but I will say the amount of new talent making their debut in the NAL this season is very high. It feels like almost a third of the league is either brand new or playing on a brand new team. And even just from the squads that have qualified for Charlotte, if XSET qualifies by beating Astralis, you've got 4 players on Astralis who've never gone to a major before. You've got Dream and Newers on OXG, and then on this squad, you'd have Gomez and Diaz, who would be going to a major for the first time. Every single NA team qualified, if XSET wins today, will have at least 2 brand new players making their debut. That really just goes to show you that there is tons of talent in North America, and that for probably the first time since we've followed Challenger League, there is a genuine benefit to these teams playing as much as they are and improving to the point where they can play at such a competitive level.
Certainly. Great impact, great deny from Spirits there. The first summon just goes out, but it won't matter too much because while that happens, there is no support from Spirits. Therefore, Forrest just walks on in from Astro from Bathroom, gets a free kill. Goma turns it back, Jane on the board. Jackal, that is, so roam clear will be more difficult. Secondary shotgun as well gets removed, but you got Shuttle on the sledge, you got breaching charges on both DP Fire and Forest as well, so tons of verticality available from the side of Astralis. No massive losses. It's 4v4. Either team can still claw this back. 2 C4s next set. Keep an eye on those, because if one of those C4s can find a kill, that could be a great way for XSET to get back into the round.
Looked like good drone work to figure out Spirits' position on that wall, by the way, and know that he was playing all on his own, and when you can isolate him and go for an early pick, why don't you? I think losing J9O is quite damning. He's been the best performer in terms of gun duels and has been thriving off of his own abilities, not necessarily being droned in. His own abilities got him killed. It leaves us with 40 seconds, XSET the lead, and the numbers in a 4v4. Tons of soft destruction happening above the bomb site. We remind you that it's a kitchen defense. Shuttle doesn't know where to go. There's a player holding at the bottom of Astronomy stairs that he will have to contend with at some point. Yaga also lurks in the basement, and that avenue to get back is a part of where Shuttle is watching. Nade goes down and hits Diaz. Kino comes into the place of his fallen comrade. Toxic Canister goes out, but everybody from Astralis is dying. The mid-round and late round for XSET so good. Diffuser planted, and immediately Forrest and Iconic will get out of dodge. That leaves the 3 players from XSET to retake. They have to get on the diffuser. This is where things will get very tough for them because they don't know where they are. Gomez gets chased off from above. Forrest dueling with Yaga. Kino comes in for a burst of aggression, and it's Iconic with a big double play at the end of the round to give Astralis the what do you even want to call it? The edge?
The edge?
Because these two teams have just been so back and forth, and the rounds have been so back and forth that you can literally flip Doa's coin with 20 seconds left and have no idea which team is going to win.
It looks so one-sided for a brief moment, but then it really turns a page, and it's like, okay, now it's really one-sided the other way because of 4 versus 2, but now it's 2 versus 2, and then all of a sudden, you see Iconic rappel up to that master bedroom balcony, open up the window, drop back down, walk into launch, kill both the 2 last players from the side of XSET, and save the round for Astralis. Somehow, some way, Iconic always finds a path, and once again, he only had 2 kills in that previous round. He found 2 more, doubling those to 4. And this is why some kills are massively impactful and some kills are impactless. Those 2 kills Iconic just got saved around. Massive impact kills. The exit frags, we saw DP Fire get now 1 versus 4. Not so impactful because that round didn't end up mattering with those kills that went in his favor. So 4-4 tied up once again. We are going to Aviator Games room. We are also extending in similar fashion of that Astralis did when they were on the defense. Triple wall being double reinforced, and the 3rd wall is soft. Once again allowing that aggression in towards Master Bedroom, making it more difficult to attack. Jungle Gate being brought every single round so far for Astralis as J90 wants to keep up that roam clear experience, keep up the secondary shotgun, the smoke grenades, and just keep finding openings for his team and himself, as he has been doing so far. The one thing XSET kinda missed out on previously on the roam was that there wasn't enough roamers. There was a single player, he got flanked, he died. That was a crime. This time it's Yogg and Spirits playing together, and that's gonna bode a lot better for them because Forest can just sneak on in. Hopefully, at least.
Well, you never know. I mean, it's happened before. Exploiting the blind spots, as we call them. Well, this match so far has lived up to the billing, Nick.
Yes.
4-4. Looks like we're going to go the distance. It's a 7-4 across the board for every match today, which means that the team who wins the next round has to win the next 2 after
They have to win the game.
That's just the rules. We don't make the rules. We just follow them. In this case, the script has been written. So whoever wins the next round wins the game, obviously. That's just how it works.
Obviously. C4 got tossed out, didn't do any damage. It's a much slower round from Astralis. XSET as well, also not really engaging in any combats or any fights anywhere in the map. Holding main stairs, holding 90, holding on for their dear life as Yogg gets shut down to a sliver of health. Astralis now is taking 90 control with a single player Forest on that office balcony. So this again is going to be a split attack, attacking from most, if not all, fronts, leaving XSET under fire.
Their focus is on that study portion of the map, but all the players from XSET who are defending it are not in the actual room itself. They're far enough back. Yaga can't really engage in a duel unless he just wins a one-shot because of how low he is. He's still firing away either way. First kill goes to XSET. They've been mighty strong in getting these very first picks. They are... It's quite lopsided in regards to how these 2 teams are stacking up early on. And even though you see Yaga on that low HP, as was mentioned, he can play a little bit farther back. Miss Nade almost claims the ace of DP Fire and could have claimed a Selma as well. There goes the Adrenal Surge, and the Finka walks right in. Down goes Spirits, and there's more as Iconic continues to fire away. How do you even combat that when it's just a bullet hose firing and spewing as much munition at you as possible? A 3v3. Yaga's still on low HP. Gomez still on low HP. There's a Banshee going off. They know that there's going to be a push from this Astralis team inside of Study. They burst into the bomb site. Gomez with a Nitro Cell gets tossed out. Is it shot in midair because it doesn't go off? Iconic picks up kill number 3, kill number 4, and he gets them all! Iconic with the ace. And Astralis takes round number 9.
All right, so early on that round, right before they executed, Iconic was reloading with 55 bullets left. I was like, Iconic, what are you doing? You're not going to need that many bullets. And to be honest, he didn't. But he made use of each and every single one he fired. He got all 5 kills in the round, entering from Study Balcony, cleaning top main and the main stairs itself, then covers the planter, probably shot the C4 midair as well, and single-handedly, it's at least in the kill department, wins Astralis a round. And now Iconic all of a sudden finds himself at the TVD top of the mountain of kills, going 9-6 for the side of Astralis. And that's going to leave XSET in the gutter. That was a round that you arguably coulda, woulda, shoulda won, but you didn't. And that might just cost you. And now, of course, the script now says it's an Astralis W because 7-4 has to happen, Parker.
If there's any match that's going to flip the script, it has to be this one. I mean, we already had Mirage and Beastcoast flip the script earlier, Nick, but this one right here should absolutely change it. And XSET putting up quite a fight. In terms of opening picks, by my count, they have 6 of the 9 rounds with the first pick. Now, some of those were quick trades, but XSET on a number of rounds, they get the first pick, they get the second. Astralis still holds true. That previous round, yeah, they get the first pick, but then they just got absolutely smothered by Astralis' aggression. Came through Study, and then broke inside of Aviator. You can't rely on Iconic to get an ace every single round, of course not. And it was J90 to clutch earlier on. Forest had some pivotal rounds before that. So both of these teams showing off the depth of their rosters, and there's a good reason why both of them might be qualified for Charlotte by the end of the day, depending on how XSET plays the next couple rounds.
It's very true. And the individual performance from Astralis outshining the team performance of XSET so far. Not by much, it's 5-4, it's very close still. XSET still putting down some pieces of utility, moving that back and forth as they are figuring out exactly where Astralis are coming from. It will be a study over, so a roam clear from Astralis. And the one thing that is going to cost them is that they start on the master bedroom side. They have to sprint all the way to office balcony, then start droning. And that's why you see DB Fire only entering the first room a full minute into the round. So, unless Astralis, doesn't fast clear this, which they definitely are, XSET can kind of play around the time essence here. Gomez downstairs to the mute has put down a C4. He pops it, does a little bit of damage, but that's it. If even that. Still 2 C4s to go.
Yeah, I was going to say, they're not really hurting for them yet. There is denial here in those 2 C4s, but also the Goyo canisters from Yaga.
Good job.
Diaz hasn't used either of his Electric Claw just yet. I wonder if that's deliberate to either try and juggle onto that triple panel wall, or if maybe he thinks that there could be a play from another direction and then throw the Electric Claw out there. But one Electric Claw can cover all 3 of those walls, so just kind of throw some doubt into my own theory.
Yeah, I think in a perfect world here for XSET, you'd have to use those Electric Claws because the rotation from Astralis will come out. There you see the Electric Claw get tossed out. But it's a little bit too late, and the Selma charge rather actually destroys the claw in the process of exploding up the wall. And that now puts XSET and Spirits in a rather difficult position. Sure, Yogg and Diaz, they have 1 C4 each, but they're not really in a particularly great position to utilize those. Like, sure, Yogg is down below, but the information game is running low, and so is the time at 35 seconds, and Forrest walking in.
And here's Astralis just to breach into the bomb site. 2 kills to their name, 1 from XSET. Astralis continuing to hit their marks, leaving just Diaz with 1 HP. He's got 1 kill. He'll add a second to it. A third? Maybe 4. How many more can he get? 2 players from Astralis, but J90 has been downed. So Diaz to clutch just needs the kill shuttle, and he'll do just that. XSET and Diaz in particular with an inhuman effort. He doesn't know that he's downed. He gets the kill for it anyway. Just like that. They look over towards the Astralis bench, but goodness gracious, XSET, they equalize yet again. There will be no 7-4 scoreline, as we will need all 12 rounds to settle this. That's a 5th round to tie Astralis for XSET.
And Diaz only had a single kill, by the way, until that Cloud Champion. Now he's sitting on 5 kills instead. Technically, he only got 3 of those 4 kills because Sophia was injured, and it wasn't by him, I don't believe. But yeah, Diaz had a slow start to this game. But in that single moment, he wins the round for his team, finding the clutch, finding the 1v3 with a little bit of help on that injured Sophia. Beautiful stuff.
Really beautiful stuff. This is what we've seen from these teams, the clutch potential.
Yeah.
They're just fireworks. If you didn't watch Astralis this year, if you haven't watched XSET this year here in North America, you have missed out on some exhilarating games, especially XSET, really. XSET, after, like I said, after those 2 losses, they have been on fire since then and have looked so dominant. They started off by 7-0ing the Soniqs, then they 7-1 Parabellum, they 7-3 Beastcoast, they 7-2 Mirage, and then they 7-5 DZ. Okay, now you're starting to get up against the top teams.
Yep.
Fair enough. And then XSET finish off against OXG next week. But they are also going up against the top team, and if XSET prevail here, they'll either do so in regulation, 7-5, or they're going to need overtime to do it. They are still being consistent, and they are, no matter who their opponent is, they are showing why that consistency has put them in 3rd place.
I could be wrong, but I believe an overtime loss or victory for XSET puts them into the major as well. I'm not sure. You can double check that on production camp, but
we'll crunch the numbers.
I'm pretty positive that's the case, actually.
Yeah, are you?
So XSET are still fighting, and they will keep on fighting to the bitter end. Astralis, of course, are going to match that energy as we've seen so far. Neither team is not trying. Neither team is giving up. Both teams want this victory. You can even see for Astralis, they can have a hand in XSET not qualifying for the major, just like Mirage kind of played a part in that of Beastcoast earlier today. So if you don't play for yourself, play to mess with others.
An overtime loss would put them at 16 points. If Spacestation defeats DarkZero in overtime next week, and XSET loses their match against OXG in regulation, all 3 teams will be tied with 16 points. So then it'll come down to the round differential and then head-to-heads as well. XSET lost the head-to-head to Spacestation, but beat DarkZero. So that's something that the admins can work out, but it would be an interesting 3-way tie. Again, this, of course, what needs to happen is XSET needs to win here and then also beat OXG in order to get to the major. But we'll see. Will 1 point be enough for them to clinch? Well above my pay grade.
I believe it is, because they have plus 16 round score. Either
Well,
way.
I mean, round differentials fluctuate. If they get 7-0'd.
That's okay, if they get 7-0, then maybe. But XSET's too good to get 7-0, you know, Parker? 5-5 against Astralis right now. Had a good game against...
Nice shot. That's an NS in the chat right
That's
there.
an NS in the chat, yeah.
That's an NS in the chat right there. First kill goes to XSET yet again. They are formidable at the start of the rounds. Astralis significantly better through the mid portion of the round. We are already towards the end of the round, by the way, because there's only 50 seconds left.
Yeah. Now the whole things that happens as you see the first kill happen in around a minute or so, give or take. And now XSET, they realize, well, maybe it's time to get back upstairs and get back to the bomb site and dining because time is ticking down and surely Astralis are going to press that go button soon. Well, it's actually Spirit who pressed that go button, trying to get back downstairs and he falls.
That's a care package dropped right into the laps of Astralis. But watch your feet, lads. You've got both a Capkin and a Legion on the board. With how little time is left in this round, Astralis could very easily run into these traps, and it would be their undoing. They need to burst into this kitchen bomb site. As they do so, they're greeted by the guns of XSET. Down goes Shuttle to Gomez. Iconic with 1. J90 traded out. Iconic taken out in Memorial, leaves Forest in a 1v3, and that's it. It becomes a 1v2, but he doesn't have a ton of time, and he needs to pick both targets. Could he find the Capkin? No, he does, but it's Yaga to prevail in the gun battle. And XSET at least guarantee themselves overtime, if not outright victory. They sit on 6 rounds. They sit on match point. And it prompts Astralis to take a timeout.
Oh, I think this is like the perfect time, you know, talk it through and guarantee that OT for your team if you're call out here. Try and talk it through what you think the problems are. What do you think the weaknesses that you see standing behind these players, the comms that you're listening to as well. Maybe it's just calming down the nerves. Now, I'll say this. Astralis shouldn't have too many of those nerves, but as I said earlier, they definitely are here to win and here to play, and this timeout confirms that. They're not just going to let this match point situation, or rather overtime situation, be an issue for them. They're going to talk it through, go in with confidence, and hopefully get it back to a 6-6 scoreline.
I feel like eventually, if you play a match where you keep surrendering that first pick, it's going to catch up to you.
Yeah.
It really is. And with XSET having the advantage time after time after time at the start of the round, yeah, you can credit that Astralis is a great team mid-round through the tail end of the round, but constantly putting yourself at a disadvantage, constantly losing a key component of either your attack or defense is just unsustainable.
It is.
And it catches up to you.
It's arguably the one thing where Astralis is showing a weakness in this entire matchup. That is the opening kill. And to be fair, their conversion rate of stopping XSET from winning the rounds where they are playing 4v5 is quite impressive. But imagine how good Astralis could be in this matchup if they weren't playing 4v5 almost every single round.
Right.
It's definitely worth talking about. Goyo being brought again on AV seems to be more preferable by most teams in comparison to Tashanka because of the streamer launcher having to, you know, weapon swap and you're vulnerable and stuff that you mentioned earlier.
We only saw one round of the Tashanka too.
Yeah. Then people kind of give up on it. You know what? We can't shoot back. It's not fun.
I think there was more damage done to the Astralis players as well. I think it was DP Fire that ended up getting a Molotov landing in his lap.
Yep. It happens. It happens.
And then Forrest died early. We didn't get to see the full brunt of the force when it comes to Tachanka.
See Forrest though with the attack of repick picking up that Twitch. That could be a direct correlation to the fact that they know Goyo's on the board. Twitch can explode those canisters. It can trigger the fire and get rid of those after those 20 seconds. Helps it ADS clear, etc. as well. And that's 5 damage to the body. And there we go. Fire has been cleared. 1, that fire clears 2. Good value.
Huge use of that Twitch drone and great value out of a single gadget. With the way that this defense is set up and XSET are stacked up, Astralis are likely going to want to just get some of the pressure that the defenders are putting on this study part of the map off. They're going to want to take out the player sitting on main stairs. But more than anything, I think the easiest path for Astralis is to go through Vault. Attack through the back of the bomb sites and then fight towards Model. But look at who gets the very first opening pick. It's XSET. They take down Iconic. That's a set of nades. The only set of nades on the side of Astralis gone, and the Finca gone, all because of one play from XSET.
It's also your... It's your Clutch King Iconic, the man who earlier on got the ace on the entry, on the opening for his team. That means that J9O, Shuttle, Force, and DP5, they gotta step up to this challenge because it is match point for XSET. You just called the timeout, you lose the opening kill, but Force is on the bomb site.
I'm a little
He
lost
has
for
diffuser.
words. I'm at a loss for words. There he goes. DP Fire's here on the cross. Spirits is dead neat. They don't know he's there. Now they have the intel. DP Fire has to fall off. J9O, the next one to get beaten up. It's a down on Aquino. XSET in trouble as they hunt the diffuser. Astralis mere seconds away from sending us to overtime. J9O finishes off Kino, so the two warm bodies for XSET will filter into the bomb site and be greeted by the aggression from Forrest, who found the opening, walked in, got the diffuser down. A one-man army, and with it, Astralis guarantee themselves at least a single point. They're taking XSET to overtime.
That is probably one of the only times in the world where I would like to see the guy who's solo in the bomb site also have the diffuser, because let's imagine Forrest did not have the diffuser there. That puts Astralis in a very different position, because once Forrest finds that kill, he can't do anything with it. He can stay in the bomb site and fight alone, or he can leave the bomb site and then try and get back in. But because Forrest happened to have the diffuser as well, a massively high-risk play from Astralis, he can plant immediately after getting the kill and allow DP Fire on that red window rappel to cover him and set up a crossfire in a decent post-plant position. And Astralis, they take the round because of it. Now we're in OT, 6-6 dining. XSET stays in defense, Astralis stays on the attacking side. Not much changes in that department. Gapkin also on the menu, as we've seen a couple of rounds in a row now.
Yeah, this is a lineup that XSET liked here, as we talked about before. They're going to bring lots of slowing potential and gadgets that exist to be nuisances. All of those goo mines from Spirits, you've got the EDDs from Yaga, and then you've got the Banshees from Gomez. They're all going to slow down the advance. Now, last time XSET went to Kitchen, they prevailed. And they prevailed on what I believe was that late clutch with the diffuser planted. And they did a wonderful job. That's the one that forced Astralis to call the timeout. I could be misremembering the round, but I'm pretty sure. I don't know. It's just, this is one of those matches where it's been so unpredictable and so all over the place. That said, Astralis cannot surrender another opening pick first. In that last half, XSET got 5 of the 6 opening duels. They had an advantage all the time. Still, 2 of those rounds were won by Astralis, again proving that Astralis are the mid-round kings.
The mid-round kings. That they are. Guys, see DB5 using those summer charges. Impact when it goes out, denies it, but look at this. Shuttle walks on in and gets a kill, and a good trade from Spirits. But that's going to even back the numbers 4-4. Now, I would almost argue because it's Sledge that is going down, who also had grenades. Well, Gomez trading his life is actually probably worth it.
I mean, Gomez has been such a strong performer on this team. He's been roaming well. He's got great aim and has been out-dueling most of Astralis when it comes to just unhindered 1v1s. So I think both teams definitely do lose something. But the fact that it is a kitchen take and you've lost your premier soft destructor, I absolutely think that's higher value for XSET to kill the Sledge of Shuttle.
This is also why playing Claymores is not the greatest thing when you have breaching charges, because when you see TP5 and Ace and Force and Thatcher both bringing that breaching charge secondary gadget, losing the Sledge is not as big of a deal as it otherwise would be. And then, oh wait, no, that window gets rewarded. He's been there the entire round. And he finds Kino. That's smoke off the board, a massive player for the team here on this bomb side. York as a C4 has those Capcom traps. They might come and play later on in the round, but other than that, Diaz might just have to clutch it up again for his team.
That was a great play from him previously. Was it a 4K from Diaz? I think it was a quad for Diaz on that clutch when he was upstairs. Different bomb site, though. This is Kitchen, obviously, and that's one thing that the Sledge really helps with. Diaz now, as you talked about, he's being flushed out of his position. Forrest with diffuser in hand. He was successful in the previous round, and guess what? He's successful this round as well. Objective play going in favor of Astralis. Yaga heading back to the bomb site. There's a lot of targets for him to look at. And he tosses through the hole a nitro cell, but it goes off and doesn't do any damage whatsoever to J9O. The Jackal still sitting on those stairs. if you see Yaga go into the bomb site, he'll be greeted by Forest, but it's Yaga to win the duel before Iconic has his teammates back. Spirits to drop down through Laundry and head over towards the diffuser. He's got Diaz not too far off, but there's not a ton of intel for XSET. They are losing the plot and losing it quickly as Spirits only has a few seconds left to get on that diffuser. Ooh. Beautiful shot on the J9O. It's another, but guess what? The timer is your greater adversary, not a single player on XSET. The round goes to Astralis, and they're on match point.
It's a nasty shot from Spirits, but there is no time. Time runs out, and Astralis, they win the round as well, and they just keep walking. Force in particular just keeps walking in the bomb site in the middle of the rounds. Finds a kill, finds a plant, whichever. And it really is the biggest strength for Astralis this round, is Forest finding those gaps in the defensive side of XSET. But now we see a side swap coming out for the first time in a while, because the side that we saw in the second half was the same side we saw in OT. That meant that in the last 7 rounds, or 6 rounds, XSET has basically been on the defense, and for the first time in a while, they'll be on the attack instead. Opening kills keeps going, arguably in favor of XSET. Last round, sure, Astralis got the first kill.
I don't count that for Astralis.
It's like an immediate trade. Yeah. But technically speaking, Astralis did get the kill first.
Right.
But yeah, you are correct. It's like a fraction of a second. They trade back and forth. 2 kills come out. So we're currently figuring out exactly what this means for OT with the point breakdowns. We're getting you guys an update on that in just a second.
Tachanka is back on the menu.
Sure.
Our favorite Russian friend.
Favorite Russian friend.
With the Shumika launcher, the 14 Molotovs.
I think I like Capcan more, personally. I like me some Glass gameplay.
You don't need to pick a favorite.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I wasn't asking
you said favorite Russian first, but that's fine. Let's talk about my non-favorite operators then.
Finka is a Russian operator as well, even though she is CB.
I actually forget that sometimes.
Yes, you do. That's okay. I'm here to remind you.
Thank you.
This match has gone almost the distance, so can XSET pull it together? A victory, whether in relegation or regulation or in overtime for XSET, gives them enough points to go to Charlotte. It does not look like they clinch a spot with 1 point, but again, that's just what we've heard in terms of preliminary results. This same Flores drone to flush out the gadgetry on the study door goes off. Again, you got to think that that's a Banshee that's designed to slow you when you walk in. And there goes another as well. Just picking apart the pieces of this Astralis defense.
Yeah, that they have so far, and they're slowly clearing out utilities. Still a shield on top main. Try and breach the wall towards Vault here. It'll go out successfully because there is no Kite Claw on the wall. It'll only be on the one opposed of that one. And honestly, that's going to mean that Iconic has to get into a different position. You saw that rotating to top red instead, because side itself is way too vulnerable, way too exposed. XSET taking their time. They have grenades. They have 5 of them left. Can do a bunch of vertical damage. Forest playing on the top main stairs is going to be a problem for them. Gomez finds the entry once again on the master bedroom side, single-handedly taking down 1, but there is a second waiting as well.
Relatively ineffective roam that we've seen from Shuttle throughout most of Astralis' defenses, and this round is no different. He's just cannon fodder for XSET at this point, as Gomez is stat padding, 15 kills to his name. 3 players on XSET have actually broke double digits. At one point, Diaz was, I think, 1 in 5, and now he's caught up to 8 and 8. That's what you like to see, and again, the consistency of XSET that we talk about is on display on the right side of your screen. One of the beauties of Tachanka is that area denial. It works effectively at cutting off avenues for the attackers to get into the bomb site, and we just saw it there on the stairs. Those Molotovs being dumped out. Still 8 remaining for Forest, so he can blanket a path back to the bomb site. DP Fire swings on the Spirits, taken out as XSET suddenly comes alive, finding 2 kills to their name, and Forest and J9O are all that's left against this team of 4 on XSET. They lost Spirits, but that's okay. They're looking to push us to that 15th and pivotal round. Could this be the penultimate round between these two teams? Yes, it is. Both guns from XSET hit at the same time. Remarkable stuff from XSET. They do not want to go quietly into this good night. A 15th and final round between these teams. If XSET wins, they punch their ticket to the Charlotte Major.
Kino wrote, what a game, lads. And honestly, yeah, what a game it is. I want to say that the MVP of that particular round that we just saw has to be Gomez. He didn't do much, but it was honest work. He was on the master bedroom side alone, and he found one kill to open up the round, the entry. Sure. After that, that's kind of where the big value comes in. Astralis, they keep 2 players on the master bedroom side to try and stop Gomez from getting any further, and Gomez finds all 3 kills in total, takes master bedroom control, and wins a 1v3 effectively, leaving only 2 members from Astralis on the bomb side against 4 other XSET members. So not only did Gomez get the entry, but it took 3 people's attention, allowing the bomb side to be weak and vulnerable for XSET to exploit. Well done, Gomez. And yeah, he is now finding himself in 17 kills in this matchup. Final round, could break 20.
Could he?
Even Diaz brought it back from 1 and 5, as you mentioned, had a 1v4 clutch.
That's where it all started.
It was where it all started.
That's where it all started. He didn't get the down, but he got the confirm just outside of Statue. And now it's another Aviator defense, an extension by XSET over towards Trophy and Statuary, making an awful lot of noise. And with 10 seconds into the round, their gunfire is answered by Astralis' gunfire. Wonder what Yaga's going to eventually post up as that Valkyrie is. Astronomy Stairs, the end goal for Valkyrie before you get called back to the bomb site. In terms of actual bomb site defense, it's only Diaz in the confines of either A or B. Astralis had great success on this bomb site before with Forrest on Twitch, that Twitch drone taking out some of the Goyo canisters, and those fires will last for 20 seconds. But you can just wait. There's still plenty of time left. Over 2 minutes still into this round.
Twitch drones have got the ADS. Nate comes out. Gomez takes a bit of damage. No healing available on the defensive side of this XSET roster. No Thunderbird has really been played in this meta right now, so chip damage does have a lot of value. Yawk and Spirit still on the roam. Iconic finds the opening. That's Astralis getting a rare opening kill, but it's Iconic to do it again.
And it's Kino on the smoke, the first one to go down. Nitro Cell gets hucked out. Forrest cutting off sightlines inside a study. Those smokes in hand, waiting to get swung on, and Gomez does. He gets rewarded for it by an early grave. Over half the round to go. XSET trail in numbers by 2. Astralis looking to break the hearts of the XSET fans who so desperately want to win and so desperately want to make it to the major.
If you're XSET right now, you need to find a single member of Astralis, someone who's isolated somewhere on the map, because if you wait too long and they get the setup that they want, they can just start going into towards the bomb site. But Yawk finds the opening, it's shuttle once again. Arguably the weakest member for Astralis this matchup so far, keeps falling when his team needs him alive more than most. Yawk wants more, but it's Iconic.
The bomb site is completely empty right now, so XSET will have to play for the retake, and it's Spirits to collect a second kill for XSET. 3 more to be found. These teams battling to the death. Iconic is inside. The Goyo not too far off. Diaz will wait for the Finca to swing around the corner, but he's been held down, and there's suppressive fire that can come out from the LMG. There you go. Iconic goes in, takes damage in the process. Adrenal Surge to top him back up. Spirits can still be the kingmaker in his position, but he has to choose his target priorities correctly. Diffuser gets planted by Astralis, and they will wait out the Adrenal Surge with very limited utility left. This is just going to be a bare-knuckle brawl between the 2 teams. Waiting to get back into the bomb site. You see it. It's the Zofia. XSET trailing, and it'll go from bad to worse. Yaga will need to clutch in a 1v3, and he won't get it done. Astralis say, you got to wait another week as they continue their just reign of terror. 7-1 so far on the season, as it's a big victory over XSET. Well-deserved and hard fought by a scoreline of 8-7.
Match did not disappoint. We all said that this was like the match of the day. Obviously had big implications for the majors on those final few spots that we have left. And 7-8, an ace, a 1v4 clutch, a 1v3 clutch, multiple plans, sneak into bomb sites. The game delivered on all fronts, and we also see it now between XSET and Astralis. Hawks, handshakes, respect between one another. Understand that that was a good game of Rainbow Six Siege. We can be proud of that one.
Absolutely. Both teams really leaving it all on the line. Not really a bad performance from anybody. Players coming in, making their contributions felt in terms of drone work, in terms of roaming, in terms of time management. And the way that both teams juggled objective play worked out so well. There's an awful lot to dive into with that match. You can talk about the way that the opening depths broke down, Nick. You can talk about the mid-round adaptations from Astralis. You can talk about how XSET did that as well. XSET playing in the mid-round when they were on defense, letting Astralis waltz in, and then trying for the retake, which can be quite a tough thing to do. Both teams showing why they are among the top of the North American League. XSET proving that, guess what? It wasn't just a flash in the pan. That said, we're done with our matches for today. We want to hear from the winning team, so we'll have Astralis up to talk to them in an interview, but before we get there, a short break. We'll be right back.
Go dummy, go beast on them. I go beast. Go deep, I OD on them. I OD. Apply pressure, put heat on them. Put that 500 degrees on them. 500 degrees. Go dummy, go beast on them. I go beast. Go deep, I OD on them. I OD. Apply pressure, put heat on them. Put that 500 degrees on them. 500 degrees. Countdown, levitate. Going up, elevate. Watch me demonstrate. On time, never late. I grind, celebrate. No pump fake, hesitate. I've been scoring every day. Champagne Perrier. Since 9-3, been in the box, now stepping up to home. Like straight out the sandlot, now I'm plotting on the globe. I work hard, I show love, that calm and steady growing. Got this far, I go hard, let God take control. I was starving skinny, now my weight up, got no energy for haters. See you trying, see you later. See you later.
The bar raising, we keep moving it up. And no surprises here, they knew it was us. Apologies if I was doing too much, but I always came through in the clutch. An off game don't mean I'm losing my touch. And no excuses, I ain't using a crutch. Apologies if I was doing too much, but I always came through in the clutch.
I need all the wins, yeah. Ain't no L's, I gotta get it, no call and quits, yeah. Gotta keep on moving no matter how hard it gets, yeah. Better move out the way, cause I'm coming with harder hits. My head is as hard as a brick, but I'm harder than all it is. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. You better move, you might get knocked out, knocked out. My heart on my sleeve. Shield my greed. That's how I get it. Success ain't no giving. Some days I don't eat, I don't sleep. When I'm focused, I'm dangerous. Down, wonder when I'm anxious. Ain't no limit till I tank. I'm running on fumes. The opposition don't amaze. The roads racing through the pavement. Get your hands out of my bag. I know this because I've been in it. I don't need to brag. I guess that's what happens when you taking care of your business. But some family, you do the math. I'm out of my pocket. Houston, we got a problem. I ain't perfect. Let them watch me elevating. Got them nauseous cause I'm the pilot in the cockpit. Nose diving in the house and woo. Watch how I get ahead. Watch how I get ahead. Watch how I get ahead. Woo. Watch how I set it up, bet you I shut it down, watch how I get a win. I don't think they really wanna come against the winner, got a finger run up in on a grenade. I ain't never been there when you think you compare to my line, but the winner.
Welcome back to the Rainbow Six North American League. Doa Stokes and Jacob here with you at the desk, and over in Las Vegas, we have the major bound, the winning in overtime, Astralis team member Iconic. He's over there. How you doing, man? Are you feeling like vengeance? The whole squad's behind you. How are you feeling, though?
I mean, we're feeling good. Just got out of a battle with XSET. That was a great game. Long series. Those guys are great. Great to see them doing well. And I hope I see them at the major.
I think you probably will.
Yeah, I mean, well I didn't realize we were so quickly jumping into our questions, but I mean, Iconic, I got one question for you and one question only, man. You have been grinding for this for so unbelievably long. Like, I mean, I remember at a time when your name was Zeusys and you were still working to try and get to pro play. You're finally where you want to be, but you haven't gotten to achieve a major victory just yet. Are you excited for what's about to happen?
I mean, obviously I'm excited, but in no way am I satisfied. I feel like this season has only like kind of reinvigorated us as a team, and we're just working harder to just be the best that we can.
Y'all haven't had any additional LAN experience aside from what you've been able to accomplish in the North American League so far. It's a crazy achievement. If you had to like go around like the circle with everybody, how excited would you say the whole team is now that you're finally confirmed to go to your first international event?
I mean, obviously the whole team is just very excited to go out to Charlotte and just kind of represent the Astralis name and just play Siege, and I feel like it's going to be a great time for everyone.
Definitely should be. I've got one more question before we let you and everybody else behind you go. It kind of looks like you're set up to sort of like be piloting a mech like Voltron style over there. So my question to you is, what piece of the mech are you? Are you the head? And then what piece of the mech is each other member of the team?
I mean, I feel like we're all the head. We're every part.
I'll be the head.
Team, like,
you can be the head, but you have to pick the other ones.
I mean, I feel like we're just different, so that's it. I feel like we're all the head. Everything just works so well with these guys, so I'm just happy to be on this team.
Just a mech made of a pile of heads. All right, well that's a great mental image, but a great performance as well from you, Iconic, and from Astralis. Congrats on the win. Looking forward to seeing you in the major. Looking forward to seeing your last game next week. Have a good one.
Thank you. You guys have a great one.
Oh,
and Forrest is back. He like ducked down. He kind of did like the stairs thing, I guess, you know. But
I think you confused him. I thought somehow he didn't know what like mech. Suddenly, like what?
He was going down to be like one of the legs or something, maybe. I'm not sure. You know,
he's just trying to slip out of there.
Sometimes it's fun to throw one at them that they're not expecting. You know?
Yeah, no, absolutely. For real, dude. Like the fact that this Astralis roster is going. I mean, the story of Forrest and Call Out for me is like you just jumped onto the squad. You're immediately going back to international competition, knowing how long they've been grinding for is like. That to me is ridiculous. How long it's been for this group of guys to finally get there. It feels so good. Obviously, the DG core back when it was first getting built up, like the overall efforts that this team has put into everything. I feel like a proud dad. These guys are fantastic.
I feel you on that one, Jacob. I've got goosebumps just seeing them stand here. It's like, oh, I feel like such a proud father. It's like, you go boys, you be greats. And I mean, they
were great. Look at those numbers.
Exactly. Look at these stats. I mean, Astralis. You can't exactly say they took it to XSET because, I mean, my God, XSET played a heck of a game. But if anything, I would just say this. It was a great game by both of them. I'm very happy that we had it as one of our last play days because this was probably the most action-packed game that we've had the entirety of the NAL.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Probably my favorite one of the stage so far. And I mean, no doubt, like both these teams are going to be big threats at the major.
Mm-hmm. Oh, absolutely.
Here's the thing. You just said both teams are big threats to the major.
I did.
Here's how this works. The tiebreaker in this matchup was round differential overall, but it was also points. Beastcoast losing to Mirage meant that if this game went to overtime, things got a little bit more complicated. The fact that this game went to 8-7, regardless of who ended up winning, means that it gives Astralis 2 more points, but it also means that one additional point that XSET were able to pick up confirms them as well for the major in Charlotte. So 3 NA representatives are up there. Oxygen, Astralis, and XSET. Did we ever think after the relegation loss that XSET, the organization, suffered just a couple months ago, that they'd be going to international competition? No, true, but the name is no longer a laughing stock. They're no longer the Jacksonville Jaguars. These guys are bringing themselves out of the fold, and they're now going to Charlotte. So hey, even in a loss, congratulations, boys. You did everything you needed to do.
That's what happens when you pick up a 5-star quarterback. That's what I'm saying. I mean, they pick up Forrest, all of a sudden they're playing well. You can say the same thing for XSET. Both of them just making fantastic roster moves, and it's paid off massive dividends. I'm so happy that NA is where it is right now.
Absolutely. I mean, we're going to see a performance for sure at the major with this region. Hopefully. We'll see. I don't want to get our hopes up too high. I am who I am. Right?
Start the hopium right now.
I'm sorry, I can't allow that. I'm too realistic. But you know what? Let's take a look at one of the rounds from this series. There were so many good rounds to watch, but one in particular stars our man Iconic that we just interviewed. He got an amazing ace in round 9, and just a great round. Let's take a look at that.
I was really kind of hoping that we'd end up seeing this one mostly because if Astralis won, it would have been the tail of the tape, so to speak. But look at Iconic. We're just going to watch him the whole time. Run right into Study and then 2 kills immediately. We were saying go Gadget LMG, and he had 2 kills from Study all the way to the very top of the staircase, and now he needs additional cover. It pinches both Yaga and Gomez back behind the bar. Fire goes off, which means they don't have a way to really cross back over, and they've got Diaz right next to them. All 3 members of XSET are in the same room, which provides Astralis the clearance necessary to get right into games, or sorry, into Aviator and plant right away. Nitrocell shot, iconic technically. He saves his entire team by shooting that one player, and then all 3 kills at the very end culminates in an ace for King Iconic, and oh, look at that, they're going to the major now.
Yeah, you know, usually the man with the longer stick swings harder, and that's exactly what we saw. This stick just so happened to have quite a few bullets attached to it. That's the biggest thing. So some crazy stuff there.
What weapon is this you're talking about?
Don't worry about it.
You've never heard that phrase, sir?
The giant
Midwestern?
Stokes bullet stick?
I guess so.
Speak softly and carry a massive drum mag.
The boomstick. I mean, so many different sticks, Stoa.
So many different sticks. That's right. I couldn't have said it better myself.
Sticks.
That's right. Well, let's take a look at the standings because we've been talking about this a little bit already. We want to see it in front of us. Of course, we do have 3 teams confirmed to go to Charlotte, to go to that major. 1 yet remains. Will it be DarkZero? Will it be Spacestation? We will find out next week.
Oh, man, so close yet so far. Beastcoast came into today really thinking that they were going to have a free one, but Mirage makes them pay. Regardless of what happens to, next week, there is no possibility for Beastcoast to eke out of this spot. They can get up into 5th, but there's no chance of 4th place. Astralis, Oxygen, and XSET are going, and the final spot culminates between DarkZero and SSG, and they just so happen to play one another.
That is going to be an incredible game.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Winner goes.
For many reasons.
Yeah, terribly inconvenient for them, but it's so great for every fan of Rainbow Six Siege.
You know, it's good for us, but man, you got a little bit of a grudge match going on there. Both teams, I feel like, are at very comparable places strength-wise right now. It's going to be really sick for sure. Yeah.
It also does matter on standings as well. Even though it might not seem like if you're XSET or Astralis or actually that you really have anything else to play for, we're talking seeding now because seeding does matter. You're in 4 best-of-1 groups. You're playing double round robins when you get to Charlotte. So if you get first place, then you're up against a 2nd, 3rd, and 4th seed from all of the other regions because the groups themselves can't have 2 of the same region in the same group.
Yeah.
So if you manage to get first place, theoretically you're facing some slightly weaker opponents, again, because all the regions will culminate. It might be a little bit different, but still, you want to get the highest seed possible. So whoever finishes first has the best odds, and between DarkZero and Spacestation, there's also a chance they may be able to crack into the 3rd seed depending on the score from that game. So we'll see.
Yeah,
absolutely. Well, we have to crown an MVP from our last game, and it's time to do that. Any guesses?
Honestly, I have no idea who it could potentially be. There was so many big plays from so many names in this game.
Kansan was doing really, really well in that game against SSG, to be fair. I think he posted like a 1.6 rating or something. It wouldn't shock me if it was Kansan. I think Iconic obviously comes to mind again in this game.
Melted could be a good option.
Could be Melted, yeah. You want to give the MVP to Mirage? I feel like that's a really good way to end their week.
Yeah.
Well, let's find out.
Drum roll.
I'm ready to see it. I'm done waiting.
It's
Chala. Okay.
Completely caught off guard with that one.
You had a great day.
Yeah, exactly, and that's what we were talking about earlier. There were
Yeah.
so many people that had fantastic days today, and for Chala especially, it was great to just see him bounce back in such a convincing way. A 2.0 KD, 82% cost, even got in on the opening bloods as well, Noah.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's a stellar performance from TSM, and we haven't gotten to say that sentence very often this stage. So it is, and we did talk to Bolo a little bit after that map. He kind of broke down, what his thoughts were on what was happening with them this stage and all that. And so they know what's going on. They know where they're at. It sounds like their heads are in the right places as far as, all right, let's buckle down, use this extra time that we have to get back in shape, come back strong in stage 2.
Feels good for Chala to have a performance like that. We understand the clutch potential he has on this team. I still remember that one time he couldn't get that chunk of like ace at one point during a major. He was so close. This team is having a good bounce back, I think, with that victory. It's not something that you can really resurrect for the stage, but I'm just sorry that TSM wasn't able to do anything substantial. The first stage that you're with us, the reigning world champs.
Do you not remember what he said at the
What the heck, man?
It's your fault. You did this.
I'm sorry. The history in other games sometimes kind of comes through. I don't have any control over this. I am just the vessel of esports. I don't know if it's like
the coin's problem.
So when do your opinions start? Because you got this coin, everything else is just following you. Dory, do you just hang out here and things happen, or?
Yeah, that's basically my whole career. You nailed it. Yeah, I hang out. And things happen. That's right. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing.
Most definitely, most definitely. I mean, we've really appreciated your time on the desk, even if it is cursing TSM. But luckily enough, they're starting to bounce back.
This makes it more interesting, doesn't it?
Oh,
Yes, so.
absolutely.
Well,
Yeah, thank
speaking
you
of-
for that, by the way.
You're welcome. Speaking of beautiful things, we've got a beautiful schedule for you for next week. Only one play day, the final play day of Stage 1. It is going to be massive. And the most massive part of it is going to be that third match on the graphic. It's going to be DarkZero versus Spacestation Gaming for a spot in the major. It doesn't get more intense than that.
No, the stakes could not be higher. It writes itself into history. Winner go home between DarkZero and Spacestation for that last spot in the Charlotte Major. If either of those teams are gone, it's gonna feel weird because they've been representing North America at so many events over the past couple of years. If one of them is out, whether it's the whole Spacestation conglomerate, whether it's Troy suddenly not going to a major event, it's gonna be a heartbreaker. One of these guys is going and the other goes home. Regardless of what the score is, one of them is going to the major.
Comes down to one map.
Yeah.
One singular map is the deciding point for Spacestation Gaming and DarkZero. And the fact that we're at this, this point, it's so wild. Spacestation Gaming especially, I think they've had it pretty rough this stage. DarkZero, they've shown signs of life, but they've always, or at least with this roster's iteration, they've always been, working and grinding and just trying to get better. For Spacestation, they've kind of had to bounce back, especially with how things went at SI. They were definitely not happy about that. So to come into this stage and have to deal with the best of one format where they're very used to best of threes, things along those lines. I think that they've done a pretty bang up job, but it all comes down to this, a very terrifying last day.
Absolutely. It's going to be awesome, and that means only one more day for our predictions as well. As you can see, things are starting to come together. And I got to say, I'm proud of our Cavs.
We're still up there. We're still up there.
They're starting to bring it up a little bit more. The coin down to where it should be, around 50%. That's where you would expect a coin flip to be. Only Pengu below right now.
Guys, we're firing Pengu. I hate to tell you.
We can't do that.
We're going to fire
Caster
Pengu. Analyst Pengu can come back whenever he wants.
He used his valuable time today to help us out on the desk in lieu of Jesse being out for a little bit. You did as well, so we appreciate that. But you know what? All good things must come to an end. That includes this day of Rainbow Six NAL. Final thoughts. Stokes, here you are on the desk. You didn't even expect to be here when the day began, but here you are anyway. Final thoughts on the day.
It was a fantastic day. I mean, thank you guys so much at home as well for bearing with me while I try and figure this out. It's a lot. I don't know if you guys know, but these guys' jobs, it's quite complicated. So thank you guys so much for, staying along with me and helping me along the way.
Well, it's been a ton of fun. We appreciate you and Pengu for helping us out. Jacob, final thoughts from you.
Well, we had most of our questions answered today. We knew there were going to be some lock-ins for the major. We didn't know how many of them there were going to be. But if this proves anything, it's that the moniker of the North American League is still alive and well. Anything can happen. We looked at Astralis and XSET last year and we said, there's no way they can have a fast turnaround. They'll probably still be 6th, 7th place or something this stage. But no, now there are representatives heading into one of the biggest dances of the year, and one of the old guard from North America is about to join them next week. I certainly can't wait. I kind of just want it to happen tomorrow because I don't want to wait to figure out who this last guy is going to be. But
like a kid on Christmas Eve, my friend.
Dude, seriously, I have to wait a week to figure out who the last team is? Come on, dude, you can't do that to me.
This builds the suspense, man. The anticipation is charging up right now. But that's going to do it for us here at the studio. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Have a great week. Play some games. Be good to each other. Thanks to the production team here for putting on a great show, as always. Thanks to my fellow co-casters and analysts for doing a great job as well. And thanks to you, the viewers at home. Ubisoft for making the game. Might as well throw them in there.
Why not?
They have a small part of it as well, I suppose. But that's going to do it. Again, be good to each other. We'll see you next week.
I can't get you out my mind. And if I find a way to get it, when I do it, I can live it and forget it. Cause I hate how much I love you, or I hate how you just put me in my feelings. I just wish you understood the gravity, but you got low sinners. I guess it's better just to live it and forget it than to live it and remember. I've been wasting my time. I don't know why I can't get you out my mind. Yeah, now I'm so lost, where do I go? I was in the chase, caught a flat on road. It was all love, X no O. I was feeling rich, but we turned out broke. North Pole, life so cold. Lukewarm love, should've took it to the stove. You were bad news, all kind, no pro. We grew apart fast. I guess we was reaping what we sowed in. I guess we was unequally yoked in. Guess if we was putting on the shoulder. Guess we should've tried to take it slow then. Guess I let my feelings take control. Guess I let my demon take the wheel. Used to think that we be growing old. Now I can't believe that it was real. It was back in late December when I did it. I just wish I could forget it. Cause I hate how much I love it, or I hate how I just love to catch a feeling. And you told me that you understood the gravity, but now I know you didn't. I guess it's better just to live it and forget it